I'm going ahead and check. Uh-oh. There we go. Check my mic. Testing 1, 2. All right, cool. Turn you that way. All right, awesome. He said first. What's happening? I'm going ahead and pull up YouTube, and then I'm gonna close the whatchamacallit. What is it called? What's going on, Kiko? Yeah, let me close this. Hola, 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 hola. What's going on, Bill? All right, so this is gonna be more of a talk stream. You know what I mean? We're gonna be today. Yeah, no, it's not a carry stream, not right now. You know, I still want to do some form of a carry stream at some point today. But thoughts on the song? Oh, I haven't gotten a chance to listen to it quite yet. No cap. When I had put whatever message I put in the Discord from that time to like a little bit this morning, I've been kind of in and out with sleep. But as soon as I get a chance, I'll listen to it, brother. My voice sound different. I got COVID, so yeah. So that's why I'm like, oh, I'm all kind of off right now. You know what I mean? I was actually, my peers were like, don't stream, long story short. And I'm like, I'll find something. so, yeah, no, I'll be all good. What's going on, Angel? How you doing? I see Miko's here. Your people are like, no, you're fine. All right, so I do want to talk about builds. Right now, this is coming from something that was in Discord. I'm just pulling up a random team. Just whoever. Alright, fine, cool. Alright, so Fishel's going to be the person we're going to use to talk about builds, okay? Now, yeah, I closed the queue. Yeah, this is just a build stream. I don't know if anybody tried to join the stream. Okay, alright, so how do we build, right? Me, Burger, Kinko, Scoop, anybody who builds 1010, I went to lose Hydro Sam, MTash, anybody. How do you build in Genshin Impact? Like, what is the best this? What's the best that? Whoop-de-whoop, right? Well, the first thing you kind of need to do before you do anything on a character is you need to take a peek at their talents, right? And you need to figure out like what in their skills, talent, burst, whatever, passives, all that, like how does it all work, right? So let's say, for example, let's take Fischl, right? Now she doesn't have any like heavy mechanics or anything like that outside of, I guess you could say, this, where if your current active character triggers an electro-related elemental reaction when Oz is on the field, the opponent shall be stricken with thunder and blah blah blah, dealing electro damage equal to 80% of her attack. Right? So that's probably like really it. Right? There's other characters who have like way more interactions with her kit, kind of like her. Like she has EM scaling and she has dependencies on actually triggering reactions. Hers is really complicated, but Fischl's pretty simple, right? But when you come in here, this part right here is really, really important to understand as a person playing Genshin Impact, right? This is usually the first place we go. The second place we go, I mean, we read this first, but this is usually the first thing we look at, or at least the first thing I look at, right? Once I look at this, then I take this information and I bring it over here and I figure out how these numbers are interacting with each other, right? And then I check the passives to see if there's any passive interactions, right? Once everything checks out, then it's like, okay, what element is the character? Now, hold on, because I'm going to take you guys through building Fischl, basically, right? And we're going to just develop a Fischl build. But we're going to develop the Fischl build based on what's available on my account, okay? So I'm going to take all this off. And I just made Fischl, right? I'm going to put a level 1 bow on her. Or whatever. And we're going to build Fischl together, okay? Alright. So looking at Fischl, she's an electro character. She's level 90. I have weapon options, right? Because she's electro, she works with aggravate. She also works with, Electro charged. right? So she can do reactions. Her reactions, because she's electro, typically scales off elemental mastery. We know that. But she also, based on the numbers that I'm looking at, her numbers are respectable in the amount of damage that they're going to do. Also, we are dealing with a C6 official, right? So the damage output of this skill, because we know how Oz works, it's probably going to put out a lot of damage. That 160 is not 160 one time. That 160 is 160 like 10 times or something. Something crazy like that. Like Oz shoots a lot. Like it's a lot. And then there's bonus damage on top of it. Right. Her burst resets her skill cooldown, so that's good to know. And then these numbers are really low. I could probably make them higher, but it's level 2. So if you were looking at this official, right, what would you do? What's the first thing to pop in your head? Would you go for an aggravate? Or are you like, ooh, I want to work on Oz. I want to do physical. What weapon like? What are the first things that come to your head? What are the weapon choices? Uh, what kind of artifact set am I looking at? Do I want her to be reaction based? Do I want her to be whatever she is based? Because all of those kind of questions do matter, right? I'll give you and okay. Let's play with that. Let's say we want a standalone official. Standalone official meaning that she's probably not going to react in doing reactions, but in the event she does a reaction, we could probably get a little bit of umph off of that, right? Not nothing major, but just a little bit of umph, right? So the first thing I'm going to think of is, okay, she needs EM in some way, if just to compensate for a little bit of reactions, right? Now, in official's case, this is where a lot of people are going to tell you, they're just going to tell you, use the stringless. Why? Because she gets a whole bunch of damage on skill and burst, Oz being her best friend, and she gets elemental mastery supplementarily, or whatever that word is. So we're just gonna put that on, right? Boom. Give me 1 second. Hold on, family need me. 1 sec, y'all. We all sick. 1 sec. All right, deep apologies, you guys. I'm the only tech support in the house, so I might be stepping away here and there. All right, let's get back to it. So we got our weapon picked out, right? Now, what kind of artifacts are we looking for? I'm actually going to ask you guys this. All right, so I see Angel said two-piece Glad, two-piece Shiminawa. I think we need to start with the right goblet because she can use a couple and some people don't know the difference. That is true. Yeah, family first, yeah. Attack, electro, EM, physical, she can use those goblets. Yes, she can. So if we're going, so we have EM on the weapon, right? Matter of fact, let's back up a little bit. Not trying to complicate it. Let's back up a little bit. I'm glad you mentioned that, Scoop. So we have all these different stats, right? We got EM, attack, electro, and physical, right? If we want an all-around official, what is the stat that should? What's the one standout stat that needs to be on the goblet? Now we have a weapon. Now for the weapon, there's a such thing as a physical weapon, which I don't have. There's attack weapons. Crit weapons cover everything, right? We got an EM weapon. We got energy recharge. Does she need a burst? No. So we're going to skip energy recharge. That's a dead stat for us. Let's say you don't even have this weapon. Let's say you got an attack. Let's say you got this weapon. And that's all you got. So now it's even that much more important that we have to work with goblets, right? So we already know we need EM at some point, right? We already know we're going to be using Oz. So if we're using Oz and we would like EM, then maybe at that point we would like Electro. So now we got our EM. I know I'm bouncing around, but we got our EM and we got our Electro. Now we can either scale EM more here, or we can start scaling her for crit. Right now, if we scale EM more, I'm just going to steal this from Lisa. If we start scaling EM more, all right, now we got 352, but we still haven't addressed this right here. Because electro reactions don't scale the same as like vaporize and all that jazz. Like they don't even operate on crit. So we can either go all in on EM, or we can not go all in on EM. Keep in mind, this is an all-around official. So if it's an all-around official, we have EM there. We still need to balance out the rest of the stats. Where is Lisa? Oh, I stole that from Lisa. Let's not get that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an attack percent piece. Does she get attack percent? I don't think she gets attack percent. Let me see. She might get attack percent. I have to look it up. Let me see. 165. Yeah, she might get attack percent. I have to check. I can't remember what her census stat is, to be honest with you. She ascends with attack? Okay. Okay, so we got EM. We got attack. We could do EM. We could do EM here as well. I'm not lacking. If that's the idea, right? These two don't matter. These two don't matter. These two are only to complete a set, and you're fishing for subsets on these two. These two don't matter. Whenever you're building a Genshin character, that's why you always hear 3 stats, because these are the only ones that provide options. Right? These two, you're just fishing for subsets. Right? Now, it's official. Now we can do, trust me, I have a whole EM build. So we can do the whole EM build, or we can opt for crit rate, crit damage. We have options. Right? What's the next thing we're going to do? Like I had a build on her with the Thunder and Pulse and I took it off. But what are we going to do? Okay, I'm getting no feedback. All right, so I will go on ahead and opt for crit rate. Why? Because the reactionary damage that's going to be coming out of her is not going to supersede what Oz can do by himself. That's why. How do I know that? Because Oz's numbers is way too high, and the ICD on Oz typically is going to be greater than his damage output itself. For example, let's say you do overload, right? if you do overload, the baseline is like 1,000 and some change. On any average overload, you're looking at about 4,000 damage. Oz by himself on a full built crystal can hit a full built official can hit like 11k per shot. So he's gonna supersede whatever reactionary damage she's doing. Easy. And the only way you're coming close to beating Oz in DPS on reaction is if you run like a 2,000 EM official, where you're getting like 60k or something crazy like that. And if you're running aggravate, you really don't need EM like that. The stringless by itself is enough, right? So at that point, the only other stat we need to get into is ratioing her out. There's not much we can do as far as an attack stat unless we're choosing attack right here, and that's about it. Because you can't really choose your substats. You can't really pick your substats. You just kind of have to pray and get blessed from the RNG gods. And if you happen to get great substats, like, ooh, I got great substats. Ooh, I got great substats. Ooh, I got great whatever, then great. But if not, then, you know. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The ICD on Oz it's not, Oz has an ICD. Oz's ICD is kind of like Barbara. It's Barbara's skill, but better. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, right? And we can get an ICD later, but long story short, Oz's damage by himself is always going to exceed whatever reactionary damage Oz does, right? So you don't have to. So long story short, whatever we put in the EM is going to be a bonus to whatever Oz is doing. It's icing on the cake. It's never better than Oz. Oz by itself is super strong. So we should probably build for Oz, and then in the event that we do a reaction, then we can tack on a little bit of extra, you know, if it's even necessary at that point, right? If this is all we have available, that's all you need. That covers every official with the exception of physical official. And even still, you can make a physical official out of it. Right? But either way it goes, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get you guys to think about the timepiece, the goblet, and the circlet with respect to a official that can do everything. Right? So if it's like, I got official, she's C6, and I just want Oz. Okay, cool. If that's where your head is at, then why would we pick the stringless? The reason why is because of the passive, right? Increases the skill and elemental burst damage by 42%. So these numbers in her talent tree are going to get an increase in damage. It's not bonus damage. To my understanding, those numbers just go up. Either way, the skill damage is going up. Right? And what we're catering to is that skill. We're catering to that. So anything that is either at the wherever this starts and ends, if that number's getting bigger, that's all we're focused on. And the stringless does that. Right? Now we can even I'll make it sweeter. Boom. Now we got the big pop of pump in here. All right, cool. Now we got some mega super duper. Okay, awesome. Right? So we just want Oz to hit hard, right? So if we just want this number to hit hard, right? Notice it's just a percentage. Anytime you see a number and a percentage, it's always, and I mean always, going to scale with attack. The white number right here. It will always scale with 852. If it's just a percent, okay? That means it scales with attack. You could put attack on that character and it'll make that number bigger. It'll bless that number. Right? So we got that. We know Oz is doing electro damage because it says it deals electro damage. So we're going to use an electro goblet. Now, why not an attack goblet? We can use an attack goblet, but the average, the common, I'll say that the average outcome between attack and whatever the respective element is, whether it's this or physical, right, is typically about 15 to 20%. So this will hit for 10,000, let's say 1,000. This will hit for 1,000. This will hit for 1,150 or something like that. This will hit for 1,000. This will hit for 1,200. Right, so you're getting extra damage just from isolating it to a specific damage type. Now, why? But once again, why not attack? Well, what were we saying before? We're not using her normals. I just want to build for Oz. Like, oh, hey, what's up, Saint? How you doing, brother? Yeah, like we're just building for Oz. Okay, if you're just building for Oz, that means you're not going to be producing the white numbers. You're only producing the purple numbers out of your official. So you want to min-max, air quotes, to your purple numbers, which is where the Electro Goblet comes in. So you're going to use an Electro Goblet. Now now look at what's available though. This is why I wanted to take a pause. Look at what we have available. We already have a 2-piece Gladiator set bonus. Okay? Now, if we have a 2-piece Gladiator set bonus, we're kind of locked into a position. Now, I can go 2-piece, 2-piece. Right? But I can, like, let's say I know what I have available. Just for example, okay, maybe I want extra EM because right now my EM is at 0. And I know I'm sitting on a pretty good 2-piece that some other character's using for whatever reason. Right? So I got that, and then I got this. So I could use, like, these, and then my official would be straight. Then I got my 80, but I know what's on my account, right? So what would you pick at that point? That's kind of what I want you guys to think about. Would you pick, like, I have 0 EM. Do you need EM? Not really. Do you want EM? It's up to you, right? But if you want EM, and I don't have it via substats necessarily, one option to get EM is from a 2-piece set bonus from either a troop or a gilded, and it's just having knowledge of the set bonuses that exist. Right? We know what the set bonuses, what set bonus options there are, and we know what those options are. That's part of building too. Right? So when the stream asks us, me or anybody questions, hey, what build should I use? Right? When we tell you a build, it's just because we know the options available. Right now, and I recommend that you guys know the options available as well. But I will give you I'll give you guys a quick cheat sheet though. If you have absolutely no idea what is available at all, your safest bet is a 2-piece, meaning that you can just rip like I'm gonna do this, I guess, and then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm going to just switch this to something else. I'm going to steal that from Yanfei. We're going to leave that there, and I'm going to steal this from Tainari, because he probably... Nope, I'm not stealing that one. I'm going to steal this from Nahida. Right? And now I got an 80 and an 80. So I got an 80, and I got my Gladiator, I got my EM, and I got a Thunder and Pulse on a crit rate. Right? Now I know what I have available. And that's my ratio. Now, let me walk you through how I got there, though. It's because I know what I have on my account. I don't have a whole bunch. I got Thunder and Fury, right, with a whole lot of EM, but I don't got no guy like Thunder and Furies. I don't really have any Thunder and Furies that I trust as far as, like, flowers, feathers. The timepieces aren't really up my alley. You know, I don't have any Thunder and Fury Electro pieces. Right, and the only Thunder and Fury Circlist I got is crit damage, right? So I'd really have to dip into crit rate in order to make that magic happen. So I'm kind of out of options as far as Thunder and Fury, unless I make these 2 Thunder and Fury, which is okay. I can do that too, right? But I can't do a 4-piece. I don't have that option. I go farm it, but I don't have that option, right? So working with what I got, well, a 2-piece Thunder and Fury is basically the same as a 2-piece Glad. So I don't mind whatever differential is sitting between those 2 sets as far as the 2-piece is concerned. They're basically the same. So that part's resolved. I cannot do a 4-piece Glad because the 4-piece doesn't activate on bow characters. It only works on sword, claymore, and polearms. It explicitly says that in the gladiator description. If the wielder of this artifact set uses a sword, claymore, or polearm, their normal attack damage is increased by 35%. Does not work for Fischl. Situation, let's say I go to AR-50 and I have some good Glad and Wanderers. Can I still build Fischl? I don't know. Can you? You might be able to build Fischl. You just might. Quite possibly. Haven't played this game in a long time still. Any good new main DPS characters? New main DPS characters? There's one coming out called the Wanderer who's supposed... Sinnoh's really good. Sinnoh's a lot of people really like him. I don't have him, but I hear nothing but good things about him. I mean, I know about Sinnoh. But I like Sinnoh. He's the wolf dog. Now there's this one called the Wanderer who's supposed to be coming out. I don't know if I can't really speak to him. He's not looking too great damage wise, but he's cool though. I can say that he looks fun. I'll put it that way. So to answer your question, Scoop, yes, you can build a Fischl. How hard does this Fischl hit? I don't know. My talents are not leveled up to what other Fischls are, but we'll go on ahead and see what Oz is hitting for. There you go, Oz. Now, Oz activates when I do normals. So I'm going to reposition him real quick. Alright, let's start beefing her up a little bit. Ah! I really think I should crown my Fischl. I need to crown Fischl. Whoa, she looked way bigger than normal. What teams would bring out her strength? I think the only thing that would really bring out Fischl's strength. This is where I have to ask Kinkle. Kinkle, Oz does not snapshot, right? Oz does not snap. Okay, so he does or he does not? Is Burger saying no? And yeah, the Dendro is out. Well, no, her banner is over. The Dendro Archon's banner is over. He does. Okay, if he does, then he does. Okay, I'm not gonna do him because he's gonna make way too many. Yeah. So, as long as he snapshots, I would say Bennett. That's why I was asking. Keep in mind, I'm dealing with. Oh my God, my COVID brain is doing. I'm doing COVID things now. Oh my God, my gameplay sucks so bad right now, but it's okay. All right, let me. I guess I should take her in here. Let's take Fischl in here. Make it a little more appropriate. Sure. All right, so we're gonna run her on point. We'll run Fischl as the sole person, and then Nahida, I guess. Right, and then whoops, and then whatever. Yeah, I was gonna say Bennett. That's why I was asking if you could snapshot. Yes, that does suck on controller. Yeah, she's terrible on controller. Well, I mean, they can't make it unfair, because if they make any change to Nahida for controller, it's going to be, like, we'll actually end up being better than PC. And it'll be an unfair advantage in our favor, right? So it's like, I mean, it's not that big a deal, though. It's really not. Like, it's about as big a deal as, like, it's really not that big a deal. Hey, I was kind of slapping, though. See them little 9? You see that 9 right there? That's what I'm talking about, cuz. Yeah, it's not that big a deal because you don't cast it like all the time. Like you only do it once and then it's like, all right, cool. Now obviously this is a slap together Tu Wong Fu type of situation where I'm not even really right, but you kind of get the gist of like what's going on. All right, I'll just play Fischl, I guess, going forward now. Let's see what happens. Whoops. Excuse me. I should have saved that. Yeah, this is like super subpar Fischl, but I mean, she's doing something. All right, cool. Now, obviously, with some optimizations, maybe switching out Zhongli for a Venti or something. You know, obviously optimizing it, switching out Nahida for Venti, maybe even, or Kokomi for just somebody for Venti or Kazuha or whatever. Just kind of really bolstering her damage a little bit more. And you can see she got a Hakushin ring. I'm sure that helped. All right, so that's just a whatever Fischl, which is funny because I still feel like the stringless is stronger. I'm sure this is stronger, but this one feels stronger. I don't know. Anyway, that's kind of the nature of like building though, but that's building though. Like, so if you need to scale a percent without any other language on it outside of a percent, then you use the attack stat, right, for your timepiece. If whatever damage you're putting out is only one damage type, then you put the goblet on that is in line with that damage type, right? And then you use your crit circlet to balance out your crit ratio. Because I could, for all intents and purposes, have something like this if I really want, right? I could do that and then be like, look at me, but it doesn't. Like this is only making you this. It's really only this number. It's like the broke dude who is it's like the dude at a bus stop with brand new Jordans on. That's what this ratio is. Yeah, but my Jordans though. You ain't got no car. Yeah, but my Jordans though. Yeah, but you ain't paid child support in like 7 months. But my Jordans though. That's what this ratio is. You know what I'm saying? So I could look good, but that don't necessarily mean it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just throwing random stuff on at this point, right? We can even look at somebody. Let me take all this stuff off. All right, we can even do a totally different character, right? Let's do uh let's do a really easy character. Like a really, really straightforward character. I almost want to do a catalyst character. Let's do Yan Fei. Yan Fei is like the easiest thing to build. Yeah, let's do Yan Fei. Alright, so let's strip her down. Give her a level 1 book. Alright. What's going on, Gabrielle? Alright, so here's Yan Fei. Right? Super simple. C6. Rosaria. We could do Rosaria. I mean, the only reason I didn't pick Rosaria is because it took me forever just to get this at 100%, and it's on an emblem set, which is like, yeah, that it took me forever to put that thing back together. I mean, I could do Rosaria. Do y'all want me to do Rosaria? Y'all tell me. I just don't want to turn her into a DPS character. You finally got crit damage on Ganyu, that part. I heard that. Do Rosaria? What kind of Rosaria? I was going to do Yan Fei because I have this piece too. And I was going to explain like why that would work. But we could do Rosaria. Nah, I just want to pick one. Alright, so let's do Rosaria. So let's give her a level 1 polearm, I guess. And I'm going to pray that I can even remember all this. Okay. Alright. So we got Rosaria, C5. We could do C6. I can talk about C6 if you guys want. And then we have 777, effectively, is where she's at. Level 90. Let's take a peek at her kit. Her numbers are relatively high. Okay. She doesn't necessarily have the physical shred that Zhongli has unless you are C6. At C6, you can expect the same physical DPS numbers that Zhongli has, actually higher. And I'll show you why real quick. So with Zhongli on a crown is 60%. Her, with 3 levels left to go, is at 83%. Which is why I keep saying on stream, physical Rosaria is a thing, if you guys don't believe me. So anyway, how are we building, how are we going to build this? Well, first off, let's take a peek at her kit. And then you guys tell me what you guys would do. What's going on, Crimson? So we got some pretty respectable normal values. Her skill has a 6-second cooldown. Keep that in mind. And it's also got pretty good numbers. By the way, that's 2 hits. That's 1, 2. Okay, that's not a number plus a number, and then it produces 1 number. That's 1 hit plus. So it's 2 hits. Okay, and then we have 2 hits on the burst, and then the burst has a damage over time number. Okay, now the tick is every 2 seconds, I think. So it's going to tick, I want to say 4 times and then go away. It's something like that. We can go test it if you guys like. Or it's like a 1.5 seconds. Either way it goes. All right, so that's that. Her 2 passives is when Rosaria strikes an opponent from behind, she gets crit rate, which is like decent. Lasts for 5 seconds, right? If she does it on skill and it lasts for 5 seconds, her cooldown is 6 seconds. For 1 second, you won't have the additional crit rate. Just keep that in mind. And then for here, casting Rites of Termination increases crit rate of all nearby party members. So when she hits her burst, she gives her party members crit rate equal to 15% of her crit rate. Does not apply to herself. You cannot go above 15%. Meaning that if you have 200% crit rate, she's not going to give everybody 30%. Right? Once you hit 100%, that's it. So, knowing that this is how her kit looks, what kind of ideas came to you guys' mind? How would you guys build Rosaria? By the way, I don't know if it means anything, but I have 3 builds for Rosaria. One of them is being used, I think, by Toma right now. She needs crit rate. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Why does she need crit rate if she's giving so much crit rate? She gets 12 from herself, and she can give 15, up to 15 to the group. Why would she? And she's a cryo character. So why does she need crit rate? Why do you say she needs crit rate? You're not wrong. I'm just asking, why do you say she needs crit rate? What's going on, Simply Mariella? Class is in session. Welcome to the classroom. Go ahead and pull up a desk. We getting it in. Is it because she can share crit rate? Is that why she needs crit rate? Or is it because she just needs to have a high crit rate because she needs to so she can give off crit rate? Okay. I mean, that's, yeah. Now, okay, so fair enough. Now, in order to get that high of a crit rate, you're going to suffer really hard in damage. What's going on, Raiden Shogun? I'm doing good, lols. Currently doing homework and eating Oh, Jesus, you're a lady, huh? I only know ladies who say, you know what, I'm eating chocolate right now. Like men be like, I'm doing push-ups. I'm shooting dice right now. I'm hustling right now. I'm eating chocolate. I'm giving you a hard time. I'll just give you a hard time. No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, proud of you on that one. Yeah, so, okay. So are you building her as a crit share bot, or is your mind going in damage? Which one are you going towards? Are you looking to use her to share crit rate? Because if you're looking for her to share crit rate, then yes. At that point, she is going to lack damage. Well, she's going to lack damage that she otherwise would potentially be able to do, because she is a really strong character, believe it or not. And then we'll go out and use this Rosaria once we build this Rosaria. Anybody else? I want some other people. I'm really waiting on the other people to give their input. Like, okay, so she needs crit rate, so we're going to give her this weapon. I'm just going to start there. I'm going to give her that weapon. I'm going to give her a crit rate circlet. Any crit rate. I don't care what the crit rate circlet is. Here's crit rate. Boom. She got crit rate. All right, so what else? Are we going to be using her normals? Yeah, we're not doing a help stream right now. That is not until later. Yeah, so the queue is closed. Are we using her normals? Are we using only her skill? Are we only using her burst? Have we thought about that? Yeah, no, I'm doing a little. No, you're good. No, you're good, Gabriel. No, it's just I'm just trying to make sure everybody knows how to build. I'm just kind of walking through building like a random character and just kind of trying to get people to be a little more comfortable exploring and whatnot. Okay, so Faith, so you want to build for burst. Why do you want to build for burst? Why do you want to build for burst? Somebody else might not want to, but why do you want to? Because I kid you not, you can build for this, and this. No, Bennett cannot heal to max HP. Unless you give him like 1 billion HP. And he has to tick their health up at like 69%. But once they hit 70% or higher, he can't heal past that. And they're probably going to have to be like a low HP character. No, he can do a heal tick that exceeds 70%, but he can't heal once they're past 70%. He can't heal anymore. So like if he heals for 5,000 and they have 5,000 HP left, but they're below 70%, he can go tick and they'll heal full. But he won't tick a heal if their health is over 70% of their HP. I don't know if that makes sense. Once they're over 70%, he won't tick. He won't throw any more heals at them. Long story short. Anyway, I'm still waiting on Faith for Disney because I want to know why we're building. Because why we're building for the burst is going to tell us what kind of set bonus and substats we're looking for. Because I'll tell you right now, if we're building for damage, crit damage on the circlet matters. If we're building for the passive, then crit damage does not matter. Energy recharge matters. Does that make sense? To support the main DPS. How is she supporting the main DPS? Is she there to apply? Because applying cryo comes regardless of whatever is going to happen, right? So, but she can support in two ways. She can support by giving them crit rate, or she can support by doing additional damage and applying cryo. So how is she? Keep in mind, this is C something. So she only has like a 3-second downtime on burst. If you have 100% uptime on her burst, she's only outside of her burst for 3 seconds at a time. Her burst is only down for 3 seconds every time. Just to give you a heads up. Right. So what is the? So how is she supporting? Are we using a damage circlet? Or are we using an ER circlet? Are we using, like, what kind of circlet? Because we know we need to get to her burst, right? Okay, so you need to, okay, so we need to get to her burst, right? So ER is the number one priority for what you're saying, right? Okay, so now that you have two stats you're working with, and this is something I want everybody to think about. You got two stats that you're working with now. You got ER and crit rate, right? You still didn't really tell me exactly why the burst. I'm going to take a guess and say it's because of the crit sharing. If it's because of the crit sharing and crit rate and ER are the only stats that matter, which stat is the most important stat at that point? This is subjective. It's not objective. This is up to personal preference. In your personal preference, there is no wrong answer. Keep that in mind. In your personal preference, which one is more important, crit rate or energy recharge? The reason why I'm asking is because we could use something like this that gives energy recharge. Okay. So if crit rate don't really matter, I mean, if crit damage doesn't really matter, or damage don't really matter, then we could use that. Because we're probably going to be using energy recharge, right? And if we're using energy recharge, whatever damage comes with the piece doesn't matter. So at that point, I just need something with the highest crit rate on it. Would that be fair? Would that be a relatively fair strategy? By the way, you can only get energy recharge on the timepiece. This is why we say, what's your timepiece? Is it EM, energy recharge, attack, defense, whoop, whoop, whoop. You have 3, and then you got energy recharge and EM on the timepiece. Right? You can only get energy recharge on your timepiece. So we have one source of ER, right? Now, we could give her ER here. Right? We could. Is the ER here that important? This is up to you. Would you use this or this? It's totally up to you. You're making this build. Both will work. We'll try both. All right, so we have options, as you can see. So now we got to figure out our set bonus, right? Now I had her on an emblem set because I'm gonna have crit rate, like here. I don't have one of them accounts that have 15, 17 crit rate just laying around on pieces, so I have to take it where I can, right? Knowing that, I have to take a 2-piece, but I have to take 2 pieces with crit rate though. In my opinion, on my account, nothing else matters for my Rosaria. We're gonna go back and we're gonna. Oh, it's on Kea. We're gonna go back and we're gonna do physical Rosaria after all this is said and done. By the way. So anyway, this one has a lot of crit rate. I have one that has higher crit rate, but it had so much crit rate that it actually threw everything out of whack. Nope, that's actually the one that threw everything out of whack. So I'm giving her the 2-piece. The circlet, I have so many crit rate circlets, it literally doesn't matter. Right, so I got my 2-piece set bonus. I'm going to give her a random circlet, just for context. All right, cool. So we got our 2-piece emblem. We got our energy recharge. We're at 177, right? We're already at 105. Okay, is this enough energy recharge, Faye for Disney? Or, if it's not, is this enough, but is this enough crit rate? You see what I'm saying? I'm just waiting. Because we're almost done with this Rosaria. Because we got a mega clutch that we could bust out here in a minute. And I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Hold on. Okay, so you want to test it? Okay, hold on. So let's test this. Because I'm not taking this off Xiangling. I'm just not, right? We're going to test this one. Or I guess I could. We'll take that one off Xiangling's hands, and we'll test this one, okay? And we'll see if this crit rate that Rosaria is giving off to the team is enough to make it worth it. Let alone, do I even need that much for the position I'm going to be putting her in? Now, on my account, I do have situations where I need that Rosaria, right? But I'm going to use this Rosaria, let's say, with... Let's say I'm running, not Yai. Let's say I'm running Ningguang with a Verity because whatever, right? And then I'm running Bennett because I'm insecure about my damage or whatever. Here's Rosaria. And then here's gonna be Bennett once again because I'm insecure and I want Jesus and I want the resonance, right? And I can't dodge and whatever the reason is, right? So now my crit rate is 36%, right? But my crit damage is like wowzer, wowee, right? This is why I ask you guys if you're running Rosaria. When I'm looking at your crit rate sometimes, I'm like, oh man, okay, are we using Rosaria? Because Rosaria kind of can fix it. But how much does he fix it? Bam. Right? She only fixes it by roughly 10%. This dude must have got beat up by somebody from Bosnia. Oh, they got beat up by somebody from Bosnia. Oh, y'all got jumped by somebody from Bosnia. God dang, who beat y'all? Somebody slept with you. Your mama left you for a Bosnian, huh? Jesus Christ, did you see that? They girlfriend left them for Bosnians? They got cheated on by a Bosnian? They tried to copy somebody's test and the Bosnian gave them the wrong answers because they was cheating on their tests? Like, they just was like, Bosnia winning? I don't know. What's going on in Bosnia? Did Bosnia like beat somebody or something? God damn, what Bosnia? That was mega random, bro. Like super. What? That's like Cheez-Its is a corrupt company. What, bro? You need more than a life or something. You out here talking about Cheez-Its. Bosnia, bro. They ain't all right, man. Act like something going down in Russia. Like this is Bosnia, bro. Ain't nothing going on. I ain't heard nothing at least. Not I ain't heard nothing enough to warrant a spam from 3 accounts, bro. What? Yeah, you got beat up by a Bosnian. That's what happened. You got beat up, couldn't fight, and you was mad, and you taking your anger out on everybody but the person who beat you up. That's what happened. Go get at the person who you mad at, not me. I ain't do nothing. Why you spamming my chat? Go get at uh Mahnet or whatever that dude's name is who put hands on you for talking stupid. Who you talking about on the internet? He beat you up. Now you mad. Talking about FIFA. He probably went to a soccer game, said something, and got hands put on him at a soccer game, and now he mad. That's probably what happened. Some beat her and move forward in the world. He probably got beat up by a Bosnian at the World Cup. Now I'm telling you, he probably got slapped by a Bosnian and couldn't do nothing. Now he mad. That's probably what happened. He probably got chinched. He probably was fat mouthing out the game, and he's and a Bosnian just sit down, and he just start crying, and now he mad, and he's trying to take his anger out on the internet. Because if he got his anger out on who he was mad at, he wouldn't still be mad. But he's still mad. So it's like, all right, man. Anyway, as you can see, we went from 36 to 46, right? Or 30 something to 40 something, right? What's our energy recharge looking like? So I'm gonna do this. Bam. So we got a little more than half. I like that. And I like the 3 particles she gave up. Bam. 2 casts and we full? I'll take that, right? What's our crit rate? So 36 to 46. Is that enough to warrant where we're at? Would you do this weapon for 10%? Is 10% enough, or do you need the extra 5%? No worries, Miko. Think 10% is good? Okay, then we'll stick with the 10%. All right, so we good there. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move back here. I am going to be giving Xiangling back her weapon, but we are going to steal this from Little Miss, what's her name? All right, cool. So that crit rate is giving us roughly 10%. We're good, right? So now we just got to figure out this. We got a whole piece we forgot about. In your mind, your concoctions, what are the 2 stats that you are still looking for? Right? Is the 4-piece emblem even relevant in this scenario? Is it? I don't know. We ain't got energy recharge on that. We got some crit damage though. Right? Is the energy recharge seems cool. The crit rate transfer seems cool. I think we cool. Maybe we could dip into damage. Maybe we could go for more energy recharge. What are you feeling? Maybe we could go for a bigger crit rate transfer. What are you feeling? Maybe we could try to get all 3. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try for all 3 of them. So we'll try these, and then we'll just keep an eye out for crit damage. Okay? Well, Kaching got something that's pretty beautiful. That one's got crit rate and crit and energy recharge. This one's got energy recharge and crit rate, and it's physical. This one is physical. Jesus Christ. This one is attack. This one's got all 3. Not a lot on the energy recharge, but which one would you take? Keep in mind, we still got one that completes the set bonus. That's going to give us 50% damage on our burst. Just by putting this on, I get 50% damage on burst and cryo damage. So that's it. So we could take damage, or we could take the attack one. It's up to you. Now, I want you to think about this though. But think about it though. What are we doing when we choose this piece? We're choosing so you have utility and damage, right? What this piece is you're choosing utility over damage, which is fine. That is perfectly fine. It's knowing the difference between the two choices. So then you can speak to it. Not just speak to it, but you understand its application. Because for all intents and purposes, this piece in this scenario is technically way better than the other piece. Technically. It's not until you get into like Melt Rosaria is where the other one comes into play. Right? When you need Rosaria to start doing damage. That's when when you actually need Rosaria to do the damage is when the other piece comes into play. But for what the scenario is calling for, this one is technically a better piece because of the energy recharge and the crit rate. You actually aren't looking for the 4-piece. The 4-piece is irrelevant to what's going on right now. Meaning that this piece doesn't even matter. I can actually just choose this and get even more energy recharge because why not? So now I have literally a 100% uptime on my burst. There's no reason why my Rosaria should never have a burst when I'm actively practicing and playing and doing things at this point. Right? You see what happens when you hit buttons? That's what happens when you hit buttons with that Rosaria. Now, guess what? Guess what, Faye for Disney? You just built Rosaria. And you saw what we just did there with that Rosaria. And you saw that Rosaria that you made completing the function it was set out to complete. That is the point of this stream. That is the point of this whole stream. You don't even have but that's the point of this stream. Is what is the point of the character that I am building for? Are we building for if we're building for damage? Fantastic. Now we got, because we're running so much energy recharge, we got 50% burst damage bonus. You know what I mean? We in there. Yeah, I mean, but I'm glad you said that, Scoop. That's why I'll be asking for questions. Actually, does anybody have any questions? Like, do you guys understand how we even got to that point? Everybody follow what we just did there? Any questions? Everybody good? You guys follow? Because I'm finna use the bathroom. Okay, and then we're going to grab one more character. Actually, we're going to stay on Rosaria, but we're going to take a different approach this time. We're gonna jack something from good old Kaya, because Kaya has been placeholding something on my account for some time now. And we're gonna put this on Rosaria. Yeah, this physical build with this physical goblet is finna go on Rosaria, and we're gonna explore how that works. What did you say, go pee? Okay. So if you put a lot of ER on a character, you make them have more burst damage than skill. You make them have more burst damage in the event they are running a 4-piece emblem set. Right? Increases elemental burst damage by 25% of energy recharge. A maximum of 75% bonus damage can be obtained in this way. If you have, long story short, if you have 200% energy recharge, that equates to 50% bonus burst damage. It's basically like having two noblesse sets and a little bit more. It's like two and a half noblesse sets on, right? So you got noblesse plus another noblesse plus 10%. But the reason it's that much is because you're missing all this damage on your character because you got to run so much energy recharge. Like you got to give up an attack time piece. You got to give up a weapon with crit stats or whatever, to usually get to those type of numbers. So they supplement it by giving you burst damage based on your energy recharge, which is why I'm waiting for them to come out with that. But for ER, that would be, or EM, that would be amazing. Wait, you have a physical K build? Yes, the minute I had a physical build, I had a physical K build. The physical build transfers to every physical character. Any character, cryo, electro, it doesn't matter. If you're cryo, electro, or just have good physical numbers, every character in this game can run a physical build, mind you. If you can do physical numbers, you can run a physical build. The only characters that are literally, it's impossible for them to do physical numbers, unless you're some like YouTuber and you can do physical damage with this weapon, but you're I don't know. I don't even want to get into that. That makes me, I get toxic when I talk about that. Catalyst characters cannot do physical damage. End of story. Right? We're not going to say they can because this number produces a Y number and this other set, but I'm not even going to entertain that conversation. The technicalities, that's high school. We're not doing that. Catalyst characters cannot do physical damage. End of story, right? Every other character can do a physical build, though. Every single solitary other character. In particular, cryo characters and electro characters are usually made, they have built into their kit the ability to do physical builds. Typically, it's built into their kit to do physical builds. Eula, Razor, Fischl, Rosaria, like there's a number of characters it's in their kit. Right? So anyway, I will be right back. And if you're wondering while I go use the restroom, it's because of the reaction called superconduct. That's why. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Say what? Yeah. I just want to make sure everybody's. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Scoop. Uh, I might build K physical on my alt. I have part of that set. Wait, so is it okay to have a two-piece Bloodstain, two-piece Pale Flame? Yes, it's okay. The reason I have, just kind of explaining this real quick, the reason I ran four-piece is the main reason is because it was easier to farm. I didn't have to really go anywhere. For me, it was easier to farm. But then two, um, it's cooldown based. It's based on your cooldown. So if you look, there's a 7 second cooldown, like minimum, or I guess maximum in this case. You have to have 7 seconds or less on a skill cooldown to run this set, right? And Kea has a 6 second cooldown. So if you babysit his skill, right, making sure you're hitting it on cooldown, then you'll be able to use a 4-piece Pale Flame. Same thing with him if you're doing the press. And surprisingly, same thing with her, right? So this is, if you notice, crowd characters, electro characters, I don't know if you guys paid attention to this, but they typically have really low cooldowns. It's because of super conduct. It ain't because of the set bonus, but super conduct is why. Super conduct has a 10 second cooldown. So you apply super conduct, boop, that reaction shreds physical defense by 40% for 10 seconds. So most of their cooldowns is going to be 10 seconds or less on any given electro or cryo character, unless they're a catalyst user, right? Even Beto's is low, right? That's because they are super conduct ready, right? They're ready for super conduct. They're ready for the shred. Like they have to, because you need the uptime. There's no other way to buff physical damage outside of Mona. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So anyway, let's go on ahead and put this on Rosaria now. So we have that build. So now we know Rosaria can do the things, right? What I want you guys to do now is look at her kit and think of, okay, I want her to hit numbers. This is where Chicken Lord would be good because he runs physical Rosaria actually, right? Yeah, physical Kea works. Physical Kea is a build. Typically, people run cryo Kea because his cryo build is stronger, but physical is strong too. Like it's strong too. It's just a cryo Kea is more AOE focused. Like he takes care of crowd. Plus, you can do reactions, permafreeze. I mean, you permafreeze either way, but you know stuff like that. So, give me 1 second. I'm just going to the garage. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just getting set up. Don't smoke, kids. He's smoking with COVID? Yeah, because I'm gangster. Nah, for real, don't smoke. All right, so we want to take these numbers that you're looking at, and we want these numbers to be really, 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 really strong. So what that means already is that this right here is super duper important. Super important. And I want to show you guys why. So let's say I give him just for what it's, let's do her. So let's say I give her this. And, okay, probably not that because it's not consistent. We'll give her that. Hold on. Okay, we'll give her that, and then we'll give her this. Just so I can crit, right? I should probably give her a flower too so she doesn't die. So let's give her a flower too. Okay, I'm gonna need that. Okay, so she has a flower, she's not gonna die, and I'm gonna come in here and I'm just gonna hit him. And then, yeah, so, boop, so 303, right? 330, whatever. What 20% shred does is this. Oh, wrong character. Oh, this is with resonance too. So you see how it almost doubled it? That's with the resonance though. So let me take the resonance off real quick. Because geo-resonance is like really, really strong. Like really strong. Like, so let's not get that twisted. We'll put Gene on, because why not? So it's 333, right? And now it's 505. So it's getting close to doubling. So that's what 20% shred does. Right, just in case anybody, it's only 20%. Now that's kind of a lot though. Like it's over a 50% damage increase just from a 20% shred, right? So that's what her C6 is going to do for you. Meaning that's extremely, extremely powerful. Okay? But we're going to have to ignore that for now. So we have options. We can run this, right? We do have this. We do have this. We do have this. Like we have some options, right? I don't have this with the attack percent. That's why I was looking at that. Right? But we know we want to run physical. Now I only have one physical build. I don't have Bloodstain at all. I'm just going to put the build on. It's a relatively strong build. The rolls are pretty good. So let's not... I don't want to focus too much on them. I think that's it. And because of the circlet that I have, unfortunately I have to run crit rate. Fantastic. Now this is when an attack circlet, so I think that crit damage number is pretty good. Right? Now I'm running a physical goblet, and if you guys want, I will switch to this at some point, and we'll just do Rosaria things with cryo resonance. Meaning that I'll run Chi-Chi, long story short. Right? And then we'll have to take advantage of her skill passive, which gives us 12% crit on skill. So when you look at it, it's going to be this plus 12, which is 45, plus cryo resonance, which is another 15, which is going to put us at 60. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. Chi-Chi or Bennett, why not? I want Chi-Chi right there. And then I'll do Fischl because Fischl is, or not Fischl, we'll do her. We'll do Fischl because not everybody has a Shogun. And then we'll just kind of take it one step at a time. They did? Have they been dropping stuff? I'm just giving her a flower so she don't die. Alright, fantastic. Yeah, as long as the craftable weapons are still good, like, they need to drop more craftables, more of the billets. Alright, so with this build, right, with this Pike's thing, I'm not going to crit, like, borderline at all until I do this. Then my crit goes up. It's not going to show, I forgot. Let me go ahead and do this so I don't die. So this is everything that's going to happen. I'm going to apply cryo. I'm going to do my skill. Now I should have a much higher crit rate, as you can see. Now keep in mind, these numbers on this enemy, that's going from 303 on an enemy down here. Matter of fact, let's not do any of them. Let's go, where's it? Do they have physical resistance in this domain? I don't know if Kink was here. Do they got physical resistance in here? I think all the mechanics do. All the mechanical things do. You know what? Let's do Michael Kinky. He's because I don't want to do Masanori because I don't want to set up a I'll do Masanori. Oh, the Kaiten Spear. Hey, it's crazy. Kaiten Spear. I think it's at mine. Yeah, mine is at level 70. I just gotta level it. Yeah, I was gonna level it because of Toma, and I thought it was very interesting. They gave that weapon to Toma when they advertised him. Hi, Masanori guy. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. So 3,000 on crit, 5,000 on crit for some reason. This is without getting an energy particle too. So we get an energy particle. Oh, of course. Now we're at 5,800. Then we're going to do shred with the cryo resonance. Did that number go down? Oh, it was super conduct. 7,000. And then if I hit her burst, it's just going to be more crit rate. Now, it's not by a lot because I only got 30-something crit rate, sheet crit rate, because her burst operates on sheet crit rate. Right? They call it like sheet AP, sheet crit chance, sheet crit damage, sheet whatever. Sheet AP, sheet DR, sheet, it's whatever's reported on paper. Right? So she's transferring that to the team. Oh, yeah, I forgot I can't give it to her. Never mind. Can you crit with physical? I'm critting right now. So there's big numbers and small numbers. All right, let me do an actual performance, I guess. Yeah, typically normal attacks are physical damage. Okay, so that was a physical build on her. I'm going to do it with this because I cannot stand whatever was going on just now. I don't like that weapon. I'll take the attack. Yeah, a lot of people don't build for normals. Because with the Shogun on an Electro build, just as an example. Well, I mean, it depends on the character too, though. Well, this weapon gets additional damage when you like do a normal every time you do a normal attack, you get extra damage. All right. All right, so that's physical Rosaria. Now, it would be even higher if I had C6. Now, let's switch it up a little bit so you guys saw that. And now we're going to do a Cryo Rosaria. This is where energy recharge isn't a big deal, but it's kind of a big deal at the same time. Now, I don't really have the build. It's really just Ayaka's build. I just borrowed it from Ayaka. But we're going to borrow Ayaka's artifacts for a moment. Yeah. Fantastic. And I don't have a crit damage weapon. So this will have to suffice, cuz. Alright, awesome. So we're going to have a whole bunch of attack. And we're going to do the same thing, but in this case, because we're messing with an element now, we're going to do elemental things. So we can buff that with Kea, right? And then I could buff it with Bennett. Now, technically, I could have did Bennett too, but I needed super conduct. I could have did super conduct without, what's the name? Matter of fact, I could have got higher with Bennett. Now I think about it. But it's okay. We'll just do this team for Cryo, just for now. Now, before I go into it, obviously her normals don't do Cryo at all, unless I run Chongyun, right? Which I can show that one too. What I'm going for is taking this number, adding damage to that, and adding damage to this. He's going to increase the damage of that by way of giving me a second circlet, effectively. I'll do this. For any mathematicians out there, I'm basically getting a second circlet now, but I'm going to use this because I like that one. And then for him, I just want his burst up. I don't really care that much. And then we got Zhongli for the shred and protection. So I'm going to apply cryo, and I'm going to swirl it. So now this is gonna hit a lot. Okay. Well, that right there hit. Do you see it hit for 18? And then her burst hit for 29 or 19 or whatever. This is typically why you see people build for elemental damage. And I'm gonna swirl that because I'd rather him continuously swirl cryo instead of pyro. Now her skill hit for 28. So that's a cryo her. Right, so elemental damage typically is way stronger than physical damage, only because really animo characters, I hate to say it. Because you can swirl elemental damage. You can't swirl. If you could swirl physical damage, holy Jesus, physical would have a new shining beacon over it, but you can't swirl physical damage for obvious reasons. What's happening, Fumi? How you doing? What'd you say? So for characters that take advantage of elements and white numbers, his attack is better. It's best to choose which one you want to strengthen. Yes. So actually, let's talk about that for a second. Yeah, it wouldn't make. Yeah, that's like. It's pretty obvious why you can't swirl physical. Yeah. So now we're going to look at a pretty generalized build. Let me give her all her stuff back real quick. Where's Ayaka? I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. Okay. And we're going to get off Rosaria for a second. Actually, let me fix Rosaria and then we'll move to one more character. Yes. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right, cool. So Rosaria's back. All right. So now we're going to look at a little bit different of a scenario. Where is it at? I think I shredded that team. This actually was the slot. Physical Zhongli, this was the slot. Okay. I'm not going to do physical. I'm just giving him the team for now. Yay! Okay. So Zhongli. The reason I'm using him is because you can't swirl him. But I have a set that I want to kind of talk about. So we're going to give him this. And we're going to give him an attack goblet. Because I want to talk about this. Alright. Alright. So what in God's name are we doing with an attack goblet? And why would you ever use this piece? That is my question to the chat. Scoop literally just said it. But I'm just waiting for anybody else who seems like they... If you feel like you understand what Scoop said, let me know. Because I ran this on Zhongli for a very specific reason for a very long time. But there is a reason why you would run attack over an isolated damage type. I just want to make sure that the chat understands when an attack goblet is relevant. Outside of Kinkle's super niche Yoimiya situation. I guess I will just go ahead and speak on it. Okay, so I'm going to give him a set, or that, right? So you got two different damage numbers that's going to be coming off of Zhongli, right? No, I know you get it, Scoop. I was just making sure they got it. So you got two different numbers. You got a white number, and a yellow number, right? Now, you can either cater to the white number Or you can cater to the yellow number. What an attack goblet does is it caters to both numbers, but it caters to both numbers by a smaller amount. But it caters to both numbers, so you're not losing anything from both numbers. For example, if I run a physical goblet, no, you're fine. No, do your homework. If you're doing homework, that's way more important. So if I run a physical goblet, ignore the set bonus. If I run a physical goblet, the white numbers are stronger, but this is going to get no bonus. That's getting nothing from the goblet. That nothing in the goblet except the substats, if the substats are even respectable. That's getting nothing from the goblet. This is getting the whole goblet. Right? Whereas if I run a Geo Goblet, where's that G? If I run a Geo Goblet, right, now the pillar's getting the damage, but this is getting none of that goblet except for the substats, regardless of the substats. Ignore the substats, right? Whereas if you run an attack goblet is not going to be as strong as both the Geo and the physical, right? It's only going to be about 15% weaker than the two, but it's catering to both the physical and that. Right? So if you are in a position in your build where you are going to be using the physical and like for example, if I'm going to be using the physical and the pillar, I should probably give him a circlet just so I can crit, so the numbers are a lot more consistent. Either all crit or no crit. So I'll give him a crit circlet. Sure. 80, that's fine. So with an attack goblet, both my normals and my pillar are going to be buffed. I'm going to do this just so I have a shield. Hey, what's going on, Arden? Right? So that's what an attack goblet does. And that is the reason why I ran an attack goblet for the longest time. Because I wanted this to have a good number to it. But I also wanted his pillar to have something to it. And I wanted his burst to have something. And it have to be the best, but I was definitely going to be punching on something. Make sense? Now let's put a whole build together. Using an attack goblet. Which I surprisingly already have. Yep. You are way over crit, good sir. That's fine. Matter of fact, he is way too high. There we go. That's fine. Actually. Alright. I wanted to higher base attack. Burst, just for the shield. Throw a little funk in there now. Oh, you forgot, cuz? You messing with Zhong Li, homie. Burst. Ah, I missed. That is when an attack goblet. So if you look at the pillar, right? Scoop is literally giving y'all the game. If you look at the pillar, now we're going to put on a Geo Goblet. Now that is a relatively powerful Geo Goblet. Yeah, he be jumping around like crazy. Now, because we're looking at geo numbers, we're gonna. Nah, I need to stick with Masanori. Otherwise, the numbers would be like super skewed. So we were like 3,000 on the normals or whatever. Honestly, I don't know what those numbers are gonna look like now. Yeah, it's with the shield on. Yeah. Yeah, we lost a lot of damage on our normals. Not too much on the charge attack. Wow, didn't crit? Okay. Can I try a team? Yeah, that's fine. I need a burst. Bang! I didn't even get a number on homie. Okay. All right. Well, I think you guys get the point. Real quick. So that damage went up like a lot just off using the Geo Goblet. But that's the difference. I guess not. But that's the difference between using ignore the substats. Trust me when I tell you. Like the substats is why the normals were even up there. Like if you look at this versus the physical goblet versus the attack goblet, like yeah, that attack got 17, no attack. The physical 19, no attack. The Geo is 20, 21 attack. Like there's a reason, right? But long story short, like that's the difference in using attack, physical, so on and so forth. And if you notice, the attack wasn't super duper mega far off. It wasn't super far off, right? It wasn't until I started using like the Geo Goblet versus the physical goblet. That's where you start noticing the big difference. And your substats is what's going to mega carry the other damage type. And I'll be with you in a sec. Who's that? Miss Fatima? I'll be with you in a sec. Right? So your substats is going to carry like your crit ratio and your damage and the attack stat. This is generalized across other characters. Yalan is a different story. Right? These are going to carry the majority of your character outside of the goblet. Any questions at all regarding goblets? Like at all? Like anything at all? Wow, I'm waiting on a response on that one. Zhongli, Nahida, Xingqiu, Xiangling. Also, I need suggestions for each of them. I'm gonna need like $50 for that. You asking for the whole kit and caboodle? I'm joking, bro. So let's actually talk about. I kind of want to talk about that rather than just trying a team because I already know what's gonna happen, but I don't know if everybody else knows what's gonna happen, right? So let me just give Zhongli his little Zhongli situation back, and then I'll just kind of talk about it. This was. I'm looking for pink hair. Okay, well then I'll just give him back his stuff and then fix her. Whoa. Oh, because Ningguang. Yeah, hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. That's why that's why I was going to talk about the team. So, yeah, and the goblets don't increase your attack. They don't increase attack. They just increase overall damage, right? So, let's talk about the national team real quick. Not the whole team, but the cornerstones of the national. Bennett is kind of a stand-in for everything. So I'm not going to talk about Bennett. Bennett is a one-trick pony, right? But let's talk about national. That's my Mondstadt talent team. I went and named my teams yesterday. I have a flex team. Yeah, we'll just do this. Okay, so let's say we have Xiangling and Xing Cho, and I'm just gonna put like a healer or something. Okay, so we got Xiang. Okay, so Xiangling, Xing Cho. When it comes to these two, and this is for you, Fatima, I'm gonna let you know right now, and everybody in here knows this who plays this team. It doesn't actually really matter who you put on the team. Xiangling, or who is it? Zhongli and Nahida being on this team doesn't really change the team. It's more so you just want Zhongli to work, and you're putting these two in there to make him work. But you could put anybody with these two, and I could do it with Barbara. And magically Barbara works because these two, right? So if you're having burst uptime issues, I guarantee the issue is you don't have enough energy recharge. And it's probably because 1010 told you not to have that much energy recharge, or some other quote unquote high level player, right? But if you're coming from the ground up, unless you are farming artifacts like that, right? And you have an artifact library similar to mine, because I farm a lot of artifacts, but I don't farm nothing. You have 250 ER. If you have 250 ER on both, right? You want to, first off, make sure you have a sack sword, particularly R5. Do you have that on your Xing Cho? Because don't be out here capping, because I got roughly 250 myself. And I could switch that. I could change that to 250. Oh, that's why. You do not have a sack sword. Oh, you're R2. That could be why, actually. That might actually be why. So I don't have an energy recharge timepiece on, but I'll give her energy recharge timepiece. We'll give her this one. I'm going to break my set, but I don't care. All right, so 218. She's going to be harder to power than him because there's no sacrificial option for polearm. I'm going to say yet, because one exists, it's just not, you know. Hey, we'll do it with love. Nah, because if I do it with Dory, she's going to gain XP, and I don't want to give her XP. I'm not salty about Dory. I'm just saying. I'll do it with Razor, because I don't have a built Razor. So we'll do Razor, that, and then Bennett, and then Xiang. That's the order I run my national. But we could do anybody here. Tainari, I guess. I don't know. It don't matter. Or Nahida, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe we could just run the team they said, right? So Nahida, and then we'll put, who is it? Zhongli. And then yours, Xiangling. But my healer, I always got Xing Cho right there. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Mihoyo did something, so I'm just not going to play Dory. Right, so, okay. So when you have a R5 on your Xing Cho, this is what should happen effectively. It should be 100% chance. It's almost 100%, but it's basically 100%. And then he has a burst. Bam, right? Every time. He can start from 0 and he'll get a burst. Xiangling, on the other hand, you're going to have energy issues with her regardless, but her energy is mainly going to be coming back to you from the Favonius and from Xing Cho's, like, skill, as you can see, right? So if you have energy issues with those two, then it's the only thing I could think of is you're not running Favonius on her, and you're not running this weapon on him. Let me kind of explain the nuance of why, though, because there's a misconception where you can run a Favonius sword, but the Favonius sword on him is not like this weapon in his hands. And the reason why, as you can see, I hit my skill twice. And each particle that entered his body on him, okay, we'll talk about her in a second then. Each particle that he gained was being multiplied by the energy recharge you see right here. By hitting his skill twice, or being able to hit his skill twice, the way I want you to look at it is like you actually have a, what is that? A 476% energy recharge. That's what a sacrificial sword does for you. This is why polearms have an issue. This is also, if the conversation comes up during this stream, this is also why Toma is known to be trash. because there is no sacrificial option. He is literally just a pyro version of Diona, mechanically speaking. Like uptime, upkeep. He's Diona and Xingqiu incarnate without a He's Diona and Xingqiu without a sacrificial option. Toma is what happens when you don't have a sacrificial weapon on him and Diona, right? So you have a R2, but it might not be happening all the time, which is why it is relatively important to get a R5 if you can. So if you're at 250 energy recharge, right? I'm going to burn this. Let me get a shield real quick. Right, I'm going to go 1, 2, and I almost have a burst. If you have 250, you should have a burst. How should you do the rotation? In your situation, regardless, you want to actually collect all the particles on Xingqiu. That would be my recommendation. Because she's probably not going to have a lot of field time. Like nowhere near as much as he's going to have. And then when you're using Xingqiu does not, he doesn't snapshot. Right? So you do all his stuff first, and then you go into Bennett or Nahida or whatever. So as far as a rotation, if that's what you're asking, then it'd probably look something like this. So you would start Nahida. Right? You would do Xingqiu twice. Right? And then he would have half a bar, and then you would start her and then probably jump to Nahida or whatever you're doing it on. Right? Now, because he's probably passively collecting... Oh, hold on. If he's passively collecting energy, then you should see his burst come up. As you can see, it's almost full. So then you just start the rotation over again. Make sure to hit his burst before collecting. What I do, personally, I'll show you how I play Xingqiu. What I do is I try to burst before hitting the second skill. So he collects 2 skills worth of particles. And I'll show that. And I dash cancel it. There's this one guy, I'm just want to point this out. And Scoop, you know who I'm talking about. There's this one guy who swears that doing a dash cancel is rocket science, and that he's magically better than you because he can dash cancel a skill. Right? Like it's not rocket science. You just wait till he's upside down and then you hit the dash button. It's not like canceling a Magneto round. So anyway, I'll show you what I do. No, I swear, bro. Ask Scoop. Scoop knows. Scoop knows. I got 2 videos from Scoop about it. I'm like, bro, stop sending this dude to me, please. I love you, but I don't want to see a video from this guy anymore. So I dash cancel, collect, and then I do that again, and I collect the second one. So now I'm really almost good. So any passive energy I get from anybody else should push him over the top. That's what I do. Right? So then when his burst is off cooldown, as you can see, that's how I know when his burst is up. And when his burst is up, I know his skill is almost up. Right? So then I prep to do the rotation again. And I go dash cancel cast, and then I do it again, and then I collect. And then I switch. That's what I do. Personally. Right? But I think for me personally, it's important for me to do a skill burst skill for me. And I actually have to collect all the particles because his energy recharge is terrible. So I have to do that. I have to cast to pre-collect, and then I have to do that again. Right? And then he's almost full, because he is a terrible character when it comes to energy. So you really got to be kind of on top of his stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't even know why I threw that in there, Scoop. I'm sorry. I was salty that dude even. I don't know. I'm not even going to talk about it. Zhongli E, Nahida E, Xingqiu Q, then E twice. I mean, you can do that. You can, if his E is up, you can hit his E beforehand. Just the whole point is you actually want his energy empty while you're collecting 2 skill casts worth of particles. Is however you do that, that would be the way I would do it. Just however is easier for you though, because you're the one who has to hit the buttons. For me, I can do the skill dash cancel it to collect. And then, but if you burst first, because I bursted first, but sometimes if you burst first, it'll throw your rotation off a little bit. We could talk about that. I mean, it's really not a big deal. It's really not, right? I just want to do your rotation just so I know. Whoops. Oh, okay. So you're talking about doing this. Right? What did you say? You said do this, right? And then that, and then you go like this. Are you dash canceling his burst? I mean his skill? That it's a habit for me to dash cancel. I dash cancel everything in every game. Every game I play, it's a habit at this point. Oh, you just swap? No, because if you just hit it, it takes a little while. It's not bad. Like I said, it's not bad. The whole point is you just want to make sure you're collecting all the particles. That's the main part. What to dash cancel with a shield? With a shield, you just as soon as it pops out, you just dash. As soon as it pops out, you just hit dash. If you hit dash or jump. Jump, it's harder to keep it going with jump, but it saves stamina. Right, so like I dash cancel this so I can collect particles, and then I get like an extra second on my burst timer. That's the only reason I do it. It's like I said, it's like 1 second, so it's not that serious. Like if you need 1 sec, it's a habit at this point. I don't actually have to do it. It's just a habit. But if you actually need to dash cancel, you probably need better artifacts, really, right? But so that's why I'm saying it's fine to do this. Like doing this is fine. As long as you're doing it and collecting particles, you should be fine. Like you don't have to dash cancel. Right? By the way, this is like so not a built Nahida. And then you just throw this in every now and again. 1, 2, switch to her. Is this what you're doing? Basically? Was that? Yeah, sometimes. Like, I mean, it depends. He only lacks CR. I think for your Xingqiu, you lack refinements, is what the real issue is. Because you're probably only getting 1 E worth of particles. And that 1 E worth of particles, when that occurs, it's probably throwing everything off. That's what might be happening. Because I've had an R2 and an R3 that I've accidentally had on him at one point, and it's a difference. It does make a difference. It makes a pretty big difference. That's where you want like 300 energy recharge or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't dash cancel, I feel like sometimes he only collects half the particles. Sometimes. Kinka will know this one as a Hu Tao man, yeah. When to dash or dash cancel when your character's charges it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when your charge attack, yeah. But that goes into the build thing, too, when it comes to Xingqiu. Right? When I give you guys feedback on your Xingqius and your Xianglings, and you guys hear me say it all the time. I say it about him. I say it about, what do I say about the national team? I say the only thing that matters on him and her is energy recharge. That is literally it. Like, this is the only thing that matters. Once this is done, if you have nothing else to do in your Xingqiu, then you start working up his skill. Then you start working up his crit ratio. Then you start working up crit damage artifacts, crit this and crit that and crit and more crit. Then you do all that. Same thing with her. Like, it actually doesn't matter. Because of how strong they are actually super strong. Like, I'm telling you guys. Right? And then as far as the rotation, the little symbol on the side of the screen, the burst symbol, like Zhongli's has disappeared and Xingqiu's is there now. And now Zhongli's is back. That's your rotation marker. You don't even really have to worry about the rotation if they have a whole bunch of ER. It'll tell you when they're ready to switch in. if you got enough ER on him. And then all you do is you pull him in, make sure to hit his burst before his skills at some point. Just make sure his thing is empty and that you collect 2 skills worth of energy. As long as you can do that, because of how many particles he's generating, she's going to have a bunch of passive. And as long as she has a Favonius, right, chances are she's going to have a crit ratio, right? You just swing a couple times, she gets 3 particles, throw out Gooba, and then she should have a burst. Then you hit her burst, and then you switch to whoever else, and now you only... Because really, if you're playing these two, like, comfortably, you're not really playing these two. You're playing these two. And every so often, you just pull this character, you just pull him in, do a thing, you pull her in, do a thing, and then you switch back to who you're actually playing. That's kind of how it works. You know what I mean? Yan Fei? So, I mean, we could talk about team building. Because it's not really finna be... Well, yeah, no, I get Burgeon. Like, I get why, right? But we could talk about team building if you want to do that. Because at that point, we're talking about... Okay, so I have a term I use called sticky skills. Sticky skills, sticky bursts, all that jazz, right? Sticky and persistent, right? So persistent just means like this. Bam. All right, so that's doing a thing, but Zhongli's not here. This is doing a thing, but Zhongli's not here, or Xiangling is not here, right? As long as you have characters who can do a thing without being there, it doesn't really matter who is there, right? But when you have a character like Yan Fei, who cannot do a thing, right? Right? When you have a character like Yan Fei who cannot do a thing while not being there, right? The purpose of that team now is to drive her. So you just set up all their non-on-the-field things, right? You do all their non-on-the-field things, and then you just go to her and do her. And then when you start seeing bursts come up, then you just rotate. No, trust me, it's not even about the reactions. The reactions will come as a byproduct of the playstyle. I can switch her out for any character that needs to be on the field. I can switch her out for D-Luke, and it'd be the same. Like, it's the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter. I can switch her out for any character that has to be on the field, right? I can switch, like, who has to be on the field? Tartaglia. I can switch Xiangling out for, if they have to be on the field, that's that spot. This spot is the have to be on the field character. In what you're talking about. Right? Then we have, because I want everybody to pay attention to what we're actually looking at. What we're looking at is a exclusive to on-field DPS character. Then we have off-field DPS, and off-field DPS, quote unquote. We'll put it like this: on-field action, off-field action, off-field, off-field. That's what we're looking at. 1 on-field, 3 off-field. It could be EM. The build doesn't matter. I'm talking about playstyle. I'm talking about team building. The build will come as a byproduct to the team build. For example, if we run like this situation, just to give you an example, if I run this situation, right, what build is the Raiden Shogun using? You see what I'm talking about? Her build changes based on the team. You see what I'm saying? Wait, who was here? Oh, Chi-Chi. Right, so, yeah, EM show, exactly, right? So we know that we want this to be the team, right? So at that point, we have somebody who's going to be on the field, and then we're going to have 3 off the field. So the only thing that matters is he able to do what he's supposed to do off the field? Is she able to do what she's able to do off the field? And is he able to do what he's supposed to do off the field? In order for you to do what you need to do off the field, you need energy recharge, period. You don't actually need anything, and you just need whatever you want to give him. Once you have those builds in place, you figure out what you want to do with her. Okay, cool. I want her to do EM things because EM lols or something. So I want to do a whole million EM McEM on top of EM McEM. So I'm just gonna give her EM. I'm gonna give her T. I'm gonna just give her TF just for now. Ignore the set bonus. Where's a EM thing? I got one laying around. There it goes. Yeah, so EM, so bam, we got EM 594 plus 480 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I did not see a message. Yes, but how is he going to do that? No. You got. Let's back up to the beginning. How is he going to create dendro cores? He can't do it like this, and you can't do this off field. So how is he creating dendro cores? I guess you can run into the guy. You could do that, right? I could do this and create dendro cores. Yes, but am I running into him with the skill? I can do it. I can do it with a skill. Am I doing it with a skill or am I doing it with his burst? No. I'm trying to break it all the way down. How am I applying hydro? Am I doing it with the skill passive? Am I doing it with this? No, I'm not asking. I already know how he's doing it. I'm asking you how. Am I doing it because I'm running up and applying hydro like this? Okay, so he does not need energy recharge. Is that what you're saying? You're saying he does. You're saying so we're not doing it by burst, right? He'll have his usual build. Well, no, that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? So he's not applying hydro by burst. So I can take this off, and I could take this and switch this to like this. Is what you're saying, right? So now I have borderline no energy recharge, and I just have a weapon that sounds like it works with Dendro, right? Also, he does need ER, but why does he need ER if I'm not doing it by burst? Does he need a burst or no? Yeah, so he needs a burst. Yeah, so he needs ER, right? Okay, now what does she need? And this is the part that people usually get confused on. What does she need on a burgeon situation? Oh, you said I could do this though. And just you said I could just walk around and apply hydro. That's why I was like, wait, what? Are you sure? I mean, I can. She needs deep wood for what? She needs deep wood for the ER? So are you asking about the build or do you know the build? Because it sounds like you know the build. So do you know the build and just want to see the build or do you not have the build or because if you don't, because it sounds like you know the build. No, it's for additional shred. That's why Zhongli's there. He's a universal shred and survivability. If I approve, of course I approve. What? I approve. Look, with no artifacts, I approve. Look, you don't even need Deepwood. The minute you start tacking on all the extra DPS, of course I approve. She doesn't have to be C4. If you're talking about Zhongli and shield mechanics, like you're probably running all EM anyway. But what I would do, the only thing I would do is I would not run triple EM if that's what, were you talking about running triple EM? Because you're probably going to get a good amount of it from Nahida. And I don't know if you're running, yeah, not triple EM, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're probably running like a 4-piece, like anyway. Like, so maybe this I had an EM piece. I'm still waiting to get an EM piece, so we're just going to have to sacrifice like 1 piece. But that's okay. So we'll do this. Oh, you're doing 2-piece, 2-piece. So you're doing this. I'm not giving up that flower. I don't know if I want to give that flower up. You know what? I got this. All right, so you're doing that, right? So now we got 347 plus whatever you got going on here. Right? And realistically, if you got triple EM for her on a 4-piece gilded, then that's kind of, well, not, would it be 4-piece gilded? Almost, yeah, maybe 4-piece Dendro for her, and then 4-piece gilded for her. I would say almost say 4-piece gilded for Yan Fei. No. He'll definitely have the burst. Let's just play it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like he will have a burst. Now on Yan Fei, maybe not so much, but he definitely will have a burst. I'm just refreshing my shield. Oh, he got funky. I ain't even refreshed my what's the name yet. Make sure to collect. Yeah, like I said, I guarantee he'll have a burst. As long as you're collecting on Xingqiu, like you'll be fine. Xingqiu is he's self-powered. I mean, provided you like rotate him right. R5, bunch of energy recharge, and then you just rotate him. Just hit your burst before. Just make sure you collect your particles after hitting your burst, and he'll have an uptime. Yeah, no, I know the exact team I'm looking at. I know exactly where you're going. Like, because the team build, putting the team together is what I was concerned about. I wanted to make sure people understood why, like, how Yan Fei fits in. And, like, you're, like, because what I don't want people to think is that you're doing this. Like, you're not doing this. And you're not doing this. And he's not there to do that. He's not there to swing or hit sword shields and swords, and he's not there for none of that. He's there to hit his burst. She's there to do this and hit her burst. And he's there to do a shield, and then she takes the reign from there, and that's it. I just was making sure the chat I know you understand. I was just making sure the chat understood. Because this is it's like I want to make sure people understand when they're putting teams together. Because here's what I'm concerned about, right? We would have something like, well, can't I use Tartaglia? Right? Well, what's the conflict here now? What's the problem? Right? We got a Hydro. We got a Pyro. But what's the problem? Dude, he was the first 5-star character I pulled on this account, and I hate it. I hate this guy. No. I'm waiting for anybody else to answer, though. I want to make sure that people understand. Right? Right? What's going on, Mindy? Well, yeah, he doesn't. Okay, well, yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, so I'll let you answer. Yeah, so long story short, yeah, he doesn't have anything off field, meaning that when I do this, right, there's nothing he can do off field. There's nothing. Even his burst is not off field, right? Let me see. Well, okay, I don't need to show it, but yeah, his burst is not even off field. So when she comes in, I'm getting nothing hydro. Yeah, he's hydro, but he doesn't work for the scenario. Right? It's almost like, I'll give you another one that I've gotten this before. You pulled the Skyward Spine? That is actually not bad. I've gotten this one before. What about Kaching? I could use Kaching. Well, same thing. Kaching's not off field. Once she goes away, that's the end of your Electro. And if you want to consider her burst off field, it's only off field for all of like 1 second. And that's in a dash cancel quick swap scenario. You'd have to hit her burst, dash cancel, then swap. And only for like a half a second do you still have Electro being applied with like 1 ICD. So it's like, no. There you go. Right? So now, okay, well, what about Fischl? Perfect question. Fischl works because why? Because she can still do Electro things off field. Right? This is what makes off field characters so powerful. This is why they are super powerful. If you go through the archive, there's a handful of main DPSs that are super strong and sought after. Right? Ito might be one. You know what I mean? Sinnoh might be one. The Raiden Shogun might be one. Might. But she has off field. Ayaka might be. Ayaka is definitely one. Hu Tao is one. Right? Eula, maybe. Zhao. But there's like a handful, though, that's like sought. Like they're not even really like sought. Like Hu Tao and Ayaka are like the ones that are sought after. Like people like make whole animes about these two. Subreddits, like there's things about these two, right? Then you have off-field DPS. Right? Same thing with Eula. Same thing with, yeah. Eula is like whale bait, though. She's like for the $20,000, $50,000 accounts. But then you have off-field. This is where he comes in. This is where Kazuha comes in. This is where Nahida comes in. He does more damage than Nahida. But Nahida's more important. Why are people more excited over Kuki Shinobu than Yaimiko? Why do people like Ayato more than Tartaglia? Why is Xiangling still beating out every other 5-star character? Why is Xiangling featured on a team if she exists? Right? So, off-field is very, very important. Well, Ayato's more fun because he can do things without having to be present. He can do this. This is what made her so popular. Because she can do this and walk away. I promise you. This is why Xing Cho exists. This is why Xing Cho is still one of the god. This is why the god characters are the god characters. God characters are god characters for that reason. They're integral to... I remember saying this, I don't know, I think it was about a year ago. And I was like, I think the best characters in this game are characters who can function on the field and off the field equally. If you can do this on the field and be competent, and you can do this and be off the field, and competent, you are an S tier character by default. And then it'll adjust up and down based on your performance in those two scenarios and competition in this, in that given scenario. What's your competition like? And that'll bump you up and down the tier list. But if you are off field and on field, your default rating is an S tier immediately. You are immediately putting an S tier, and then your stats and all that will adjust it from there. But if you only can function at one point in the game, you are by default a B, or you're an A or a B tier by default. Because you only have one thing that you're good at, and that one thing, that's it. Hey, happy birthday, Tokyo! All right, cool. But any questions though? Any questions about the team building, at the philosophy behind the team building, right? On field, off field, right? Virgin, Hydro, Electro. Why did we pick Hydro? Why did we pick Electro? And yes, we are gonna be singing you happy birthday, bro. So you better not go nowhere. You know what I mean? Oh no, we gonna get it in. Don't you go nowhere. I'm just making sure we ain't got no questions. Are we good? Thank you for that, by the way, Unitas. I do appreciate you for asking. You and who else was that? Somebody else asked about a team. Your name escapes me. It was, where you at? Fatima. Yeah, Fatima. Yeah, thank you to both of y'all, actually. Yeah, he's not on. I like Ning Guang. She's not off field at all. Ning Guang is Ning Guang. She is not off field at all. It is what it is. You just play who you like. Right? But when you're putting a team together, those are things to consider when you're putting a team together. But I want you guys to be able to answer these questions for yourselves, though. So when you're like, hey, does this character go good with this character? And it's like, well, can this character function off the field? Can this character function off the field? That's the determining factor. Right? Or is there a window where this reaction can react with this, and then it makes sense? This is where stuff like this comes in. If I do this and I do this is what makes him and Bennett so incredible together. Really, any animal character. I'm gonna show you guys this, and then we're gonna jump immediately to happy birthday, cuz. So I'm gonna go here. Right? Now, I'm gonna have to DPS them down at some point. I just need a whole lot of not elements to show you guys this. So when you have an Animo character, it could be Sucrose, Kazuha, Zhao in some cases. You could do stuff like this. One, and then you just do this. And then for whatever reason, Pyro is just applied. And then you don't even need, now Kazuha's the driver and it's just Pyro everywhere. Yeah, you can do it with Venti. Let me get a little more Pyro in there. Now you would think in this scenario that Bennett would have to be on field for all this Pyro, but when you're dealing with an animal character, typically speaking, you don't need them on they just gotta apply it once, right? So the cooldown, they don't have to do anything off field. That's the point I'm getting at. There are scenarios that exist where they don't have to be like an off-field driver. You could pull D-Luke out and be like 1, 2, 3, and then now you got your Pyro and you could just drive with your character who can sustain that Pyro or whatever. There are scenarios like that, right? But it's stuff like that. It's the knowledge of these little nuances in the game that I want to make sure you guys are aware of, and that you guys are willing to take chances and get creative with your ideas, right? And because that's how we find this stuff out. Me, Kinkle, Scoop, Leon, you know what I mean? Burger, Glalie. That's how anybody who does this. What's the name? Hifumi. That's how all of us get this stuff together. Is we try it. You don't know until you try it, right? So if you're like, I wonder if I can keep driving Electro. guess what? You can. You go bink, and then now you can just keep Electro going. That's what animal characters do, right? Does this character work with X animal character? Chances are yes. There's 4 elements that an animal character can drive. Cryo, Hydro, Pyro, Electro. If whoever you're pairing them with is one of those 4, basically they work with everything but Animo, Geo, and Dendro. Animo, Geo, Dendro, they don't work well with the unless the other elements are involved. If the other elements are involved, fine. But if it's only Animo, Geo, Electro, they don't work with those. They can't do anything with that. Right? So get creative with if you like your animal characters. This is why I'll be talking about Zhao on national teams and Zhao with Beto and Zhao with this and that, and everybody's like, no, Zhao should not. And I'm like, all right, man. I'm sure somebody tried it, but if you ain't got a God tier C6 Jade Spear 200 crit damage Zhao, hey, you might want to try one of them swirl VV Zhaos just to see what happens. Just to see what happens, cuz. Just to see. You ain't got to be EM nowhere. You just shredding. That's all. You just do a little shred, a little 40% shred. That'll bolster his damage at least a little bit while he doing things with Xiangling and all the things, you know what I'm saying? Take a Heizo, turn it, you know what I'm saying? Get creative. He's an animal character. He can run VV. He can shred 40% defense from whatever Xiangling and Xingqiu does. And you don't got to do plunge attacks. Those 2 characters will instantly make any character on your team good. Oh man, this character sucks. Give him Xingqiu and Xiangling. Magically, they're better. I will show you here in just a second. Double Animo is good with other elements. I use double Animo Heizo. You know who I double Animo yesterday? I had the team here and I didn't have it. Or I had the team, but you know what I mean? It was this. I forgot what I was doing with this team. I forgot what I was farming. But I was farming something, and double Animo was kind of where it was at. I actually had mono Animo for a while, and mono Animo actually is kind of insane because of the characters, bro. Anyway, where you at, Tokyo? It's about that time, cuz. Tokyo, you here? I know you ain't ran off. Where you at, Tokyo? The minute he typed one thing, I'm about to get it in. I'm about to take me some cold flu medicine. You are here? All right, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tokyo. Happy birthday, got it myself. I don't know what I said. Happy birthday to you. Get it in, boy. You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday, man. I hope you're having a great one. You know, stay blessed. You know what I mean? I hope you get everything that you was asking for. I hope you did good this year. I hope you had good karma invested, planted some good karma seeds. You know, they come back and start blessing you. You know, you get that top shelf, you know, PC gaming system or that PS7. I'm dead serious. I hope you have a good one today, man. Straight up. Straight up. Like for real, man. Spit out my... It's all good. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to you, Tokyo, man. Hey, go enjoy your birthday, man. Go enjoy your birthday, straight up. Get off this stream. Go spend time. If your family there and your friends is there and y'all turned up, go turn up with your family, man. Straight up. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Real talk. I almost just spilled my chili. Oh, snap. Hey, we turned, cuz. But yeah, so any questions at all? Anybody got some? Matter of fact, I do want to take some time, and I want you guys to throw whatever random ideas. If you have any questions about random characters, right? Any ideas that you guys have, run them past me now. Right? Because after this, I do want to talk about set bonuses for a little bit. You have a question? What's your question? I'm going over my grandma's later to celebrate, so I'll just be chilling here. Okay, no worries. You're more than welcome. You already know what the deal is, brother. You already know what it is. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I got all my brothers and sisters. Well, I had to include brothers in there. Brothers and sisters with me. Huh. Hey, hey, we are family. All right, I'll stop. Start losing subs singing. Hey, yeah, what's your question, though? I'm going back to a Zhao main team, and you know me with mostly 4 stars on that account. Should I continue on my Xiangling? I'm keeping Kokomi on there. Already on sub, that part. It's your call on that account. Now, with questions like this, the first place that my mind goes is it's an MMO philosophy. We call it the Trinity, right? We call it either the Triad or the Trinity. It's the healer, the tank, and the DPS, right? Do you need all 3, or can you sacrifice one, right? Or or can you operate with only one, right? As you can see on this team, really every team that I have, right? I always have a triad or the Trinity. I got my DPS, healer, tank. DPS, healer, tank. DPS, healer, tank. It's every single team. This is, I got a healer and a Hita, right? It's every single time. No matter what it doesn't matter what the team is. She doubles as a healer, right? That's every time. So if you, what's up, Waddles? How you doing? So if you, tank would be like a shield. The tank is the person who doesn't get hurt by taking damage. That's what a tank typically is. They either have some extreme form of damage reduction or damage nullification, like they just don't take damage. This is where Zhongli comes in. He is by definition a tank, right? Now, a healer is just there to restore the health bar. That's all they do, right? Tanks usually take damage, and then a healer heals the tank. A tank also is the person who either absorbs the hits or take aggro. In this game, a tank is really just a person who provides a shield. That's a tank, right? A high HP can be a tank too. But with high HP, you are going to need a healer for that high HP. For example, Kokomi by herself can be a tank, and so can Barbara, because their HP pools are so high. And they're healers, right? What in God's name are you guys typing? Yeah. She's like a tank healer, yeah. So as long as you can survive with Kokomi, if you need Kokomi, keep Kokomi. Now, if you're going to go back to being a Zhao main, right, it just depends on what you're going to be doing with your Zhao, right? I will give you a little bit of advice, though. Zhao, in a nutshell, is every single solitary other animal character in this game. He is basically the same as every other character in this game. I have not seen a DPS animal character with a different build. Every DPS animal character has the exact same build. Right? So it all depends on if you're running him with elements or not. If I personally ever pulled Zhao, I would be the one Zhao that would break the norm, because I can't stand seeing a VV character with a whole VV set opportunity not utilizing the VV set in one way, shape, or fashion. You got this guy here, and this guy exists, and we are not running VV. Sucrose exists, and we're not running VV, and he needs a battery, air quotes. So if he needs a battery, and there's an element that he can put out that we could sustain on the field, why are we not sustaining that element on the field and VV shredding that on top of the damage that we're doing? Right? So me personally, I would run a VV set with DPS stats and have like Xiangling and him or something. If you want to run a Kokomi, it's basically the same thing. It's just instead of pyro, it's hydro. Like, it's what I do when I'm collecting particles for, I just swirl hydro when I'm out here now because I'm collecting certain pieces. But the purple is, I have a VV set, but the purple, I'm assuming it's purple set, but the purple set is more. Yes, the purple set is going to be stronger for him. So it just depends on the other characters at that point. How have I been? I could be better. I will put it that way. Not people. Vermilion, yeah, yeah. I'm fine emotionally and mentally. It's just I'm physically not doing the greatest right now. And this is like one of the very few times where, yes, I am very much so sick. So we have some hydro. I know it's raining. It's just for context. I probably should have did that with Venti. Let's do it with Venti. Because Venti doesn't give bonus damage. Venti just gets energy recharge. He's bonus damage on burst, I guess. But we'll do it with Venti anyway. We'll do it. We'll do it in the VV domain. Because they take physical. They have a physical bonus in there. I wouldn't take Kea for permafreeze. If you're doing hydro, I would put an electro character there. I'm just trying to kind of mimic like the damage in a weird way without it being too crazy. Voice back? What do you mean? Oh, it sounds better? I hope so. Oops. Oh, thank you. Blink? Is that what you say, little lady? Blink. Brian pulled Kokomi out since the beginning of this domain. Yeah, I would probably run VV. The only reason I would run VV is because I'm confident I would get pretty good substats on him. I think, for me personally. For me personally, like I feel like I could get better than that and better than that. Like I would not every piece like that, but I would get like I feel like I could get some pretty good pieces, and that's probably why I would run. Me personally would run VV. I would just substat carry the other 18% or whatever the percent is off of Vermilion. What is wrong with that little side thing? Y'all see that? Has the flu? I mean, I don't anticipate being down like bad for too long. I should be okay. I should be okay. You know what I mean? I'm just not doing the greatest right now. You know, things will get better though. You know, I'd say probably like another week or so or something like that. Yeah, yeah. I got COVID. I'll put it that way. I got tested positive for COVID, so I'm just kind of, yeah. Yeah, the vision was flickering, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, if you just use the best substats that you got, right? But if your substats are lacking, that's kind of the point I was going at. If your substats are lacking, then I would opt you go for the VV set to supplement, right? Unless you got like really good subs, like just really good substats. If you got really good substats, then I would go for the Vermilion set in a mono scenario. You know what I mean? And then just make sure to take Bennett with you, regardless if you got Kokomi or not. I would take Bennett just for for supplementary damage in the event you might need it, because you're only sitting in one spot doing plunge attacks anyway. Like Zhao's just doing this, right? So it's not like you're running around and moving. You know what I mean? So maybe I don't know. I don't know. Now I think about it. You ever thought about Zhao? You ever thought about Zhao, Kazuha, and Bennett? Like Kazuha just to keep everybody there, and then Bennett for the healer buff, and then Zhao because he's Zhao. You know what'd be dope too? Is if they had an item you can equip where you could switch characters in midair. So you could do that with Kazuha and then switch to what's his name? Oh, I never tried it with a catalyst user. Hey! Works with catalyst. Come on. We might have to try that one day. All right. Sorry, Jack's people ain't do nothing to me. I don't know what you talking about. Had to block someone for sending me smile dog trying to. What the heck is this? I don't. Y'all internet kids and what is a smile dog? All right. So anyway, any questions? Any questions at all? Because the last thing I wanted to talk about was set bonuses, and that is pretty much it. I should probably put her build back on. That's Nahita's. I honestly do not remember the build. I think that was it. But it was with this. Holy Jesus, what was the build? Yeah, I could do that. Like when and when not to do run DPS. Bro. Hold on, give me one sec, y'all. Cause I keep looking at that piece and I'm like, that is not your piece though, cuz. That's not yours either. Where's that random hold on, give me one sec, y'all. I gotta fix all my builds. That is nobody's. Okay. Okay, that's yours. Okay. 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 You had Gladiator, cuz. Okay. Yep. You had full E. You had all EM. That is not yours. Yeah, she was a placeholder for my EM situation. That is not Fischl's. Okay. I know you had that. I feel like you had that. You had to have that, which means you had to have this, which means you had to have the Gladiator and the Gladiator Circlet. And then you had crit, yeah, and then you had crit rate on your electro, whatchamacallit. Yep. See? Yeah, bro. I'm like, what? My God. Okay. All right. Is it? I'm assuming it's just a dog that smiles. Crit damage circlet, and it could be for our Yato swag. No, I wouldn't do Rosaria. I would put an Electro character on that team. Because Zhao's going to infinitely break permafreeze. So I would do like the Raiden or somebody else. He be gearing out for like an hour? I mean, it shouldn't take that long. I mean, I could like sit here and mess with stuff for like a long time, but I'm not finna gear out for an hour. But yeah, let's talk about DPS characters. Or non-DPS characters. So there's only a handful of scenarios where DPS doesn't matter in a character. Like, well, building a traditional DPS doesn't matter. We can do it for like that. That's just a meme. Hilarious. Let me see. I don't think oh yeah. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do her because she's the closest thing to it, I think. Because her burst only scales with HP, and I don't have Yelan. I wish I had Yelan. So I could kind of speak to that one, because I did kind of want to speak to that. But we could talk about non-DPS characters, right? I don't want to get into Nahida, unless you guys want to get into Nahida. But Nahida is one of those characters where you can put a non-DPS build on her, and it actually gives you DPS. Like Nahida DPS. I'm not talking about, like, reaction DPS. It gives you DPS in Nahida. Like, competent DPS. Anyway, yeah, that's complicated. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Venti. Okay. Venti, matter of fact, let's talk about Kazuha. This is probably the best one. So we have this guy with this guy, right? I'm going to put the build that everybody and their mama, I'm going to tell you guys right now, you guys know exactly how I feel. I hate this build, but I see it every single stream. Every single stream. You guys know I hate this build, but I see it every stream. He has, no, not even that much. He'll have like this or something, right? Yeah, and this will be like the Kazuha. Maybe not that. It'll be like a crit damage weapon or something. Yeah, it'll be something like that, right? I hate this build. It's that, all the stats will be like godlike. It'd be like, bro, this is like really, really good. Like, what? Why would you not? Like, you tripping. Like, you don't want that Kazuha? You sure? Like, look at that. Look at it. It's amazing. Like, yeah, it is. Right? It's fantastic. But it's a niche scenario. And there are only two circumstances where 323 EM on Kazuha, whereas a ratio like this, there's only two scenarios where that is actually even approvable, where I can even approve of that. Right? Okay, Tokyo. There's only two scenarios. One is if you have C6 Kazuha. That's one. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is if you main Kazuha and that is the end of the story. There's no other reason outside, there's no other option on your account. There's no other desire on your account outside of, I want to hit buttons with this character. I don't want to hit buttons with her. There's a whole lot of hers. Him, her, him. I don't care about nobody else. I want Mr. Cosmeister to hit buttons. That is the only character I want to hit buttons with. That's it. Him and him only. I want to do this. Dash cancel. Ninja. Charge attack. Charge attack. That is that's it. If it's not one of those scenarios, if at any point in time this happens, you do not need that much power on Kazuha. If at any point in time this happens, you do not need that much power on Kazuha. If this happens, and then you do this, you do not need that build on Kazuha. At all, ever. Ever, never. You never need that build on Kazuha. It is and the reason why it is a absolute waste of power being on him, whereas that weapon should be on someone like Kea, respectfully. Where is Ayaka? Oh. Hold on. There we go. Say what? I mean, you can run Thunder and Fury. But either way it goes, you don't run this build. You can, right? But this is one of the characters that the amount, I'll put it to you this way. And this is, I don't want to get too deep into it, but the main reason why you run EM on Kazuha is you double dip into the EM scenario on Kazuha. It's double dipping effectively, right? So let's give Jean her stuff back. This is why EM is so powerful on this guy. And then you can get that back because I want the other stats. And give me my EM back. Say what now? I thought I had another one. All right, whatever. So anyway. So EM being really powerful on him is really a thing. Now, you don't have to run this weapon. You can run this. You can run a Favoni. The weapon really kind of doesn't matter, realistically, right? The reason I'm running this is because it's fun. I'm not running this because it's effective. I'm running it because it's fun, right? I can still hit a million buttons with Kazuha and get things done without having to sacrifice that goblet on him, right? That goblet is going to go on somebody like Heizo, who can actually use the goblet. Somebody like the Wanderer. That's who needs to be getting that goblet. Putting all that DPS on Kazuha is a waste of DPS. Because Kazuha will never hit 100,000 on one button, whereas Heizo can hit 100,000 on one button. Why are you giving the 100,000 artifact to a character that can't even obtain 100,000? And if you're hitting 100,000 on skill with Kazuha, do whatever you did with that Kazuha with Heizo, and Heizo will hit like 400,000. And I'm not kidding. So you're kind of lying to yourself at that point. With the exception of just simply liking to hit buttons. I can respect it if you like to hit buttons. But most of Kazuha's power is coming from the fact that you could just sprinkle something, right? And then that is just swirling that stuff is doing all the damage. Right, you see those blue numbers, and it's like, think about it like this. I don't know how to explain it. Like, if I do this, and I do this, so I hit 4,000, right? Now I hit 5,800, right? I'm just giving myself, like, artifacts to my other characters. And that's with 700. That's with 700 EM. Right? Like, he's such a totally different character when you put EM on him. As a support character, you can run him DPS. But just know the difference of when you're running DPS and what like it's like trying to put attack on her, right? Have I showed you guys that? Have I? I don't think I've ever even spoke on this. Like hey, what's going on, Akaza? There's an attack. Don't ever do this. You can, but I don't recommend it. But there's an attack Kokomi. It's super. It's like don't do it, but you can. For all intents and purposes, you can. I'm just base attack, great, right? And then we're gonna run like attack stats because attack, whatever, just attack, right? We're just running attack, right? Why are we running attack? Because people like running DPS Kazuha. So if people can run DPS Kazuha, I can run an attack Kokomi. Wanna know why? Because this by itself scales with attack, and those are some really, really strong numbers. You see how you cringed in your pants? Like, this is very strange. Why is he running attack on Kokomi? It's the same reason why people would run DPS on Kazuha. You see what I'm saying? I can run attack on Kokomi. These scale with attack. Maybe I don't want DPS on her skill. Maybe I don't care about the buff I'm getting on burst. I have a 100% burst uptime in damage by running attack on her. So who cares? Right? Let's go ahead and try that, Kokomi. Let's see what happens. Could you help me out with an Ito and Kea build? Well, we're talking about how to build, right? So I'll walk you through how to build it, but I'm not going to give you the build. That's not the point of this build. That's not the point of this stream. The point of this stream today is teaching people how to build and exploring the whys and whats and whatnot. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, cool. So my normal hits for 7,000 or whatever. I could swirl it. And now I'm hitting for 2,600 and I'm happy. I hit my burst, I'm hitting for 6,000. Fantastic. It's cringy, but I can do it. I get Mona in there, more damage. I'm gonna make an attack build. Let's do it. Let me see, 842 plus, so 2,300. So that number needs to be super high. So here's what we finna do. You think I'm joking? Y'all think I'm joking? We finna make an attack Kokomi right now. Alright, so what are we doing here? What we're going to do is we're going to take Kokomi. We're going to have a Hydro buff. We're going to add a whole bunch of attack. As much as I can, because this is going to be terrible. Right? And then we're going to buff generalized damage. So we're doing all the buffs. All the hyper... all the things. Right? Jean's signature weapon is that she has no signature weapon, but we like to say it's the Aquila Favonia. You know, technically it's the Freedom Sworn, but we're not going to go there. That's like saying the Wit Sith is Mona's weapon. Bink. Nope. I got some 4,000s and that's without Mona. Get a burst, man. Get a burst, man. Here we go. Hey, did you see that 51,000? I think that was Mona though. Yeah. All right. Lesson plan. Did I build Kokomi correctly at all? At all. She got 2,300 attack. She got some really high multipliers in this crown. Did I build her correctly? I know it was Mona. I know. Right, scaling her with attack. Yeah, you saw Lost Prayer. Did I build Kokomi correct? Hey, she's D-scale with attack. They scale with attack, right? If they scale with attack, what am I doing wrong? Nope. Still can't crit. That's the question. It doesn't matter about set bonuses, by the way. We can completely ignore set bonuses. I can do like this. Right, hold on. Before I start messing up my whole build situation. Before I start ruining everything now. Okay. So I'm gonna give her HP from that. I'm gonna give her HP or Hydro or something from here. And then I'm gonna give her healing bonus from Tenacity. Right? Set bonus don't even matter of fact. I'm gonna give her a Hydro. That she ain't got no set bonus. But now she got HP, Hydro, healing. Right? No worries, Akaza. Hey, take it easy, brother. Yeah, queue is closed. This is just class is in session today. We're just doing class today. I'm too sick. I'm too sick to juggle a lot. I can't juggle a queue right now. To be honest, completely honest with y'all, I can't juggle a queue right now. I don't have the mental capacity. But there is something that has been happening for I think a couple of weeks now, and that is that no, I'm not doing reviews today, but that is that somebody's been asking for recommended builds, and I'm like, okay, this is something that we didn't really do in. Like we would get questions on what's the build, and what we would do in DWP is we would just pull the people aside and be like, oh, well, let me explain how to build this character because I don't know what mods you got and I have no idea what you're doing with this character. But instead of giving you a build, I need to show you how this character works more than anything. So I'm covering like how to build. Boop, boop, boop. You know what's crazy? I kind of feel like the other one worked. The numbers ain't the same. But this one, I'm hitting buttons. Almost level 55. Almost AR 55. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're good, Applejacks. But yeah, no, the queue is closed today. Are we doing a carry stream? I think it's gonna be it should be. I think other people can probably gonna have to jump in for a little bit. Because until I'm confident that everybody is cool, understanding like how to build, because that's the important piece. That's more important than getting carried. Getting carried is not as important as knowing how to build. right now. Like, knowing what to get is way more important than just getting stuff right now. Knowing why he has a mist-splitter. Knowing why, instead of a mist-splitter, I would want a Favonius sword. Knowing why, right? Not even for me, but that way you can make justified decisions on your account. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Can you join as a content creator? Bro, if you mess with us, you just are part of the family. It don't matter what you do. Are you talking about like becoming? What do you mean by joining as a content creator? If you just make content and you want if you're talking about the in-house creator thing, just send me your YouTube link. I think you should be in there, Applejacks. If you're talking about in the Discord, is that what you're talking about? But let me just tap in with everybody real quick for this build thing, because I want to make sure you guys are good. Because I still haven't talked about set bonuses. Set bonuses I did want to cover. It is pretty important. You'll explain later? Okay. BIGPOPPA. No info for the DEA. All right, so I'm going to 2-piece some swag, and then we're going to jump right into set bonuses. One I wanted to talk about was the Crimson set. Let me go ahead and pull the Crimson set up, and that way I can talk about it while we are sitting here looking at it. Start off on your Toma. No, I'm just pulling the Crimson set, just the set bonus. I'm just pulling the set bonus. Matter of fact, no, because I don't want to pull yours and then be, oh, we're doing reviews. He said he wasn't doing reviews. I don't want to do that. Let me see. So, I just want you guys to be able to read it. So, Crimson, right? Here is Crimson. Okay? So, when we read it, it says, it gives a pyro damage bonus of 15% to the wearer. But it increases overloaded and burning and burgeon damage by 40%, increases vaporize and melt damage by 15%, using the elemental skill, increases the 2-piece set bonus by 50% of its starting value for 10 seconds, max 3 stacks. Okay? The most important piece, I think, in my personal opinion, in this set is the 40%. Yeah, oops, it's not a carrier. This isn't a carrier stream. Excuse me. So while that is up, I'm going to give you guys one scenario to think about. When you would use this on a character that is not, first off, let me ask you this. Can you use this on a character that is not pyro? Does this work on a non-pyro character? That's my first question. And I'm actually going to wait for someone to respond, by the way. Do we still have what? Yes, we got Wilkins. This works on a non-pyro character. Okay. How does this work on a non-pyro character? You are correct, by the way, Waddles, but how? How do you do burgeon and burning and overloaded without a pyro character? If this is on a non-pyro character, who can use this set? What kind of character can use this? Well, with a pyro person on ground. On ground? Well, we got 40% react. We got a bunch of different elements in the game. Right? So if somebody who is not pyro, if if you can use this on somebody who's not pyro, who can use this set outside of pyro? Grass burn? Who you talking about? Dendro? Because in a second, I'm actually going to show you guys something. Because I want to expand your creativity. Not that it necessarily works, but I'm just going to, I just want to get you guys creative juices flowing. I want you guys thinking when you're going into your builds. You know what I mean? That way you start to see what we see as theory crafters. Animo can use it. Who else? Bennett is a good one with Thunder and Fury. Okay, you could. Okay, Thunder and Fury. Yeah, Dendro can use it. Okay, who else? Can Geo use it? Hydro. Okay, can Geo use it? Cookie for overload. Okay. Can Albedo use it? It's not a trick question. I'm waiting for somebody to answer if Albedo can use it. Why can Albedo not use it? No, it's not about ICD. If you had just Geo and just Pyro, can Albedo use this set? For the 4-piece set bonus. I'm not talking the 2-piece. For the 4-piece. Because, believe it or not, Scoop technically is correct. The real question is, can Zhongli or Ito use it? Or Noel? Mm-hmm. I'll give you a hint. The reason Albedo can use it is because he has a 4-second cooldown on skill. That's why. And C6 Bennett. 4-second cooldown with Pyro Infusion enables Albedo to use this set. That's why. But Ito, with a much longer cooldown on skill, is probably not going to benefit from this set. Let alone there's no override on his burst. Right? But if we're looking at just the 4-piece set bonus, Burgeon, Burn, Overload, Melt, Vaporize, who can use this set? If they're not Pyro. So we heard Electro, Hydro, Dendro, we got Animo. Can a Cryo character use it? Because once I go in the house, I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show you guys a Burgeon team. First, I'm gonna show you Burn, then I'm gonna show you a Burgeon team. So a cryo character can use it. So, in the event, you just need somebody to buff the damage of the reaction. You just need someone to buff the damage of a said reaction. What I want you guys to think about is that you don't necessarily have to put their respective element on the character for them to benefit. You just have to trigger the four-piece reaction. What Kinkle keeps bringing up is this right here. When you do an electro-based reaction, it reduces your cooldown. When you do a pyro-based reaction with this, it enhances the damage of the said pyro reaction. So in an event where you want your cooldown massively, I'll do both because I know Kinkle is mad excited for this one. So in the event you want a mad reduced cooldown, you can run you can run a four-piece Thunder and Fury. Let me get this back. No, that's on the wrong one, but that's okay. Right? You can run a four-piece Thunder and Fury and just have mad cooldown resets, provided you are doing electro reactions. Regardless of what the electro reaction is. As long as that character is triggering an electro reaction. So we're going to go mad overboard, but we're going to do it anyway. And I want you guys to pay attention to the cooldown on Kazuha while he's on the field. Now this is about as meme as you can get. Keep in mind, I have an electro set on him. Right? And I have C1. Right? It could be overload, it could be whatever. 1, 2, 3. But I'm doing just electro. Oh, it needs to be reactions. I'm sorry. It does need to. I do need to hydro. I need hydro there. I'm sorry. I did need hydro. My bad. Yeah, no, I totally forgot. Totally forgot. Yeah, it didn't go down a single time. I'm looking, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not triggering a reaction. I'm not triggering a reaction. All right. Do Yai Miko dashes. All right, here we go. Huh. Do. 1, 2, 3. Come on. So how in the world was he able to trigger the reaction if he doesn't do electro damage or hydro damage? How was he able to do that? Burst and fusion. Right? When his burst went off, what did it do? It did electro damage, it did hydro damage. What does that mean though? If he's doing said damage, then what does that mean? That means you can run whatever element you want on him when it comes to the goblet.
见到了这么美丽的景色，自然会产生云游四海的想法吧。
Does that mean that she can run Thunder and Fury? What's going on, Swagmeister? What Libin is in your world? Mine is that. Mine is cryo right now. You guys want to see something? Oh, I got rid of it. Did I really get rid of it? I think I got rid of it. Ooh, did I really? Oh, I think I got rid of it. Oh, snap. I got rid of my Crimson piece. Yeah, you need Dendro to fight the Dendro Cube.
此乃命运，不惭是圣婴。
Wait. Okay.
天理长驱，
羽线难化，彩羽流红断。水中幻月，命定于此。别担心，翻涌吧。
聚收并蓄。
财，果然是命。天命既定。深海的加护。羽线难化，命运的虚影。
Oh, I don't have a charge attack. Oh, you got the books? Okay. I just need a boosty little Crimson piece. That works. Fantastic. Wait.
走吧。
I don't want to mess up all my teams now.
这时候想起我了。
CC freeze.
烦请赐教。
调音完成。
There we go. Okay. All right. So let's get Nahida there. I'm just putting somebody there. So it's gonna be Nahida, Kaz, Bennett.
真的在救我吗？
Okay. Yay! Yay! Ish. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, I'm good. Sayu, I'm gonna need that for a sec. Fantastic, 908. All right, so let me kind of explain what's going on here, right? So with set bonuses, right, whoever is triggering the reaction, and this is basically any set bonus, is going to be the beneficiary of said, bonus, right? So I could put this on him, but that means he has to cause the reaction. I could put it on him, but that means he has to cause the reaction, which is fine, right? I put it on her because she's going to be causing the reaction. He's going to be shredding the reaction, and then if anything, he would actually end up getting like some other set that like does something, whatever, right? So with burn, and then we'll go to Burgeon here in a minute. With burn, what happens is it only scales with EM, and you can't crit. I can't crit particularly because I don't have C2. But if I do burn in general, and I just cause it with her, it's 2,429, right? If I cause it with him, hold on. I gotta wait for it to go out. Okay, so it went out. If I cause it with Bennett, right, there's a Dendro application. Right, the burn is only 531. Right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna benefit from the Crimson set because she's gonna be the one doing all the damage on it. Being at the starting point for her is 2,000. How is it even 2,000? Well, for one, she's got a bunch of EM. She's causing it. She's got 908 EM. That's only going to go higher on burst. 2, she's running a Crimson set, which is shredding it by 40%. Or shredding the resistance of it, or increasing the damage, my bad. Increasing the damage of it by 40%. Now, is this a functional build? No, but I'm just using it as an example. On how, me, Kinkle, anybody else, how we put builds together. So let me give Kazuha a burst, because I just need to keep applying Pyro. And... now we are up to 3,000 per tick, which is quite a lot. Yeah, I collected mine already. So I just kind of use that as an example to show you that, okay, well, she can, like, not everybody has, not only Pyros need to run Crimson. The same thing applies to Burgeon characters. So let me put her stuff back, and then I'll show you that. And you said, what? Did I collect? What's the question? Hold on. Because my stream went down. And if you asked if I collected, yes, I did collect. My back. And then I gotta get my oxygen taken here in a minute, I guess. And you said what? Did you collect from... Don't collect from... Oh, I already collected. Oh. Yeah, they're all going to run the new set. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't have the new set. Are you talking about that new... You're talking about the one coming out, right? Yeah, but the one that's... well, I'm just trying to make a point. Like, I'm just making a point. That's all. Like, you don't have to run this, but I'm just saying that just be aware you don't have to run. Like, you don't, the point I'm making is you don't have to, you get the point. I don't want to keep, going in circles about it. You have that. There is a couple, oh, that's why. All right, cool. All right, cool. Am I getting a weapon for Mona? Maybe. I crowned 2 of my, I'm about to triple crown Mona. I've been wanting to triple crown Mona for a while, so I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to triple crown her. So she's got 2 out of 3. So I mean, I might. I don't know. But we're gonna do Virgin now. That means she cannot be there, but we're gonna do some other character. We'll do like, I don't know, you, I guess,
出外勤要另外收费。
or Xiangling, or somebody. We'll do her, I guess. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be Toma, does it? Really? Okay. All right, so we'll do Toma right here then.
出门找点新朋友。
And then we'll do a Hydro. Who's a Xingqiu? We'll do
不残
Xingqiu.
是
This
圣
is
婴。
this is so all over the place.
有什么事吗？
厚积而薄发。
出门找点新朋友。
Keep in mind, the point of what I'm doing right now, I just want people to understand it's about the set bonus. I'm not worried about the, like, don't worry too much about the teams. Just worry about the fact that the set bonus can go to anyone. That's the point I'm trying to make. There we go. All right, fair enough. Cool. Oh, actually.
做些什么好呢？
出门找点新朋友。
安如磐石。
我之盾。
Oh God, this is gonna take forever.
蔓延吧。
Holy Jesus.
小心着火。
Oh God, this is sad.
固若金汤。
记住你了。
看看这个。
Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not gonna want to waste that.
安如磐石。
All right. So anyway.
彩雨流红，羽线难画。
我来守护你。
God, but he's the pyro character. That was the point. That kind of defeated the purpose of what I was talking about. Yeah, it kind of defeated the purpose. I guess you guys kind of get the point. I mean, do you guys kind of get the point though? Yeah, it'd be Kazuha. Yeah. Yeah, Kazuha would actually be the running the set. Like, not, yeah, that's why I'm like, why him? Like, the point, yeah, it defeated the point. Like, the point was, oops. Yeah, the point was that a non-pyro character runs a pyro set. That was the point, right? Yeah, that was kind of like the whole.
就这么做吧。
You know what I mean?
真的在救我吗？
不残是圣婴。
Yeah, right, Roback. You feel me? Like I gotta say it 37 different ways. Yeah. Anyway, I think everybody should be good. I think you guys kind of get the point, right? Like the point is, a Dendro character doesn't have to run the Dendro set, right? A Geo character doesn't necessarily have to run the Husk set. Like you can run Husk on what's her name? I mean, should you? I don't know. It's up to you. But you can run it on who is it? Xin Yan, I think is her name. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be a cryo character. Like you know what I mean? Like if they do physical damage and you want to do physical damage, run physical damage. You know, Petra, believe it or not, you don't have to run on a Geo character. Typically, Petra is not even on the Geo character, surprisingly, which is a little odd, but nonetheless. You know, so, you know, just get a little, just don't be afraid to try an idea. And if you're asking about what's the best set for this scenario, you know, then hopefully whatever we talked about today should give you a little bit more insight, right? And just pay attention to the set bonuses and know that the set bonuses aren't necessarily glued to said element. They're glued to exactly what the set bonus says, right? So when a character attacks an opponent affected by cryo, their crit rate is increased by 20%. So if you're running permafreeze, you can give this set technically to a Hydro character, which is how you get crit Komi. That's also how you get cryo Zhongli. Right? Crit Komi actually uses the cryo set. Yeah, Ayato. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, just keep that part in mind. Also, with Emblem, and I say this all the time in the stream, Emblem is made for characters where the number one priority is their energy recharge. Right? If that number is 200% or higher, and you're running a energy recharge timepiece, you should probably use the Emblem set. Particularly if they're a burst character. Like if you're only using first off, if their burst scales with burst, like hers doesn't, right? That's why I brought that up. If your burst scales with the burst damage bonus stat, the bonus burst damage stat, right? And you need their burst all the time, the first thing that comes to mind should be Emblem. Sam, let's go, cuz! Let's go, cuz! How are you feeling, though? How does it feel? That's the real question. He out here winning. Cuz out here for real winning. Mate, yeah. Like, bro, I ain't got to worry about nothing. I ain't worry about nothing. Homie, I ain't worry about nothing. You feel me? You feel me? Now you got a brand new Tesla on the way. I'm telling you. You just take that, get your grades in college. I'm telling you, bro. Unless you were, you talking about, hold on. Because I forgot what grade you in. Because I swear, if you out here just in college on one, like it's finna go dizam. If you already in college getting straight A's, oh yeah, you finna be straight. Hold on, I gotta. Oh, okay, got it. That's lit though that they tell him where he stands in class. Said he got second in class. That's lit. If I sound a little down and out, I am a little down and out. I got a diagnosis. You know what I mean? It's a COVID, so my energy's not as turned up as usual. But I'm mad excited for you, like for real. And you're in high school, okay, cool. And I got my grades back. And I have a 3.98 GPA. Yes, I go to a charter school there. Now that's what's up, though. That is what's up. 3.98. Hey, you straight? Like you only need a 3.0 to be ahead in life. You feel me? And you're at 3.98. You finna be extra ahead. You know what he just pulled? You pulling artifacts like this. That's what you just got. Like you just pulled God. You got a God tier artifact. That's what you just did. What's up, Cupcake? How you doing? Do you feel me? So yeah. So any questions at all about builds, building, timepiece? Because we covered kind of everything. We covered the sands, right? We covered Fischl. We covered goblets. We covered circlets are really straightforward. We covered when do you build DPS, when do you not build DPS, right? When you build, and I'll just kind of do a hash over real quick on this one. You build DPS on characters that are DPS characters, and you have the option to not build DPS on characters when they have scaling in their kit that does not run with the attack stat. For example, he has EM scaling, so you could build him for EM. Kuki has EM scaling, you could build her for EM. He has HP scaling, and a lot of it, right? Like his shield. His shield is, right? You wouldn't necessarily run DPS on him. He's a VV character with VV Shred, right? And he's amazing at it. So energy recharge and EM works really good on him because he's animal, blah, blah, blah. She's a healer. You don't necessarily have to run DPS on her. That's going to be up to you. Same thing on Chi-Chi. You just run an attack stat because everything scales with plus attack, blah, blah, blah. That's her healing. She has EM scaling, so you can build her for EM if you choose so. You know, it's totally up to you. You know, she's energy recharge. I mean, you know what I'm talking about though, right? So take some time, understand a character's kit. We built her with attack. Clearly, she didn't work with attack, right? She magically started working better when I start putting HP and stuff on her, right? So, you know, stuff like that, right? But any questions at all? The only reason I wasn't down is because there was a kid that straight up stopped. Wow, come on, Burger. College is easy. Just spent 4 hours studying for my 4 midterms and got all A through A plus on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. College is not a pain though. College is, in my opinion, is easier because it's not systematic teaching where you have to figure things out. They put it to you very straightforward. Like I'm terrible at explaining things because I go too deep and I get too advanced, like too early. That's just a bad habit of mine. But with college, like they talk to you normal, and they do speak metaphorically and all that too. Like, you know what I mean? Like they give you a whole bunch of examples. Like, you know, like I don't know. Let's say this is college, right? Like, all right, man. Are you really finna make this character a healer, or are you finna make her a healer? Like, I know you ain't out here actually really trying to heal with her when you got a whole Barbara chilling there. But I want to heal with her. You can heal with her, but at that point, what you're telling me is 1 + 1 = 2.2, and it kind of worked, but that's not really what it is. It's just kind of like it works, but no, right? So what we're gonna do is not that. You know what I'm talking about? Like, but you'll see, that was a terrible example, but you'll see what I'm talking about. When you get to college, it's the way that they communicate and they treat you like a human being. And really in college, it boils down to your own your own personal accountability. They're not finna hover over you and tell you to do your homework. If you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail because it's gonna be your fault you failed, because they're not finna chase you around and tell you to do your homework. You know what I mean? So you do have a lot more freedom in college, but with that freedom, it's how much do you care about your grades? You feel me? So as long as you care about your grades, you'll be straight. You know what I mean? Do you think Nahida is more valuable than Raiden? No. Uh, so since you need HP for Yalan's burst, do I get a 2-piece tenacity? I mean, you can. The thing about Yalan's burst is just understanding the scaling on it, right? So if it scales with HP, that just means it scales with HP over attack. That just means you would choose you would choose tenacity over gladiator. That's what that means. Right? Whether you're going to choose it over noblesse or choose it over emblem is a different story. That's going to be up to you. Oh. Yeah, if you mostly use her just to burst with D-Luke, if she's only there to burst, right, then same rule applies. She's basically Xing Cho. So you give her some type of energy recharge on the weapon. You give her energy recharge timepiece. And the scaling of her burst would come from how much energy recharge she has and her ratio. And the reason why is the reason you just said. I mostly use her for a burst for a D-Loop. So if she's only there to hit a like one, I just need you to burst, and that's it. The only thing you're building for is this. And the only way to get there is through energy recharge. So once you get there through energy recharge, we got to scale it. And the only thing to think about, really, is this an attack timepiece or is this an energy recharge piece? As a matter of fact, I'll give you guys a quick little shortcut. When it comes to emblem, the determining factor is this piece right here. There's 2 characters that this is an exception on. And the only reason for that is because built into their ascension stats is energy recharge. That is the Shogun, and that is Mona. That is it. Every other character, to justify using emblem, you actually need an energy recharge timepiece. So in the event your Yelan is running energy recharge on the weapon and an energy recharge timepiece, you would actually be more advantageous running a 4-piece emblem. The minute you change this to attack, now you should probably run Noblesse. 2-piece Noblesse. Like 2-piece Noblesse, that now you're looking at different sets. 2-piece Noblesse, 2-piece Hydro. 2-piece Tenacity, 2-piece Hydro. 2-piece Tenacity, 2-piece Noblesse. Now you're looking at a different scenario. Does that make sense? You can run 2-piece Heart of Depth, 2-piece Emblem. It depends on your timepiece. It depends on this stat. Think about it like this. You got a plate of food, okay? You got all these stats. This is your plate of food, right? If all your food on your plate is going into here, you're going to be missing a whole bunch of stuff going on up here. A lot of this might come up short because a lot of your efforts are going on this part, right? But in order for you to get your fill, the set bonus, right? The set bonus will take this and it'll spread it out across the rest of this on burst. The burst will get extra bit. All this gets bigger because of this number. Yeah, you don't necessarily need it if you got an R5, right? It depends on how important this piece is. It depends on this stat. This stat right here determines if you're running emblem or not. It's just that number. If that number is like really high, like 200, 220, 250, if it's up there, you should probably be on emblem. It's clearly a priority stat. ER does not give hydro damage bonus. The only character that applies to is Mona. She's the only person who has a translation from ER to hydro. Her and the Shogun are the only one who translate ER to a bonus damage. Unless Yelan magically does have that in her kit. I don't know if she has it either. The Heart of Depth piece? Nah, Heart of Depth makes your normal stronger on the 4-piece. So after using an elemental skill, increases normal and charge attack damage by 30%. Oathsworn Eye. Are you talking about this? Yeah, I actually use this on Mona. It's not on Mona because I have not been using it on Mona lately, but I do run this on Mona. Like she actually gets that 40% on her sheet. On sheet ER. She gets it on sheet ER. And then it takes the sheet ER and converts that into hydro damage. Because people say it doesn't work on Mona. It works on Mona. Okay. But yeah, so as far as sets are concerned though, you're not losing on Yelan. I don't think there's going to be a huge differentiation between the sets that you're using. I'm just saying, like, let's say for all intents and purposes, Dea comes. Let's do this. Dea comes out, right? Let's say she scales with energy recharge. She's the new Yelan for one reason or another, right? She's a Claymore user. She uses ER. And she scales with ER. Her burst scales with energy, elemental burst damage bonus, right? So she can use an emblem set, she can use Noblesse, she can use the pyro set, and she has HP scaling, right? Let's say she's just like Yelan, but she's pyro, right? Matter of fact, she ain't even got HP scaling. Let's say she has she's Yelan, but EM scaling. Let's just say that. It's not the case. It's so not the case. But let's just say instead of HP, she scales with Elemental Mastery. She's Yelan, but instead of HP, it's Elemental Mastery. Right? So now, how are we going to build Yelan? Right? Are you putting EM here? Right? Are you giving her... Let's go with Claymore character. Are you giving her this? Are you still going to be on the sack? But all her damage is coming from her burst. All of it's coming from her burst. So which one's more important, the EM or the burst? Do you know what I'm saying? No, I already know about Dea. No, I know about Dea. You look at it from a company standpoint, Hifumi. That'll answer every question you got. Oh, is that Chan? I couldn't see the name. What's going on, Chan? How you doing? Hope all is well. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so which one's more important? And your account determines which one's more important. Wanna know why? Because unless you got pieces with 20 energy recharge on it, you might actually need to run an energy recharge timepiece. But if you're walking around with a 20 stat roll on a piece, that's your account. You see what I'm saying? It would be unfair for you to recommend not running energy recharge, walking around with 20% on a bunch of pieces. That would be unfair to whoever you recommended. That would be unfair for me to recommend on your Dea to run EM. You should run EM here. Why? Well, I'm running EM and it works. Well, you have 20% on like 2 or 3 pieces though. I actually need to run ER. See what I'm saying? That would make, you see what I'm saying? So it depends on your account. I'm 500. Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. The skill and the burst are important. Let's say the skill's not even important on Dea. Skill's not even important. Here's Dea. Boom. We got Dea, right? All right, so Dea, she scales with EM, and her burst is the only thing that matters. How are we building Dea? It depends on the stats. If it's 26 crit damage, it's worth it. If it's like 16 crit rate and 5 crit damage, it's probably still worth it. Like, it depends on the stats, though. Not 16, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, it depends. If it's mostly crit damage, yes. If it's mostly crit rate, no. Like, if it's a 320, like 3 crit rate, 20 crit damage, yeah, I would keep it. Yeah. So what is... No, I'm asking you guys, though. She scales with... So her damage scales with EM. Free to play? I hear it's the Kazuha's weapon. Nobody wants to give it a shot? Day of Four Priest Crimson Witch? Why is that? Burning damage increase. But she scales with EM too. So if you're going to run 4-piece Crimson, what weapon are you going to use? Keep in mind, her burst is the only thing that matters. No. Forget about rumors. Just forget rumors for a sec. Let's just say she's out, and the only thing that matters, because we actually don't know. So let's say the only thing that matters is she needs EM, and she needs her burst up at all times. Yeah, I wouldn't go craft the weapons yet. So you would opt for an ER weapon? I would say Wolf's Gravestone if she needs her autos. No, let's say for example, clarify if it's Kazuha's story weapon. I don't have Ayato, but to my understanding, let me answer this real quick and then we'll come back to the Dea, because I'm just pulled Dea's name, but I'm just using a made up character to see if you guys understand building in a nutshell. That's all I'm checking for. But so for Ayato, in a nutshell, I heard that this weapon is the best in slot for him for free to play. The reason why is because you don't need his burst, and this otherwise would be the best in slot free to play. This one is really good for him, but you need it at R5, which is a lot, but I'm not sure if I would give this to Ayato when you don't need any effort put in on this one. And this one is really only giving you the damage on the casting of the skill, not necessarily the skill slashes themselves. Also, it only benefits on like reaction, which is fine. But the damage coming out of this one is supposed to be really high, and then the passive on this one adds additional damage. The reason why this one is not recommended over this one is because, once again, you don't need his burst, and then this guy right here is probably not, that little passive is supposed to help too. The passive on this one, you might as well just not even think about. But the crit damage, this is a ratio bender. That's all this is. So if you want a good looking ratio, which it's strong, let's not get it twisted. It's a very powerful weapon, right? But if you don't have this, then I would say this. If you don't have this, but you have this, then Black Cliff, right? I would go with one of these two though. If I had Ayato and I was free to play, personally, I'd choose this one. Because I don't know what I would be doing with this one. Because this is it's a dead passive on half everybody in the game. This is just a stat stick. I mean, it's not okay, let me clarify. It's not a dead stat stick. It's just that it doesn't work on bosses. And when I build, I try to cover everything, including bosses. Because I don't want to, let's say you get to a mechanical array, this is not going to work on, the passive is not going to work on mechanical array. I'll rate them in a minute. I mean, that's my opinion. That is my opinion. I can confidently say this weapon. I will confidently say use this weapon first, because I don't want you spending on this when you could get like a C5 Bennett or something. Like, I'd rather you get the C5 on Bennett than this weapon when you got this laying around. You know what I'm saying? I don't have mine built because I have a Kageuchi already, and I have these two, and I don't use. Yeah, that it is But if I didn't have options, I would be using this weapon. It is a great weapon. Like, this is a fantastic weapon, and this is the same exact weapon, just different passive. It's got a DPS passive rather than an ER passive. right? Blackcliff is good too. You're not going to go wrong with any of them. And the difference between the three aren't that big. So whichever one you have access to now, I'm saying the story weapon because you don't got to refine it. You don't got to do anything. You get the weapon, you level it to 90, and you keep it pushing. This one you got to get refinements on if you want to take advantage of the passive. This one you got to get refinements on, but it's only going to give you more burst uptime. It's not going to increase your damage. And he doesn't really need his burst. His burst is more icing on the cake on the Nayato until you get into like, look what I can do with Ayato type of scenarios, like Ayato, Ganyu, Venti type of things. You know what I mean? Like when you start, you know what I mean? Like you start doing 5-star characters, then you can start running like burst builds. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, so let's say this made up character that's not named Dea. It's a pyro character. Okay. So it's a pyro character that's a Claymore user. Jesus Christ. Just a character, right? And they scale with EM, right? And, oh, Ari's here too. What's up, Ari? So we have a regular character. They scale with EM. The only thing in their kit matters is the burst. Basically her, but giving her EM adds to her personal damage. What do you do? What is going on here? Oh. I'm still farming for my EM time, my ER timepiece, so don't judge me on this one. But yeah. So, but what do you do? If the burst has to have a 100% uptime, what's better? The Dragon's Bane or the Favonius Lance? In your opinion? Favonius Lance or Dragon's Bane? What do you guys think? Four-piece emblem and Favonius Greatsword. Well, let's just say Xiangling, but she scales with EM. So we're gonna not do that. You're gonna say Favonius, okay? What's going on, Romello? Anybody else? Anybody else want to take a stab at it? Because I'm going to start with the weapon on this one, and then we'll get to the set bonus. And then we'll get to stats and all that jazz. Keep in mind, this character is going to scale. You'll say Favonius as well? Okay, so now why Favonius? Now we have a priority list, right? ER, EM, damage, all that jazz. Yeah, I'm not looking at characters right now. I'm just coaching builds. That is going to be this stream. I'm coaching builds. No, I'm not using COVID as a way out, but I don't want to do mental gymnastics. I'd rather just coach builds for today. Yeah. I'm sure your build is fine though, Romello. I'm so positive all you guys' builds are actually fine. Right? But why the Favonius? No, we're not even talking about the catch. We're not even going to include, to catch the white particles. I thought you were saying to catch, I'm so sorry. To catch white particles. Yeah, but there's another reason though. In the priority list of all the stats, we got ER, EM, right? Which one is priority? From what it sounds like you're saying is that energy recharge is priority number 1 above crit rate, crit damage, EM, attack. That is the number 1 priority is what that sounds like. Would that be fair? Okay, so ER is the main stat. Okay, so if that's the case, then why don't you run the prototype? The prototype gives you much more energy recharge. I already know why, though. The reason why is because of the particles. So we're going to I don't want to sit on that for too long. But that's why we run a Favonius. Plus, the base attack is the highest, similar to the prototype Rancor. It does depend on what you want. Right, now we're going to get into set bonuses. Now, I'm not even going to talk about set bonuses yet. We already know that the burst is the most important piece, right? to this character. We're not even talking about Xiangling. We're just making up a character. It's Xiangling, but she needs EM. She scales with EM the same way Yai Miko has scaling, the same way Yalan has HP scaling, the same way Kokomi has HP scaling, so on and so forth, right? Look out for bots, but no, I think we're good on bots. Yeah, you take it easy, Burger. I appreciate you, bro. Right, so with that being said, first off, what are our options? Yeah, you want to get your crit rate up. But I think if I remember, I think your Yalan is kind of starting out. So you might want to, yeah, I'm going to have to look at it, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at it. Matter of fact, I'll go on ahead and do a review. I'll change it. Yeah, I'll look at people's characters because I think we could get something out of that. And then, but we'll dig a little deeper when I look at these characters anyway. Options are CR for the Favonius Lands. Well, options are CR for the Favonius Lands. What's going on, Burger? All right, so, but what set bonus are we using now? Because I have 2 in my head. I actually have 3 in my head. There are 3 sets that this character can use. You got Yalan to 80, to push her to 90. I'm telling you, just ascend her to 90. I have 3 sets. You can pick any of the 3. All right, Kinko, you take it easy, brother. Mm-hmm. Watch when you vaporize on skill. If you vaporize that, you'll hit 62. 62K. Oh, that is vape. Oh, okay, got you. Well, shoot, that's still really good. Like, just keep investing in your crit damage at that point, as long as your crit rate is up. Yeah, Yalan is fire. Yeah. I'm still waiting on them set bonuses. Okay, I'll just give you guys the set bonuses. So 1, you can run 4-piece Crimson. The 4-piece Crimson will compensate for the need for EM. Yeah, you need super high. Well, no, you don't need, not for 62 vapes. You don't need super high stats for 62 vapes. I mean, we can get into that. But anyway, so, yeah. So you have 4-piece Crimson, which the 4-piece bonus can compensate for the need for EM. So if you can't seem to come up with an idea on how to fit EM into your build, the 40% damage bonus is going to compensate, right? So 220 EM gives you 158% damage. You'll get an extra like 40 on top of that, but it comes by way of bonus damage. So it's going to be a little bit bigger than whatever this is showing, because it's kind of hard to explain. So you get a baseline number, and then this number right here is going to multiply that number up, and then whatever the result of that number is, that gets multiplied by the set bonus. And whatever this bot is just immediately got trashed, because I see it on the PlayStation, but I don't even see it in the chat. So YouTube dealt with that one. Awesome. Right, so you don't really you don't super need the EM, right? The EM is going to help, but you don't super need it, right? So that's option 1 is 4-piece Crimson. Option 2 is, if it depends on the rolls you get, obviously, is you could do a 4-piece Gilded. What the 4-piece Gilded is going to do is it's going to start by giving you 80 Elemental Mastery, right? Now with 80 Elemental Mastery, I'm going to take that off. Okay, I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to take that off. And I guess I'll leave that there. No? Take that off. 96, fair enough. So what 80 is going to do is it's going to increase the burn and whatever by 73%, right? So that's just off the 2-piece set bonus, right? Now you get an extra 50, like per situation you got going, per, you know. Hold on, let me add these back on because I'm having brain farts all over the place. Anyway, you get an extra 50 EM per character that doesn't match your elemental type. So if you run Xiangling, I'm just going to make a team real quick. If you run like, I don't know, this, and Xiangling here or something or whatever, and then it's just different elements, right? Bam. If you run this team, because there's 4 different elements, right? We got 1, that's 50, that's 100, that's $150 on top of the initial 80. So now you have 230 EM that's going to be given to your new Pyro character just from having the Gilded set, right? Is this more powerful than the Crimson bonus? I'm not sure. That's going to be up to you, and we're going to get to that point. Another option, for obvious reasons, is the Emblem set. Why? Because getting to the burst is important in this fictional character that we're talking about that does scale with EM, but they need their burst all the time, right? At that point, you have a few options, right? You can run Elemental Mastery if you're got a bunch of energy recharge on your substats, or you could run Energy Recharge if you got a bunch of EM on your substats. But your substats, when it comes to your timepiece, the substats on these other pieces should help you determine what is going to be the best course of action for your timepiece, let alone your playstyle and your experience with said character. So if you're running Xiangling, for example, and your burst is just not coming back, maybe you might need to run an energy recharge timepiece. If you're running this fictional character and you're getting your burst back like too fast, but your damage just is not looking like anything you're seeing everybody else doing, maybe you might need to run the Elemental Mastery, right? That's where the trial and error comes in. Off the top of my head, I can already tell you that by running a 4-piece Crimson set with energy recharge substats and an Elemental Mastery timepiece, that will probably get you the strongest build possible. You can flip-flop the Elemental Mastery and the energy recharge if you like. But I have a pretty strong feeling that you're going to supplement your Elemental Mastery or energy recharge across these pieces on top of your crit damage and crit rate, and be able to run whichever one you need to fill in the gap. So if you're running energy recharge, like let's say you got this piece, but you got 40-16 on like every piece, you're probably going to need you're probably going to need more energy recharge if anything. So you might want to run energy recharge. Phantom, long time no see. Right? So it just depends on your substats and your experience. And that'll determine the piece that goes right here. Because that character is Pyro, but they also scale with EM, it also depends on how powerful that scaling is, and does the elemental goblet contribute to said damage, right? So for example, if the damage is only on reaction and you're running a burn team, the pyro goblet is not going to enhance your burn damage. So you would actually benefit running elemental mastery right here. Energy recharge is more consistent in terms of DPS. It is. Energy recharge is always more benefit. Why? Bro, I'm with you. Only reason she has this is because I only have 2 of these. He got one and Mona got the other. My Beto's running attack for whatever reason. I just don't want to break my set bonus. But you best believe energy recharge is a godsend on. Like I'm running the build that you're thinking. Because I know where your head's at. You're saying energy recharge, 4-piece emblem. That's where I'm thinking. Because I know how hard it is to get it back. Right? But just to get the juices flowing for everybody, right? Let's say, for example, and this is why I'm making this such a long talk. Let's say you've been farming this for God knows how long, right? These are your pieces. You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. Now, for all intents and purposes, we're just going to act like this set that I have on Yai Miko is a Crimson set, okay? Let's just say this is your Crimson set, right? That's your flower, that's your feather, blah, whoop, 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 whoop. That's your set, but it's on a Crimson set, right? You're probably going to be a little bit more enticed to run Crimson because it's just a much more powerful set. Now, if you have this Crimson set, right? And then you mess around and you got a piece that look like this, that's energy recharge, and it's on set, you might just want to run that set. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, it's closed. Yeah, I'm only doing, yeah. I'm going to be looking at people's stuff here in a minute. But I'm doing how to build. We're talking about how to build. Because the reason why is because I've seen some questions in the Discord because Burger is posting recommended builds, right? But the recommended builds he's posting are like no-brainers. And it's like, we talk about this almost every stream. So maybe people just don't understand the nuances of how to build. So let me do a stream exclusive to that. Not to mention I'm not trying to juggle like 8 things right now. Right. So I feel like this is way more important. Like teaching you how to build rather than giving you a build, I feel like it's going to benefit. Because I don't care. I can give you builds all day. Like all these characters I have right now, they all have a build. Every single one of them. It stops at Toma. Like Layla has a build, or who is it? She has a build. But everybody. I think Sayu has a build now. Yeah, Masayu has a build. I just need to finish the build. But like every character, like everybody, by the time I'm done, every character with the exception of Dora or Dory, only because I'm just waiting for Dory. It's gonna take me some time because I don't know what I'm gonna do with this character, right? But every character has a build, so I can give you a build. But I want to make sure you guys know how I even got to that point. Yeah, you teach a man to fish. Teaching them fish, they'll be able to fish for the rest of their life. You know what I mean? So I'd rather teach you guys how to fish instead of giving you fish. Because I can give you fish. It's not a problem to give you fish. But do you know how to fish? That's what concerned me, and that's why I'm doing this stream. Can you review my Xiangling on the Inca site? Are you on an Asian server? Because I swear to God, I swear on everything I love, bro. This is facts. This is big facts. If your Xiangling has 60 crit rate, 110, and not 111, not 150, 110 crit damage, and 220 energy recharge with a Pyro Goblet, the set doesn't matter, provided you have this weapon. If you have that weapon, and you're 60, 110, 220, it actually does not matter. Your Xiangling is done. I am not kidding, bro. Anything beyond that point is icing on the cake. At that point, you're going into the competitive Xiangling. That's where you're comparing your Xiangling with other people's Xianglings for who has the most min-max Xiangling. It's like in Warframe, we have a weapon called the Nikana Prime, and then there's another weapon that's up in the air. What is it? The Cronin Prime and the Redeemer Prime. And then you have a Vectis and the Brahma, right? Who has the strongest Vectis? Who has the strongest Rubico? Who has the strongest Brahma? Who has the strongest, at this point, it's a Phantasma. Who's got the strongest Rhino buff? At that point, it doesn't matter, though, because if you just put 200% ability strength from Rhino, that's enough to one-shot a Eidolon. But you got people in Warframe walking around with 400% strength on Rhino. It's not even necessary. You see what I'm saying? So, but if you hit those markers, those are your minimums. Anything beyond that, you're good. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Right? I'll look at it, But if you hit those markers, there's no reason to show it.
要吃点点心休息一下吗？我准备了。
You see what I'm saying? But if I pull it up and you have those markers, you're good. Especially if you got like EM drops, because I don't have to run this piece on her. The only reason I run this piece is because somebody else has the other pieces. I only run this piece because it has 7 crit rate. No, I said a lot of Warframe stuff, but I'll bring it back to Genshin, right? Like there's the Raiden Shogun, right? If your Raiden Shogun has 58% and 220 ER, it doesn't matter, right? If your Xingqiu has an R5 sack sword and 200 plus energy recharge, it doesn't matter, right? If your Albedo is a 60-110, it doesn't matter, as long as he has this weapon or a Harbinger of Dawn. If he's got a Harbinger of Dawn, then you only need, 32, you only need 32 crit rate. You need 32 crit rate in a crit damage circlet with a Harbinger of Dawn. Right? As long as you got the 4-piece, that's it. With Xiangling, you just run 2-piece tenacity. The 4-piece don't even matter, but you run 2-piece tenacity, all HP, give him whatever weapon your heart desires, and he's done. Right? So there are these. So as long as you hit your minimums, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Should I run EM or attack? That's what I'm trying to explain. It actually doesn't matter. This piece doesn't matter. The only stat that matters on Xiangling is, are you critting consistently, and when you crit, are you critting? Is it actually doubling your damage? Are you doubling your damage reliably, and are you getting to her burst fast enough? That's the only thing that matters, because everything else that comes to you is going to be by way of a byproduct or a substat. Because you just need her to hit a 4 times multiplier. And when you hit a 4 times multiplier, you can only do that by way of vaporizing. So you double her damage by getting at least 100%. 110% is just to feel good about yourself. And then the vaporize takes that 2 times bonus and it doubles it a second time. So now you have 2 times 2 times 2. So now it's an 8 times multiplier, or it's a 4 times multiplier. 4, 8, whatever, right? But it's 8 times the damage is what I'm saying. What is it? 8? No, it's 4 times. I'm sorry. It's 4. It's whatever it is. It's 2 times 2 times 2. Whatever that is. What is that? 8? No, it's times 2. No, it's 2 times 2. I'm so sorry. I'm stupid. So it's 4 times the damage. I apologize. It's 4 times the damage. Yeah, because you're in a 4x multiplier. Right? At 100% crit damage, it's a 4x multiplier on vape. Right? But you need to be able to get to the burst to even do that damage. So if you want to run EM, you can run an EM, you can run a Dragon's Bane, right? If you don't have a Dragon's Bane, instead of running Energy Recharge, you can run Elemental Mastery. But none of that matters if you don't get to your burst on time. None of it matters. If you do not get to your burst, it doesn't matter. Unless you're one of those people who know how to position Gooba good. If you can position Gooba and that's how you play, then Energy Recharge is not a big deal. But if you rely on Energy Recharge and her burst is where you're getting your damage from, then Energy Recharge is the stat that matters before those other two, because the other two don't matter. Attack and EM are the same. It's going to balance out either way you cut the cloth. If you're running her with Xingqiu for argument's sake, I'll say Elemental Mastery for the sake of argument. But the damage isn't going to be so astronomical that it matters between the two. What's going to matter way more is, are you even getting to do the damage or not? That's the question. Are you even getting to the point where she's doing the damage? Because if your Xiangling is in this position where you don't have a burst, nothing in her kit is active right now, outside of this. Right? So you're not even getting the damage. It's like having I use this analogy all the time. It's like having the Mercedes with no gas in a gas tank. You got the Mercedes, and it's nice, but it's in the driveway. You can't drive it. It looked nice, but it don't work. The engine don't run. Right? I'd rather you have a Honda Civic that runs rather than a Mercedes that don't even run. Let's at least get you to the point where you can do the job, and then we can worry about all that. So in the event you have those options, and even still, it still depends, right? So EM only is better in the event you're reacting. When you're not reacting, it's a dead stat. As long as you understand that, right? If you want her to hit harder, she by herself hits harder with attack and EM. Or she by herself hits harder on reaction and by herself with attack. She is going to hit weaker by herself, but stronger on reaction with Elemental Mastery, right? Keep in mind, her burst has no ICD. So as long as there is some other element other than Pyro on the enemy that she can react with at all times when she's hitting the opponent, at that point, Elemental Mastery is the better stat. Provided, once again, I really want to hone in on this, provided you are getting to your burst. I do not want to get away from that. I do not want to get away from that. You've been sick for like a month straight? Bro, you might, hey, go take a sip. Do you got a dry cough? Well, first off, do you cough? Have you been coughing lately? By the way, who here is benefiting from anything that I'm talking about? Who here is getting, like, you feel like you're getting something out of this? You do not? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure you haven't, you're not in the same boat that I'm in. You sort of? Okay. Yeah, because it's not, because I'm trying to get you, because I'm trying to, it's almost like I feel like, it's almost like oh, it's closed right now. I'm not doing, it's not today. Yeah, it's just not today. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Also, shut up real back. But yeah, I'm trying to like reprogram in a way, like the thinking that goes into like, at least this community. Like if there's any, like, it feels like there's some, I just don't want YouTube to do the same thing to y'all that it did to my Warframe clan. Because like, they were like the Warframe clan, oh my God. Like they were so obsessed with damage numbers, and I wasn't. But they couldn't for the life of themselves figure out why I was out DPSing everybody. Why are you always doing 80% of the map damage? Why are you always top DPS? Why are you top DPS? You're always top damage. Not all of them, but my leadership understood why. Because we used to talk builds all the time. And it's not always about the number you produce. It's about how fast can you kill the enemy. I don't care about what number you put out. You could put out 7 billion. If that enemy has more than 7 billion health and you only can do that 7 billion once every 15 minutes, I don't care about the 15 billion. But you know what I do care about is that guy who can put up 30 billion in 10 minutes, even though he's only showing 10,000 per hit. But he's doing it in such a ridiculous rate that you don't even see how much damage he's putting out, but he's putting out way more DPS than you. It's just not all in one big chunk. And a lot of times that big number doesn't matter. This is what Unitas is kind of talking about, ER still being more important. Because it doesn't matter how much damage you do if you don't have the opportunity to do the damage. Your burst damage doesn't matter if you don't have a burst. You know what I mean? I know it's not today, but you can do... Oh, but can you do me a favor and check my builds? I got my account to AR41, friend, and I want to check my builds. You just want to see if they're doing okay? Because we are talking about builds. Actually, because you're AR41, this might be a good transition to talk about early game builds. What is it? Who's that? Sipata? What's your UID? I'll look at it and then we'll talk about early game too if you guys want. I really feel like this is important though. Like this conversation with you guys is really important. Oh, you're AR-48. Okay. I mean, still low key early game. Like you're probably not gonna have the 20k, the 20 crit damage, blah 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 blah. You gave him your account. You gave him what account? Your old account? Why didn't you just help him with the 41? Was he farming artifacts before AR-45? He or she or they? Were they farming artifacts before AR-45? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Is this the old account that we're looking at? Oh, playing it all day, every day? Oh, you're the, yep. Yep. Yeah, it is a burnout. Yeah, you gotta pace yourself. You gotta pace yourself in this game. You can't, yeah. You really gotta pace yourself. But that's in life though. Like, don't do anything too much. If you do anything, work, hobby, it doesn't matter what it is. If you do anything too much, you will burn out. And commissions, yeah, commissions becomes yeah, it has to become a 21-day habit, and then you're good. It's like brushing your teeth or something. Okay. So, and then whoever else needed their stuff looked at, I'll look at yours too. All right. Hold on. First things first, we're relying way too much on this piece to carry because this and this is the majority of what. So what's happening is we're multiplying damage on 382. And that's, if they feel like they're not strong, that's why. We need to be multiplying damage on top of all that. Yeah, Unitas, I'm going to look yours up. Yeah. Yeah, Yanfei hasn't changed. So, you need to be in Blizzard. You need to be in a Blizzard domain. So, for starter accounts, and I'm talking pre-AR-50. So, pre-AR-50, the first thing you want to address is your crit rate. Get this to 100 and stop. The next thing, like when I coach, I never say it explicitly, but my goal, usually pre-AR-50, is I'm trying to get, okay, crit damage, I want to see that at 100, but once you hit 100, pre-AR-50, we need to come to a hard stop, and we got to address your crit rate. Right now, your crit rate is 38, but you don't have a Blizzard set. Right? You got a crit rate circlet, so we need to start fishing for crit rate subs. You might be stuck with this, which is fine, because this is going to supplement a lot of your crit rate. That's fair enough, right? But we need to get you on a Blizzard set. And looking at these pieces, I don't think you're stuck to these pieces necessarily, so you might be able to get all 4 of these on a Blizzard set, at least to get you going, particularly you can get an attack piece right now. Right? At some point, 55, 57, somewhere later in ARs, we don't need 28 crit damage on a Blizzard piece, but we're going to need to replace this with a Blizzard piece, because what's going to happen, this account is going to come across a goblet that is pretty godlike, and you might want that, but we got to free that up usually with this piece. Unless this account gets an onset goblet, then fantastic, right? But that would be my recommendation going forward. And then stop working on the skill right now. If I know the skill is pretty, but do not work on that. Do not. If you want to hit your skill that bad, do a charge attack. Say what? Oh, you got a child at 45 pit. Wow. Congratulations, for real, for real. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, shoot, okay. But do you understand how to build Ayaka early game? Like pre-AR-50? Because we're talking more about like how to build today rather than doing full-blown like reviews. Right? So Ayaka having a 100% cryo application, she can benefit from the 4-piece blizzard. Yeah, you saw the bio? Yeah. Meaning that the blizzard set is going to give her an extra 20 crit rate. But we still need to get you up to like 50% right here to push her to 70%. If she's burst only, 60% is your goal. If she's anything on top of the burst, like normals and skill, on top of the burst, 70 is your goal. Oh. No, this weapon, I wouldn't put that on. I would only put this on Ayaka if she's burst only. At that point, you want energy recharge right here. Yeah, Ayaka is number 2 on my main list. I'm just not gonna, because it's only AR-58 or 48. Like they still got like 1,000 artifacts that's gonna burn through before it's, you know what I mean? I'm not finna like, oh, you're gonna get all this tomorrow. Like just do it now. Like it's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen like that. Yeah, Ayaka's weapon's pretty. I mean, his weapon is pretty good, but the if that's the case, I would recommend the Kageuchi. If you're doing one of the weapons, I would just do a Kageuchi, and where's it at? I would do this weapon. You get more burst because a lot of her damage is in her burst. If you're choosing between the two, you could do this one, but they have the exact same stats, just different passive. This one gives her burst back on refinement. Like, so if you have refinements you can do this one. If you don't, then yeah, this one's fine. Who's number 1? Who's number 1 what? Yeah, his is free. Yeah. Oh, Ning Wong. Ning Wong and Zhongli shared their number 1 spot on my account. It's Ning Wong, Zhongli, they share number 1. Then it goes Ayaka, Yamiko, Raiden Shogun. After Raiden Shogun, it goes Mona and then everybody else. No, because it's a toss up between him and Zhongli. Him and Ning Wong. If it ain't him, it's Ning Wong. If it ain't Ning Wong, it's him. Yeah, when it comes to sack weapons, you can run sack on anything though. Why? Because they both have the same importance on my account. I can't say that one is more important than the other. That's why. Yeah, I can't say one is more important than the other. How much I like and use him is equivalent to how much I like Ning Wong. I don't feel any different between the two. They're equally godlike to me. Like, as far as people, like character, kit, like I love, like there's reasons I like Ning Wong that differ from why I like him, but the value of both of the characters as a whole are the exact same between the two. So they have to share that spot. and then after them is Ayaka. Like I can't say which one is more important to me between Ningguang and Zhongli, so they just share the spot to me. That's why I say it like that, because I can't say, oh, I'm a Zhongli main and I'm a Ningguang main. Ningguang is like maybe a little bit above him because I like her, because I feel like she has more life lessons that she gives to people than anything. So I like her maybe a little bit more, but I use him 1,000 times more than Ningguang. So it's like they're back and forth all the time. So I'm not expending unnecessary energy trying to decide something as minimal as who is my main. They're just the same for me. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, they're just the same. And then after them is Ayaka, then Yaimiko, then Raiden Shogun, then Mona, and then everybody else. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. $65, $186. Lost Prayer, Arcade Glad. Yeah, it's really close to mine. Yeah. Yeah, it's really close to mine. Ayaka. Ningguang might low-key struggle in the Abyss. Like, she's strong, but you might have to run like a hyper Ningguang, which is like kind of hard to run. Yeah. They need a Lost Prayer. They need a, you know what they need? They need a Mist Splitter catalyst. That's not the Verity. Yeah, I did the event. All right, I'm about to pull your account here in just a second, Unitas. The best NA Ayaka. All you want is, it's going to be expensive, but if you want the best like C0 free-to-play-ish kind of thing, I mean, you do want a Mist Splitter regardless. But C0, get a Mist Splitter, and your ratio, and I'm actually, because I'm going for it too, but your ratio is actually going to be 240. It's going to be 50, 240, but you need to do that with an attack circlet. And that's the hard part. So you'd have to have a 300 crit damage Ayaka, and then switch to an attack circlet. Yeah, I'm low-key looking at, I really kind of want to restrict it to in need accounts. Like you gotta be like in need. Like I don't want to be looking at built accounts. Like accounts where, you know, not really any, you know what I mean? Because let's not miss the point of this specific stream. The point of this stream, I want to make sure you guys are comfortable knowing how to build. Right. So if there's a question on how to build a specific, we can go through each character and how to build that character. We could 100% do that. Starting with Ayaka, we can start with Ayaka, and we can discuss the whys and stuff. Same thing with D-Loop. We do that with D-Loop. We do it with Yelan. We did it with Rosaria. We did it with we did it with Kazuha. We could do more. 85 crit, 155 crit damage. I think that's fine. You should have a little bit of room to add more crit damage. Yeah, I'm almost. Oh wow. Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys know how to build, because I don't mind doing a carry stream, right? But like I haven't done like how to build stream. You know what I mean? The Abyss resets in 2 hours in the EU. Are you having trouble in a bit? The Abyss, hey, keep in mind, the Abyss is a different game. I've said this a couple of times. So if you're building for the Abyss, it is a different approach. Like it's not what I could coach the Abyss, but the Abyss is a different game. It's not the same game. It's a different Genshin Impact. Yeah, the Abyss is different. You have to use meta, unless you're like a whale or you spent money in the game or something like that. Like it is a different game though. So I don't want you thinking you can go in there with like a DPS Like, I'm gonna go in there with a Mandy Bezing Cho and beat the Abyss. Like, no, not unless you have like R5 Mist Splitters with C2 Cows and a Freedom Sworn. You know what I mean? Like, you're not. It's no. Like, let's be realistic. I see a Coco something. You know, so yeah, Burger's the Abyss coach. Yeah, but he'll tell you. Yeah, the queue is close. Yai meant to be DPS. Why you pair him with Zhao? Who? Say what? What are you talking about? I'm trying to pull for Yai. That's good for my Zhao team. I know how to build her, and I just don't have the stuff. Yeah, you could run Yai. Yai has 2 roles. Y'all want to talk about Yai? Yeah, he means pair. Yeah, y'all want to talk about Yai Miko? Yai Miko is very straightforward. Like, she's not. This one guy got me so tight about Yai Miko, bro. He acts like she's like trying to. It's like doing a Doom Infinite. Like, no, man, it's not a corner Infinite with Yai Miko. She is 3 buttons. Right, and you can dash cancel it. That's about as complicated as she gets. And then there's like 3 sets you can put on her. There's like 3 approaches to her build, and you just choose whichever one has the best substats, and that's it. Anything beyond that, you pull Kazuha. You just supplement it with a Animo character. Like, it's not that serious. Yai is not that complicated. You wait until the wolf goes up, and then you jump, and that's how you do. You see how the wolf goes up? You wait until it goes up, and that's when you jump. It's not some rocket science character. And then, but matter of fact, let me talk about this real quick. Who here plays? Okay, so Yai Miko. Let's talk about her for 2 seconds. I'm gonna talk about her play style real quick. First off, in every game that you will ever play, her build's not complicated. So for Yai Miko, in every single game you play, there's a thing called a buffer, right? A buffer. I gotta show this with. I'm gonna show this with Venti real quick. Venti is the best way I can explain this. So a buffer basically is when you do an input on your controller, and it puts it into a queue in the game, and then once an action is finished, then it does the queued up button input. That's what a buffer does, right? For example, when I hit the ground, I'm gonna hit attack, bam, and then he does an attack. It got put into a queue. Right? You can hear me hit the button before the bow comes out. That's a buffer, right? She has buffers on her skill cast and her dash cancels, right? Now, the buffer window is right around when she pops out of her animation, meaning that when you pop out, you can hit the dash button and you get a dash cancel on the first frame, right? You don't need to worry about frame perfect inputs, as this one guy put it, which was the dumbest thing I think I've heard in video game history, where buffers exist. If a buffer exists, it doesn't matter when you hit it as long as you hit it in the buffer window. They call it a grace window or a buffer window, right? Yes, that's all it is, right? This is how I'm able to do this without my bow actually coming out, right? So you guys see me do this? Right? How am I canceling into the jump? I'm canceling into the jump because I'm buffering the jump. Right? This is called a plink. It's when you hit a button and you cancel the button with another button immediately. You just rub your finger across the 2 buttons. It's hard to do on mobile. You can do it on PC. You can do it on a controller. Right? That's all it is. But that's advanced. That's not even really advanced, right? But this is like Yai Miko. So when it comes to, so the point I'm getting at is with Yai Miko, when you're playing Yai Miko, you can dash cancel everything, right? Everything she does, you can jump cancel everything. You just understand where her windows are, and you feel out the window. At that point, you can just switch her off and do whatever. You hit a button 3 times, and then you switch her out. And that's it. That's literally Yai Miko. Now, if we want to get into the nuance of the cooldown, okay, these little things sit out there for 14 seconds. Okay? 1, 2, 3. You effectively have 12 seconds before you got to rotate him out again. That's it. 1, 2, 3. You could pop one out if you like, right? But you know you got to go back and pop 2 more. That's Yae Miko. That's all it is. Right? Now when you hit her burst, you just it's I don't know. I don't know what the dude was talking about, but he was making it way more complicated than it had to be. Just make sure that there's 3 out before you hit your burst. And once the 3 are out, once you hit your burst, you just hit 3 again and then you switch her out. It's not that complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really not that complicated. As far as her build is concerned, there's only 2 Yae Mikos. Is she with Dendro or is she not? If she's not with Dendro, EM doesn't matter. If she's with Dendro, EM matters. That is literally it. And the only time Dendro really matters on her is if you're running Aggravate. You can run her on Hyper Bloom. The thing with Hyper Bloom is Hyper Bloom requires a whole lot of EM. Say what? Can you explain again what is a buffer and why you need to cancel an animation? You cancel an animation to make the next animation available faster. That's all it is. The long and short of it. So I can do this, right? But then I gotta wait before I can do it again, right? Or I can jump cancel it and get it out quicker. That's all it is. Right? You can also use it for positioning, right? So let's say you're doing this weird straight line Yae Miko that I see people do, right? Keep in mind, the middle one is the only one that's level 3. This one is only level 2. So 2 of your 3 zaps are only going to be weaker. So I don't ever recommend doing a straight line unless you just want to feel like you're doing something show offy or whatever. But anyway, so you would dash cancel the 3rd one if you would like to reposition yourself, right? Like you'll see me do this, like let's say this rock is an enemy or something. You'll see me do this a lot, where I'll go in front, I'll go up the side, and I'll go around, but I'll dash cancel out of that so I can reposition to the front, something like that, right? Or you'll see me like do this and jump. I'll do this and jump so I can get back to controlling her quicker. Whether I gotta switch or whatever. You know, it's just, I mean, you don't need it, but it's just from hitting buttons in video games for so long, you kind of get used to canceling animations and like what cancels what and stuff like that, right? But a buffer allows you to cancel on the first frame available. That's what a buffer does. Right? So if you want to like do that, like I can pull his bow out once again and you'll see his bow come out if I do it on the first available frame, right? But if I plink it, you don't even see it come out. This works on any character. Yeah, solve the interruption problem. There you go. That's what buffering does, right? Buffering allows you to you queue up your input. That's what a buffer does. You queue an input. So you do the input before it's supposed to come out. That's what a buffer does. Yeah, no worries. That way it comes out on the first possible frame. That way you don't know how to think about frames and timing. You just, okay, if I hit it as soon as I hit the ground, I know it's going to come out on the first available frame. So you just time your button press for when you hit the ground. Bop, and then you just keep it going. So now your action is happening on the first possible frame. That's all it is. That's buffering. Right? Do you know when buffering, you know, in times like you need to worry about, like, here's when buffering is not an option, is play Street Fighter 4 and then let's talk about frame inputs. Play Street Fighter 4 and do 1 frame links and then we'll talk about frame advantage. We'll talk about all that frame stuff. But this isn't Street Fighter 4, it's Genshin Impact, where buffers exist. So I don't want to, yeah. So anyway, when our queues open, I'll probably open them like later tonight. All right, let me wrap up these sets. So, in the case of Yae Miko, if you're running with Dendro, where EM matters,
最近8成的，
pay attention to the 2-piece set bonus. This is 36 attack across a 2-piece set bonus. What's stronger than the 2-piece set bonus is the bonus you get from Aggravate, plus the damage bonus that she gets from having that little bit of EM to justify running Aggravate, which is 150 to 300 EM. Right? If you're running 150 to 300 EM on Yae Miko, that 150 to 300 EM will beat out 36% attack, or 18% attack and 15% electro. It actually beats that out. So in that case, that is when running Gilded Dreams, which I'm going to pull Scoop if it's cool. Where's Scoop? That's where running this Yae Miko makes more sense. Because from this set, and this is only with 2 different elements, right? With 2 different elements, you're getting 180 EM. That is enough to beat out the 2-piece set bonuses. In Aggravate, that is nowhere near enough on a Hyper Bloom comp. You guys will run into people who will tell you this is so much stronger than a 2-piece. Just remember, it's only stronger in a 2-piece if you run Aggravate, because you're giving up 36 attack, which is not a little bit of attack. Basically, we're taking this piece off. Now, in the event you get a whole bunch of attack substats, go for it. So can we go from crit? Can we go from crit stats with this set? If you're going Aggravate, it's the same build. You still need to run attack, electro, crit damage. You still need to run that. And you see, still is a crit damage character. You still got to do your crits. You still have to ratio her out on Aggravate. The only time you don't run like Aggravate, the only time you don't run crit stats is when you're doing like a Hyper Bloom team. Stuff where you need so much EM that it doesn't really matter. Like 781, at that point you don't have the room to run EM. I mean, you don't have the room to fish for crit stats. If you can get crit stats, fantastic. But your crit slots are already used up on your circlet. Where's Lisa? Sorry. Because you're probably having to run a crit circlet. I mean, a EM circlet. And unless you could balance out the ratio, you might as well not invest into it. But this Lisa, with this weapon, will hit like almost 30k Hyper Blooms. But your investment is going all into the Hyper Bloom. Right? Now there is an exception, and I think I know what you're talking about, Fatima, where you have characters like Nahida, where not only you want a bunch of EM, right, 720, but you also want a ratio. But you have to keep in mind that is if your substats afforded you a ratio. If they gave you a ratio, you can go for the ratio. But if they did not give you a ratio, you have to choose one or the other. There are people out there who have ratios with their EM sets. Even her Ascension is EM, then how you manage ER. Are you talking about Lisa? Yeah, Nahida doesn't use ER at all. She has a like a 40 or 50. She does not need ER, like at all. With Lisa, well, that's the balance. You have to you just got to balance it out. That's why she has this weapon right now. Like, this is the set I'm running on her. If it was up to me, I would run energy recharge right here, and then I'd run like this weapon or something like that. Because I'd rather take the 50 energy recharge over it. Right? Plus, I don't have a Favonius Codex. If I had a Favonius Codex, it'd probably be a little bit better. But that's okay. But you just have to balance it out. But that's the only time you need a bunch of ER though, is knowing what needs a bunch of ER, like EM. My bad, EM. Right. Let me clarify with Dendro real quick. So Dendro. So there's two different Dendro windows that you're looking at. There's two different Dendros. There's the Hydro-based Dendro and the Pyro-based Dendro, and then there's the Electro-based Dendro. Right. So if you're doing, anytime it involves Pyro or Hydro, that Dendro reaction requires a whole lot of EM, like 700 plus, right? That's Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, Burn, Bloom. All those require a god-awful amount of EM. Quicken, on the other hand, Spread and Aggravate, those only require 150 to 300. This is why if I pull up any given Sinnoh that I pull will probably have 1 to 300. I think there's a few that have like 500 EM. Like they do try to put a bunch of EM on them, but you typically won't see a bunch of EM on Sinnohs. Where's Glalie? Oh, here it goes. I think he's got 500 maybe. 187. There you go. Yeah, this is a Sinnoh main, by the way. Like he main Sinnoh, 187 EM. And that's because Aggravate doesn't need a lot of EM. Simple as that. What you're going for in your Aggravate is you're going for the bonus damage that you get from Aggravate and then critting, and then getting that to crit. That's what you're doing. I kind of said that backwards, but that's the long and short of it. I could reword it to make it a little more clear, but yeah. I just don't want to break it. I don't want to get too deep into it. I can get deep if you guys want me to get deep on that one, though. But yeah. I did have a problem from the last 2 days. Can't swirl Electro when Nahida is in the team because of her aura. And the aura lasts for a whole 25 seconds. Sinnoh is me. Yeah, that's cheese. Yep. Yep, Sinnoh main. So you should be able to swirl. Oh, you know what? I know why. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you have to pre-swirl Electro with Nahida, which kind of sucks. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about. So I go through this with, because I did this for a while. Yeah, I was doing this for a while, and I was going through the same issue. It was actually over here. Let me fix this team. Yeah, the only thing I could tell you is what I do. I pre-swirl. I have to pre-swirl because I can't swirl when her little thing is active. I cannot seem to swirl it because her skill doesn't have an ICD. If we get Raiden in the team, then we shorten a healer? Like, what do you mean? I mean, I'm not insinuating running the healer Hida. I'm just asking. I just needed to switch it back. Floor 12 Abyss. Oh. Try this. Yeah, that was another way around it. Thank you for saying that, Hifumi. Kazuha's burst can swirl it. Are you having trouble with the Abyss? Because this Abyss is a Dendro Abyss. This is a Nilo Abyss. This Abyss is made for Nilo. It's made for Nilo and Kali. If you haven't built Nilo or Kali, you're gonna have a hard time in this Abyss. I guarantee it. A Scaramouche main. Hey, don't be switching mains left and right now. That's how you go broke out here. First half have a lot of flaws. In what way? So many restrictions on the first half? Not really. Like, so I'll put it to you this way. The Abyss, believe it or not, this is my opinion. The Abyss is super easy if you want to do it one floor at a time. It's mega easy if you do it one floor at a time. It's if you're trying to do it in one straight shot is where it's really hard. If you do this floor, cookies. This floor by itself, cookies. This floor by itself, cookies. Trying to do a straight shot is the problem. Needed a bow? Well, you need a bow because of that thing. Yeah, one floor at a time is annoying. I hate doing one floor at a time. But if you do it one floor at a time, it's really easy. You could Yan Fei this whole floor. Yan Fei can knock this whole floor down. She can knock this whole floor down. You just put Yan Fei and Fischl on the first half, or you could put Yan Fei and some other random animal character with Xing Cho in the second half. This floor is Venti and Kazuha, and then you put Zhongli on the second half. And then this floor is one random Electro character and a Hydro character on the first half, and then whoever can, you can run National on the second half on this one. Yeah, Yan Fei slaps she slaps everything in here. Yan Fei slaps in this Abyss. But you got to do it one day at a time. In 6 days, Cheese is going to lose his mind. He going to lose his mind because he going to get... This is what I don't want to happen for Cheese. I'm really hoping this does not happen. I hope he don't get Scaramouche and expect him to be God tier. Like, oh man, his numbers are way higher than the Shogun's. Like, nah, bro. He's going to be like, what happened to his DPS? Hey. They could buff Scaramouche and it ain't going to help. Not that he's bad. He's not bad. He's like Sinnoh. So if he likes Sinnoh, he a Sinnoh main. If he likes Sinnoh, he gonna love Scaramouche. So are you having trouble? So what problem are you having in the Abyss? Is it the first side? Like what floor and what side? The first half? What floor? Scaramouche, Raiden, Nahida, Zhongli. Each floor? All right, before I even start, I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody. I make this recommendation to every single person who even starts thinking about the Abyss. Yes, y'all, I'm finna ask them if they got the 3 characters. What's the 3 characters I always say? No, I was worried. I'm thinking about Nahida. I'm like, why is Nahida there, though? Hold on. My doctor's calling. It's probably for the COVID thing. Hold on one sec, y'all. Yeah, I'm just talking to my doctor. One sec, y'all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, so I should be all right. All right. So floor 12, chamber 1. The last two doggos have 2 million. Oh, okay. So first question is, do you have Zhongli, Kazuha, and Venti? Okay? Cuz what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this guy. Now, if I remember, you were asking about Yan Fei, I think. It was you asked about Yan. You asked about like a Burgeon team or something, right? So we're gonna do the Burgeon thing, and then we'll just do whatever on this side, I guess. I'll do like a hyper Ning or something. I really don't need that. I don't know what I'm doing. You wish you had Zhongli. You have all except Eula. Okay, so Kazuha is gonna be your best friend. What we're gonna do is we're gonna tag with Nahida. We're gonna swirl Hydro. We're gonna kind of double swirl actually. So anyway, so we're gonna do this. Yay! Actually, we might just swirl Pyro. Now I think about it. God dang, they whooped her. What? What happened? Let's try that again. Jesus Christ, y'all saw that? They was like no holds barred. There we go.
御风而行，风共鱼行。
才，知识成景。
哎，焚烧吧，三书铁器。好，知识与你分享。
Yay! Holy Jesus!
云影，夜明，插风。
羽线难画，故华生密。才，该行动。
哎，换个策略吧。
Where's my burst? Yay!
智慧之殿。好，呀，
Hey, big fella.
哎，哈，呀，呀，
御风而行。
才与刘红，羽线难画，断。
好，食人之法。
风共鱼行，朔风解印。
No, I'm gonna be on life support. I ain't worried about that. That's where she comes in.
与你分享。
Because you'll never actually hit 0 to my understanding. Like, you'll get really close to 0, but you'll never actually hit 0.
往返自然。起，克。
Where'd you go?
羽线难
I'm gonna save that burst.
小牵手。
Yay!
天理长驱，
有大家在身边。雕虫小技，向我臣服吧。 劝你放弃。
Oh God! Did it really cap the damage out? Y'all out of pocket for that.
逆造阳华，冥谷于此显生。冒险，冒险！
Why you running? Why you running? Oops. Why am I an idiot? Do your little teleport thing. If you don't, I'm gonna hit my burst and delete you. Okay, I'm gonna hit my burst and delete you. I meant to hit Bennett's burst. That was an accident. I'm messing up all over the place.
创生之法，雕虫小技。
Oh my God, I'm missing everything. You know why? Because Bennett and Albedo are in the wrong slots on my team.
拒收并蓄，
Bennett's supposed to go on the other button.
绽放吧！
Yep.
大家在身边，别白费功夫。
Ah, you get the point. Why are you? Oh God. All right, I'll redo it, and then that would be. I'll choose a different team for the second side, but I think I would have beat it. I just had him in the wrong spot. But let's abandon that. So I would say for you, Yan Fei, maybe. Where is he at? This guy, you wanted to do that Nahida thing. I would say run healer Nahida, and then Kazuha, and then say what? But doing one step back can let her in the middle. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so Geo against Stunner and Manifest. You can, because we're just trying to get 6 stars on the first floor. So who do you have? It doesn't have to be Geo. I have a really strong Burger. What in God's name are you talking about, bro? We have I have a really strong Ning Guang. Right, so if you don't got that nigga, you can use her. Well, probably not her. I would just use a catalyst user. Just whoever catalyst you have. Or whatever. Kokomi, Fischl, Kazuha, Raiden. For what? The second half? That makes way more sense on the first half. You would do that on the first half, bro. Okay. Hold on. So you said Kokomi, Fischl, Kazuha, and Raiden? Okay. And then who on the second half? Because it doesn't matter. You just need to kill the manifestation. So you can do her and Xingqiu. You could do National. You could do her National. I mean, you could do Raid National. I mean, you could do whoever, really. It's really these three that are probably going to end up killing it anyway. And Hu Tao, I don't have Hu Tao, but we'll act like we have Hu Tao. So we'll do that. And you said Xingqiu, Yalan. Oh. Okay, we'll just... Okay, I'm just gonna make up something. You, and you, I guess. Wait, what? What? Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Because I don't feel like dealing with that thing. Yeah, however you're going to beat the second half is how you're going to beat the second. I'm just going to try and one-shot that thing. All right, so I'm sure we all know how this goes.
以断罪帮帮忙。
I run a sack sword, so
落叶飘零，
I'm going to do it.
无念断绝，
Of course.
奥影看破，
往返自然，
别担心，
云野夜明，朔风解印，
光亦是永恒。
Oh,
黑之翼
hold on.
评断昼夜。
可叹落叶飘零。
哎，帮帮忙！沧海之约。
Too much HP? Low-key. Okay, so I know he's gonna do the weird, you can't kill me in one hit, so we're just gonna, I guess, wait for him to do whatever that animation is. And that's it. Alright, so now I'm gonna need you to do the thing, and then you're gonna teleport, and then you're gonna do the thing, and then you're gonna teleport again. If you don't, I'm gonna one-shot you, cuz. Do the thing. Oh, okay.
命定于此。鹰吹雪，起舞吧。
Oh, you lucky. Okay, it wasn't one shot, but it was close. If that whole thing would have hit him, come here. I know it was only half, but I still had like half a burst to go, cuz.
水中幻月，
I had half a burst and charge attacks coming his way.
千里长驱，
Bro, what are you doing? God, I hate this boss.
命运在此显现。
有大家在身边，伤口就
Okay, fine. Bro, you are
雪纷飞，
like super outside of the, like he is, yeah, I can't stand this boss. See, this is why, yeah, see. This is why I took Ningguang. Alright, I'm just gonna be comfortable. I'm not finna... What is it? I'm not finna go for that one, whatever. Alright, so let's do your team, and then I'm just gonna take Yanfei, or Yanfei National. Abandon. So you said... I don't know. So you said Kokomi, Kaz, Fish. Oh wait, because you had a certain order. That. Okay, and then on the other side, I'm gonna do a national setup. Fantastic.
现身吧，奥兹！
御风而行，风动离形，
休养生息，
此刻寂灭之时，奥影看破，
日夜换现。
往返自然，云影御风而行，
帮帮忙，深海的加护。
无处遁逃。
往返自然，可叹
以断罪之，
断绝，
Alright, so that's that side.
断，知师成景，羽线难画。该走攻击了。
开锅了，开锅了！见识下师傅的枪法，速速退下！绿果，你，好，哎，焚烧吧！
You can't run.
断，
哈哈，got you
是密，羽线难画。
Haha, gotcha.
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
热乎热乎嘛！
No, I didn't get it.
讲不通就打扁了！
Oh Lord, that would be nice to have a burst. Okay, Bennett, it's on you.
又没躲开，
You butt munch.
我来
Ha ha.
断，彩雨流
Really? Oh Lord.
复苏退下，
Heh, you think I can't reach you, cuz?
单书铁器，好，哈，呀，
Bro, why is he gotta like move like that all the time?
知识成景，好，出发，
开锅了，开锅了，
有大家在身边，上。
Worst enemy ever. So there's our 3 stars. All right. So now who do you want for the second half? You can hide, but you can't run. Exactly. All right. So who are we doing for the second half? Same team, I guess. I mean, I don't know. And any pyro DPS? No, I mean for floor 2 is what I meant. Floor 2. Is it the same? Are you doing the same thing for floor 2? Okay. At this point, Yanfei is gonna she must have her burst up at all times. If you're you're running Hu Tao and Zhongli, so you should be cool on it. Second half should be butter for you. But so the first half is gonna be your tricky one.
现身吧，哦，
云野夜明起，
休养生息，
此刻，寂灭之时，无处遁逃。
朔风解印，嘿，呵，
What?
我们走吧，
Yeah, I'm like what?
别担心，
往返自然，风动鼻行，朔风解印，
道光，亦是永恒，
Whoops, I did not mean to do that.
微光无射。
一如小姐所愿。
Come on, Oz.
御风而行，踏风，云野夜明，朔风解印，
无处遁逃。
All right, so that's that floor. I'm doing it with a sack sword and C1, by the way, on Kazuha. Like, okay, he's a lot stronger than people give him credit for. This floor is going to be kind of toxic, I guess is the way I'll say that.
该走攻击了。羽线难画，彩雨流红。
见识下师傅的枪法，
Ooh. Ah.
绿果，你，
我来保护大家。
说吧，喷火，哎，
古华生命，彩。
Really?
好，焚烧吧，哎，单书铁器，
Actually need to do that. Wow.
讲不通就打扁了，
彩雨流红断，羽线难画。
Whoa, bro.
接受，
Well, let's just say we didn't make that mistake. We'll just do that. I know you remember me saying you don't actually need a main DPS, so we'll just do that. So we're just gonna not have Yanfei. We'll do that. Are you doing the same thing for the next floor? Because you know you need a bow on the last floor, right? Yeah, I don't need Yanfei. Yeah, so. Whoa, you playing Chinese? Yeah, I play. Of course, I play Chinese. I'm not even Chinese, and I play Chinese. You're doing the same team. Well, you need a bow character on the last floor. So this is when this is the part I don't like about this abyss. You actually have to, for you, you would have to leave and come back, and then you have to redo the abyss all over again, just to take care of the. Oh, I'm slow. You're right. All right, cool. Let's do that. So we got official. Yay!
奥女看破，以断罪。
Fantastic.
风动鱼行，
帮帮忙！
一念断绝，日夜换线。
I know I didn't have to do that.
又来了。
踏风，起，可叹落叶飘零。
One for the culture.
沧海之约。
Oh, I thought he was about to do it. At least hit him with the initial startup.
气命之时，
Oh, can I hit him? Oh, hold on, Shogun. Hold on, Shogun. Why you play? No, come here, cuz. I was be like, hold on. Shogun can charge attack that? Like, oh, it's going down.
黑之翼，平断昼夜。
微光无射，踏风，云影，夜明，嘿，
别担心，
What?
断绝。
Did Burger's cousins show up, or I have no idea. All right, so we're not doing Yan Fei things. We're just gonna troll it out.
克财，知识成景，收起来吧。
You don't matter, actually.
攻击了，
热乎热乎嘛，讲不通就打扁了。
整体杀神吧。立正，
开锅了，开锅了！
不发生命，羽线难画，断。有大家在身边。
嘿哈！
再见了，我们一定。
不到此为止。
锅巴，喷火！
What?
彩雨流红，羽线难画，断。
祭品已经准备
我来保护大家。
哦，见识下师傅的枪法。救命啊！热乎热乎嘛！
收起来吧，有大家在身边。
皇军的梦想。
What?
财
Oh, he should be dead.
断。
锅巴，喷火！
I'll restart it. Which is funny. That's what I'm saying. Like those three, you actually don't need. It's because I played it wrong. Because you're not supposed to go after. You're not supposed to go after the Fatui. And then on the second one, you actually go after the Fatui. The dude chases you. You know what I mean? So I just played it wrong, but that's okay.
以断罪。
I just want the initial hit.
气命之时。回敬我吧。
I know I played it. I played that super wrong. Break.
奥影看破，
朔风解翼，
Yay.
休养生息。
Drop you. One more.
风而行，
微光无射，道光，意识永恒。肃清阻碍，奥影看破，
嘿，呵呵，
帮忙，深海的加护。
无处遁逃，此刻见面之时。
Hey, Shinha.
风共鱼行，
别担心，
道光亦是永恒。皓影看破。
云影，夜明，往返自然。
I was gonna say, come on now. Yay!
形随神智，难得的猎物才。护法生命。该走攻击了。
讲不通就打扁了。跑起来，跑起来！
扬起沙尘吧！再见了。
Alright, so there's one.
羽线难画，彩羽流红。我来保护大家。
还挺痛，热乎热乎嘛。
大之王，你的体力已经准备
知
好
识成景，怪羽线难画。有大家在身边，
讲不通就打扁了。
That's it. Does that answer? There you go. So that is your team doing the things. So could you? So are you able to 36 it with this? Because this is your setup minus Hu Tao. Like what I would do, at least based on what I just did, is I would just not run Hu Tao and switch out Yalan for Xiangling and put I would just do that. So run the national and then put whoever you want in the national team. Like you could put Yalan in there or you could put Hu Tao in there, but I would run the national. Anytime you have issues in the Abyss, at like ever, just run national. If you don't know what to do, run national. And then as far as your Shogun and Kokomi, your Kokomi can, I'm not even joking, your Kokomi kind of can act as your DPS in place of Shogun if your Shogun isn't like crazy strong or whatever. It's just you have to really dump like a lot of effort into your Kokomi. Like a lot of effort. Either Kokomi official, like really beast mode official.
遇到港口有 所以璃月是一切财富沉淀的地方。
Hold on, what'd you say? I just made this team in my head. Miko Rocks?
同在久，
Oh, Ian Albedo,
惜故人，
Yunjin,
何日再见？
and Goro. What? Why? I mean, I understand what you're doing, but I would run a Hyper Miko if that's what you're doing. So I would do C6 Sarah, Bennett, and Mona.
旅程总有一天会迎来终点，不必匆忙。
Or C6 Sarah, Bennett, and Yunjin. If you want to buff their normals. That's what I would do. That'd be crazy.
玉麦桂花同在久，只可惜故人。何日
Who's that, Jazz? What's going on, Jazz? Bones boy, I want to ask real quick. Everyone doing good in school, right? It's cool to play games, keep them grades up. We just had somebody come in with straight A's, bruh. They came in, was like, I got straight A's, God, 3 point, what was it, 3.98? They was getting it in. Okay, I'll check it out. So Fatima, does that cover that? I know I was doing a lot with Kazuha, as you saw. I was doing a whole lot of that. But I was just doing, I don't know. I don't know. I'm used to that at this point. I could do it with a different weapon, and then just try not to trigger C1. Because with C1, I get a second skill cast. So I could just do it just without the skill cast. Like I put a rancor on him or something. Or something. I just want to make sure that you are confident that you can do it. Right, but I mean, mine's are pretty. I mean, they're pretty well built. Like she's a 57 173, right? 57 because she gets 12 from the catch on 4-piece emblem. You know, and she's triple crown, right? And then, you know, he's 999. You know, with a 4-piece and the sack sword at C1, so I get 3 casts off of him. And then Fischl, I think she had the thunder and. No, she had that. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, I did have that. I don't know if R4 is going to make a big difference, but she was just rocking 2-piece. Right? It wasn't like the most god tier pieces, but she was 67 105. And the Kokomi is just a standard Kokomi. It's not no min-max Kokomi. She was using that thing for some reason. I forgot I even had that on her. Like, I could probably do this, and it'd be the same outcome. You know, yeah, you do. By the way, you do get a damage bonus after testing it, though. It's really not. It's like, it's cool, but come on, it ain't like you think. It's the R. It's not what you think. It's really not. It's especially for somebody like the Shogun. Like it ain't. That 20% ain't doing nothing. My Kazuha does more than that 20% on skill cast. You know what I mean? And she's just rocking that, and then it's just HP Hydro. Like it's nothing like super magical. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all you need to do, Bones Boy. Ain't not much more to it. You know what I mean? You just hop in, knock it out. But I want to make sure that Fatima is good because they were asking about, you know, there's literally nothing to do. Yeah, there's literally nothing to do. It's almost a beautiful thing. If there's nothing to do, at that point, that's when you start a business. That's when you sit down, start jotting down ideas, and you start a business. I want to start a production company making beats. I got resin to burn. Because I'm like off sick from work, but too, I might even work later tonight. You want to be a lawyer? Start studying cases. Pull up cases and see if you could build an argument. What is this, anti-cryo? Yeah. Anybody got any questions about builds, though? Because if not, then I think I'm going to just restart the stream and just do a carry stream. Because I want to make sure you guys are good before I just stop the stream. But this was really important to me, and I am actually really happy you guys even had the audacity to sit through all of this. You know what I'm saying? But I think it is really important that you guys learn how to fish rather than being handed fish. You know what I mean? I just want to be that person who knows the ups and downs of almost everything. You talking about jack of all trades, masters of none. But that's just, you just read a lot. I'll tell you what somebody told me. If you're curious about it, read about it. Or, you know, if you don't know, Google it. If you're wondering about it, Google it. Ain't nothing wrong with learning something. I try to learn something new every day. Like bone marrow stores energy. I didn't know that. It's just like little random things. You know what I'm saying? Like to go for my master's in mathematics. That's kind of godlike. There's a YouTube channel that I follow called Number File. They will accept you with open arms, Bones Boy. You got Yai, you want to know how to build her? That's all we was talking about all day was how to build in general. So without giving you a build, these are her skills. What does that scale with? What does that scale with? And what does that scale with? What stat is important to these three? $17K vape? Oh, Jesus. That's actually a really good vape. That's a really good vape. That means you hit 8.5K on burst. That's kind of a lot. No, the artifacts don't even matter. The stat is what matters. If you know what stats she scales with, that tells you the artifact set. Her element gives you hints. Her element and this passive tells you what stats what sets she can take advantage of. Right? But you know the main stats based on knowing what that scales with. So she's Electro, so she has 2 sets that she can use. She's not a charge attack character, so you can technically, but you're probably not going to use the 4-piece Thunder and Fury or the 4-piece, whatchamacallit? Shimenawa. You got 3 crowns? I mean, you can. I triple crown my Yai because I like her. M, you are beating me to it every time. What's up, Q? How you doing? What if you want to Shinha to reverse melt? You just have to make sure you're applying pyro adequately. But you can reverse melt with Shinha. Don't think about the melt. Think about the damage type that's coming out and how to buff that damage. So Yai Miko, right? If you're using her in Vaporize or Quicken or whatever, Aggravate and Spread, obviously EM is not going to benefit Aggravate and Spread a lot. As far as your reverse melt, as you can see, Melt and Vaporize, they don't get a lot from EM. They do, but not really. It's just that EM is that little percent is super strong because the result can crit. That's why. Right. Aggravate and Spread, there's a pre-crit value. The bonus damage that you get from Aggravate and Spread is, I'm not going to get into the reason why. Long story short, that's what EM does, right? So, in the case of Yai Miko, you got to get Xingqiu. You're a Hydro main, and you have to fight the Dendro Cube. No, that's not bad. Just make sure you just bring an Electro character. Like Lisa. You could just take Lisa. Because you only got to touch the little Dendro things. So you hit them with Dendro, and then you just hit them with Lisa. And then you go to the next one. And then you hit that one with Lisa, and then you hit it. You know what I mean? It's not that serious. It's not that bad. 1K subs. Yeah, I know. Everybody kind of looking for it. So if she just needs a whole bunch of... So what does she need, though? What does Yai Miko need? Does she need attack? Does she need ER? EM? You can use Fischl for it. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Dendro thing. What are you talking about? Can you use Fischl? Fischl for what? Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too all the time, Miko. So you'd have to DPS it down. I mean, either way it goes, you have to take an Electro. You don't have to take an Electro, but you want to take an Electro. You can use Fischl for the Dendro Cube, yes. But I want to teach you. So right now I'm not really giving out builds. I'm teaching people how to build. So if you want to know a build for Yae Miko, I'm not going to give you a Yae Miko build. I'll teach you how to build her, though. But I'm going to teach you how to build her. I'm not going to give you a build. That's this stream. Any other stream, I'd just give you a build, but that's not helping. Because then you're going to need us to build, and that's not good. What's good is you knowing how to build. I want you to be able to look at a character and be like, you know what? Here's Jean. I want her to do this, and then now you know how to build her. I feel like that's way better than just going around asking for a build. Does that make sense? I can give you my build right now, but I don't think it's not going to help you though, because you still got to get my substats, and you got to have like my weapon and all that jazz. Also, she has to be triple crown. Like it's just other stuff. You know what I mean? ER, crit rate, and crit damage. So why are you going for ER? Actually, I know exactly why you're going for ER. You're going for ER for this thing, right? Yeah, so you can use a burst. You know, what if I told you that you're probably not going to be using her burst as much as you think you are? You'll be using it. Stuff is going to die a lot slower by using her, building her for burst. What if I told you that? We can. I'll put a ER build on right now. I'll put a burst build on because I have a burst build. I gotta level one of these. Yeah, I would have to level one of those. I'll run crit rate for now. All right, we're going to have to rock with that. All right, so now we got ER, right? So you got ER. What else? I'm assuming if you're going burst, you're running emblem, right? I mean, we got 186. Or we can run noblesse. You want to run noblesse? I got some pretty good noblesse pieces. We can run noblesse. You're gonna run EM. EM where? Because you're running EM right here. Are you running EM or are you running? Are you running EM or are you running ER or? I could put whatever on right now. The current one you have is ER. Okay. So are you happy with your ER build? No. Why are you not happy with your ER build? Okay. My question to you is, do you just want the number to be bigger or do you want stuff to die faster? Because with Yae Miko happens to be one of the characters where bigger numbers don't equal, it doesn't make people die faster. The Shogun is one of those characters where bigger number equals die faster. She's not that character. Because her damage is not in her burst, believe it or not. Her damage is in her skill. So that's why I'm asking, do you want her to kill fast or do you just want big numbers? Because if you want big numbers, you cater to her burst. If you want stuff to die faster, she actually doesn't need energy recharge. Now, if you happen to get your energy recharge, great. But that's not your priority. If anything, your other priority would be like EM, if anything. If not like attack percent. Attack percent would probably even be better. Right? For what it's worth, this is a really good piece for her. Because it's got attack 9.9, crit rate, crit damage. Like, it's, you know, it's a solid piece. But I can give you the long and short of Yae Miko. I'll do it like this. Where's it at? Okay. So I run two piece, but I'll give you the long and short of Yae Miko. Yae Miko just needs a billion attack, a bunch of crit rate, and a bunch of crit damage. That's it. Right? As far as set bonuses, the set bonuses they only matter depending on what you're using her for. That is literally it. That is Yae Miko. If you run her with a Dendro character, you use Gilded Dreams. If you use her with an Electro character or any other character, you can use any set. If she is predominantly doing damage by way of reactions, like let's say your substats just aren't good. Like you're like, oh man, I got like these are my substats. Okay, if these are your substats, then you should probably run 4-piece Thunder and Fury. But if you got a whole bunch of crit options, the set bonus doesn't matter. You just give her a standard DPS build. Attack, element, crit balance. Damage showcase. I want to use her for the Abyss because I haven't cleared it yet. So, for the... Oh, you did over 50... Hey, congrats, Miko! Okay! Hey, I'm telling you, that number's only going... Watch. Miko gonna hit 100K for the first time and be like, okay, it's all coming together. Be like, yep. Damage showcase, I want to use... So, Miko... So, I want to reiterate. Miko is not a damage showcase character when it comes to killing things. Because her damage showcase is on burst only. But her skill kills enemies faster. And in order to showcase on burst, yeah, her skill is going to hit really hard, but you need no bless, which is going to cut into your skill damage. Like, just building for her skill comes with burst damage. Building for her burst takes away from her skill. I guess that's the point I'm trying to get at. So build for this, and it comes with the burst. If you build for her burst, you're going to lose on the skill. Oh my god, you didn't even level it all? Bro, what are you doing? Level that thing! Like, yeah, but yeah, Bones Boy, I gotta get you out of the thinking. I'll give you a little secret when it comes to builds. I'm gonna give you the God's honest truth when it comes to the secret to builds. If you build a good foundation, the house will remain stable. Meaning that if you cater to the strongest thing in the kit, you're gonna leave a whole bunch of damage on the table. If you make sure that the weakest thing in the kit is the strongest it can get, everything else in the character will be mad strong. This is why I have 259 crit damage on this character. Because her charge attack, by buffing that, this is buffed, and her burst is buffed. By buffing this, her charge attack and her burst is buffed. Her normals are buffed, just by scaling this up. So the more I get this buffed up, that's why my burst can hit for like 100 and something K on a showcase at C0 R1. At C6 R5, I gotta be like 3 to 400K per tick. But you want to make sure your base is good. Don't build from the top down. Build from the bottom up. Like I want you guys to stop building from the top down, doing them 300 crit damage or 30 crit rate. Don't do that. You're building from the top down. Build from the bottom up. Take care of your crit rate and then let your crit damage do the talking after the fact. Take care of the character's overall damage. And as a byproduct, showcase damage will come. Because then at that point, you know what you can do with showcase damage? You can then take your already outrageously strong character and you can make them even more outrageously strong because you feel like it. And then you can go do a showcase. If you build the characters, if you give them a solid foundation, give them a solid working foundation. That's why I wanted to break it down. That's why I wanted to break down and really kind of talk about Yamiko for a sec. Because if you want her burst strong, she's not going to be strong. And if it's for showcases, I can guarantee she's going to be weak. You're going to have one of the weaker that was the first Yamiko build I put together. Was an emblem build with energy recharge and all that. And she was terrible. She was terrible. The damage was bad. And then I just said, I'm just going to put a build together. Shortly after, she was triple crown. I was like, this works. This is Yamiko. I was like, I get it. Jump, cancel, charge attack. Got it. Burst every now and again, I'm straight. And she actually does generate a good amount of particles. I understand why her burst is 90 and why her cooldown is 22 seconds. Like, I get it. Really odd number, but I get it. I get it. But yeah, right? Start with the frame of the bike. You're not gonna ride a bike with just pedals on a rod. Make sure the chain is there. Make sure things are lubricated. Make sure there's air in the tires. You know what I mean? So let's talk about Yamiko real quick. So this scales with attack. Why? Because it's only a percent. This scales with attack. Why? Because it's only a percent. This scales with attack. Why? Because it's only a percent. I'm gonna try that. I think looking at other people's builds threw you off and never threw. No, everyone has the same Yamiko. She's a substat character. All these Yamikos are doing, who play Yamiko, all they're doing is putting on artifacts that have the best substats. She's substat character. It's not until Dendro is introduced is when you start getting different builds, and it's only one Yamiko. There's only one Yamiko. Like with Dendro, it's either she's substat carried or you're running the Gilded Dreams. This is the only Miko I know of that has Gilded Dreams, and that's because he runs her with Dendro because he refuses to play with Bennett. It's the only reason he even has this set is because he does not want to play Bennett. That's where it all stems from. Otherwise, if he didn't mind Bennett, he would not have this set. But he's compensating his account because he refuses to play Bennett, which I'm not. I understand. Not everybody likes Bennett. Well, if you want her to even compete with a Bennett option, you need this set. And it has to be with Dendro. So he has this with Dendro. Every other Yamiko, if there's any other Yamikos, Oh, you're hidden. Every other built Yai Miko that ever comes to this channel, like they're all on substats. Like this is substats. It's not even great substats. Like, but it's substat carry. Like this is the best the substats can do. No, I'm not doing a count refuse. Right? It's electro based and it's got the best substats out of all the other options he had on his account. We talk. This is Trip. Ash Trip. What would you rather use? 4-piece Thunder and Fury? I'd rather have a 2-piece, but I'm using this one because it works. Right? PB&J, I don't know who this is. 4-piece Glad, it's an option. 2-piece Glad, it's just 18-18, 18-15, 18-15. It's the same Yamiko. I don't know if they are in a guild. Say what? I do have dreams on my cheek. Nice. My Sinnoh's ratio is 60, 191. Jesus Christ. Yes, we gotta get that crit rate over 60, though. If you can. Scarab's Ascension materials? I thought Scaramouche was the mechanical thing. I think. Hold on. It's a mechanical thing, right? Yeah, he's the mechanical thing in Sumeru. Oh yeah. Oh, you straight then? Yeah, you be super straight. Oh, that's what you meant. Got you. Hilarious. But yeah, no, it's just you run Gilded Dreams if you're in Dendro. That's it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Scaramouche is this guy though, just to clarify. This is Scaramouche. At least that's what's listed. We still won't know for sure until he comes out, but that's what's reported to be Scaramouche from a source that I trust. So far, they've been batting 100% on every piece of information that came out. Because they get theirs directly from the game files. So I'm like, oh, okay, if this is ripped from the Genshin file, I think we could probably take it to the bank. Right? But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we understand why, though. Because everything in her kit is... Like, this is why, okay? There's no electro damage enhancements that she gets. That's why. Unless there's some kind of enhancement that she gets from scaling another stat, typically you can just run any set of stats, right? Now she gets damage from Elemental Mastery, but the Elemental Mastery is not enough to justify running Elemental Mastery on her. The 2-piece set bonuses by themselves beat out. Like, let's say you had Gilded Dreams. Let's say you had by herself, right? Let's say you had Gilded Dreams by itself. That loses to the 2-piece set bonus as far as the damage increase. But the minute you do Aggravate, that's when the Gilded Dreams is stronger. But the damage itself doesn't exceed whatever the 2-piece bonuses you get. It doesn't work. And technically, and here's the funny part. Technically, 4-piece Thunder and Fury is stronger than Gilded Dreams. But we're not going to talk about that, because I don't want people coming in here with their maths. Well, you know, it's under the right circumstances, and the moon star shines bright, and 30, and you need 80 and EM on your flower, and we're not going to get into that, though. Because if you put that same stat on Thunder and Fury, it beats out Gilded Dreams. So, let's go ahead and stop right there. I think I'm going to go 2-piece, and have Bennett, but I'm just going to focus on talents first. Yeah, do talents first. By the way, if you are doing a Bennett carry, and this goes for any character in the game, if that character is going to be paired with Bennett, you do not have to worry about attack substats. If you get attack here's why I'm saying this. I have 2 circlets with her, right? I have this one with 14% attack And then I have this one with no attack on it, right? Now, this one is fine and fantastic. It puts me at 2,000 attack. This one takes me under 2,000 attack. Not by much, but it does, right? I'll give you another scenario. In the event, you have a Raiden Shogun, because this is always an argument. You have the option of running energy recharge or attack with an Electro Goblet. If you have Bennett, you technically do not need this. You can run energy recharge and take the hit on your attack. So 1,300 attack versus 1,700 attack. Well, Bennett, the right Bennett, right? The right Bennett is going to add whatever this is plus an additional 20%. If you happen to have one of these Bennetts, Aquila Favonia, it's going to be whatever that number is plus 20%. And now you really don't need an attack timepiece because you're going to hit diminishing returns on attack. I don't know if any of that makes... it makes sense. Long story short. Yeah, he's going to add a ton of attack. Right? So when you see Shogun... I just want to make sure you guys are understanding all this. So when you see Shogun showcases... Typically, a Shogun showcase will have energy recharge Electro if a Bennett is there. Any other Shogun will have an attack timepiece somewhere. Right? So if you are running, the reason I'm bringing this up is if you're running Yaimiko, attack here is perfect, but when you start getting conversations about attack substats are not going to measure at all to crit damage, particularly running with Bennett. Because Bennett's going to make up all those stats. He can't give you crit damage, but he can give you attack. Make sense? I just wanted to make sure I spoke on that real quick. Ha! In my family, y'all pray about it means no. Nice. Yeah, whatever 20% of 800 is, I don't know what that is. Because it's 120%, right? Yeah, 120%. Well, plus a crown. Oh, yeah, because he got... Yeah, it's 112 plus... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it's 20 additional percent. So mine is 132 right now. Yeah, so mine is 100. So I'm getting an extra 32% of whatever the heck is going on here. Which is pretty nice. Does it matter with my team that official has a physical goblet? No. Yes. It depends. It depends on the team. Official is only there to apply electro? No. Official is there to do personal damage? Yes. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, you should run an electro goblet over a physical goblet. But if you don't have an electro goblet, at minimum, run an attack goblet. It'll be 15 to 20% weaker than an electro goblet, but I'd rather you be at 85% potential than 0% potential. I'd rather you be at 80% potential damage potential on a piece than, like, you know what I mean? So, yeah. See you guys on Wednesday. Okay, Bones Boy. All right, cool. All right. So I'll do this. Because I feel like, how long is this stream? Hold on. So is it 6 hours? Okay. I can't believe I've been talking for 6 hours about this. Here's what we're going to do. I'm not understanding. It's okay if I'm not understanding this is just a build talk stream. No, 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 it's cool. No, don't join. Nah, just dang. Don't. Okay. No, what I was saying was, no, I don't have to look. I can just answer it. I know exactly what you're talking about. So what it is if you so having a physical goblet on is like not having a goblet on at all. That's effectively what you have by having a physical goblet. So I'd rather you have something there, at least something. And that's why I'm saying put attack on. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's fine. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then we'll jump into some things. But yeah, but does that answer your question though? Because this is your right now. This is your official, right? And you understand why, right? A physical goblet does absolutely nothing for purple numbers. You need something that's going to buff purple numbers. Yeah, that's fine. But this doesn't buff purple numbers. That's why. This only buffs white numbers. Got it? Make sense? Cool. All right, let me use the restroom and then we'll go ahead and get started. All right, one sec. I'll be right back. All right, hold on. Let me take this medicine. Oh, that cough medicine is not hitting this spot. I mean, it's taking care of the symptoms. I'm just taking it for the symptoms. All right, one second and we'll get started. Holy Jesus. All right. Whew. Well, I'm going to tell y'all right now. Just the remnants. Just the remnants of COVID is really weird. This is such a weird. It's such a weird. COVID is a weird. It's weird, bruh. Like the day I was sick, bruh. Y'all saw me in Discord. Like I was like, yeah, nah. I was downplaying it. I didn't know it was COVID though. I'm like, bruh. I swear to God, I hope nobody in here ever go through whatever this is. I'm like, whatever this is. It felt like the flu, but it was like a super flu.
玲玲，
It was crazy though because it wasn't even like super headaches.
御风而行，操！
It wasn't even like a super headache or nothing like that. It was just my throat was weird, and then my throat was like picking and choosing how it was gonna feel. It was like, okay, you're gonna scratch today, and then you're not gonna scratch, and then you're gonna itch today, and then you're not gonna itch, and then your breathing is gonna be strange, and then it's not gonna be strange. It's like, bruh, can you just pick a symptom? like, bro, there's a super flu going around. No, I'm saying right, Scoop. You said you had it twice. Yeah, but ain't that how it is? Like you get a headache and then you don't have a headache, and then you're fatigued and then you're aching and then you're not aching, and then it's always like it's such a all over the place like condition. Like it's super random. I don't know which one you're picking. Your COVID was mild. My first, yeah, mine wasn't severe because I had to I took the what they say. Because Democrats we be lying about stuff all the time, I guess. So the vaccine ain't real. They trying to put, I'm just trying to make sure everybody got their little demon's crest put into their body. That's what the vaccine is supposed to be, bruh. I got the vaccine. I can only imagine what it's like without a vaccine. Nah, it's like it's weird. It's weird. It's really, really weird. Like, it don't hurt, but when it hurt, it really hurt. Right? But I've been taking so much cold medicine, I honestly don't even know if that's helping. I'd like to think it is, because I don't feel like trash. I don't feel anything close to how I feel when I don't take this cold medicine. It's like I have an infinite cold and I can't get rid of it. So I have to take this cold medicine, otherwise I'm not even finna be in the Discord. I'm not even finna be streaming. I'm not finna be talking. You had no vaccines? Well, you must have an immaculate immune system. Because matter of fact, my doctor was saying I need to stop taking one of my medications because it suppresses my immune system. You know what I'm saying? So I needed that vaccine. You passed out because you panicked? I mean, some people just don't like needles. I catch colds every 3 years. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. You lucky you catch colds. That means you're normal. I don't catch colds no more. That's why I was so surprised. Like, I got a cold? Like, you know how extreme the situation gotta be for me to catch a cold? Like, I don't even get really sick anymore. That's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like a super cold. It's like a cold so the flu gives you stomach aches and nausea and all of that too, right? So that's why people keep saying it's like the flu. But it's like a cold with a super dry cough. It's really the cough that worried me the first time. So when I had coughed and nothing was there, I was like, oh, okay. And then I got a scratch in the back of my throat and I was like, okay, this must just be a bug or something. But once again, that cough and nothing was there, I was like, oh, nah, bruh. I was like, okay. That's what scared me. But I didn't know. I didn't even have the cough until I was out. Like, I was out. It was like, it's over with. And it happened when all of that stuff, remember, man, it happened. Okay, so my partner came over the day after I was whooped. The day after that, I had to go to that birthday and I did a partial stream. So I did all of that while I had COVID, and I didn't even know I had COVID. I was done. I was like, why am I even alive right now? Like this is I hate life right now. But I didn't want to be on here like complaining like that, because it's not gonna help nothing complaining like that. Don't help nobody.
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行。
Yeah, I was sneezing back to back. It's so weird though, because like 2 days ago I couldn't stop sneezing. I'm in the middle of a conference call with my client and I can't stop I'm sneezing like every 5 minutes. So I had to like mute, sneeze, unmute, mute, sneeze, unmute, mute, sneeze, unmute. It was weird. Yeah, I got you on the Wilkins. I'm smoking right now. As soon as I get back in, I'll add it for you. It only takes a second to add it. Probably take me some Motrin while I'm at it. Oh, you good? The purpose of this, because I haven't even restarted the stream. The purpose of the stream is still to answer questions about builds. Oh, you got 2 different streams? What? Couldn't even shake back for nothing till it was over, and the other one felt more prepared, and I sweated out for a week. Wore warm clothes, and yeah. It's like treated like a cold, right? I thought it was a cold, so I just started treating it like a cold, and I swear the only thing that was helping was cold medicine. That's the only thing that's helping right now. Somebody was like, because you got lupus, you should not be taking the liquid. I'm like, I do not care, bruh. I don't know if I care right now. Like, you're not in this body, so I'll take my chances at this point. I'd rather, like, I'm cool. You didn't get vaccinated? We should get vaccinated. Because with me having a suppressed immune system, I should have been way worse off. According to my doctor, I should have been one of them dudes almost died. And I smoke cigarettes. It should have been cookies. But I got vaccinated. Yeah, what happened with your eye? I was vaccinated, and days before the most recent booster, the hubby and I were slammed. Yep. Headache, fever, delirium, body pain. It was on par with N1H1. Wow. So I need a goblet and a circlet, but circlets hate me so much. Yeah. You got to stop. Oh, you got to sty. Oh, yeah. You just got to wait that out. But yeah, I'm glad you got vaccinated. I hope it had enough time to like work his course. Like run through his course. You know what I'm saying? If it was able to go through whatever it had to go through, then you should be all right. I mean, you should have been. I mean, you're okay now, and that's good, but you should be extra okay going forward. Thunder Fury, yep. Yeah, a sty, yeah, you just gotta wait for that. You just gotta wait it out. No, it takes longer than that. Styes it'll be there for like a week or 2. Should be gone tomorrow. Yeah, how long have you had it though? Because you had it for a little while now. At this point. Oh, you got Kokomi. Hold on. Ever since Friday? Yeah, that's about a week. I should probably get out of that. I came back from Thanksgiving and woke up with it Friday. Yep. That's a sty though. Sty is water is the key. Get one of them gallons and do what it do. Hey, I know I'm not supposed to drink coffee, but coffee and tea been my jug. Coffee and tea has been my jug, I'm telling you right now. Coffee for the fatigue, tea for the water intake. And I know they're both diuretics, but I just putting something in there. Coffee and tea are keeping you alive. Tea is better than coffee, but Both are diuretics, though. They actually push water out your body.
别想逃开！
就消失。
自己智慧之殿堂，
这里，
But I'm like one of them ex-hardcore soda
全
drinkers.
都看见了。
在这儿哟。
无能。
No! Whatever. You got problems with your tonsils? You've been dealing with that for a while? I hope that ain't COVID, man. I'm scared for everybody with COVID now. I'm like, bro, it snuck up on me. It came out of nowhere. So my sister's boyfriend gave it to her, and then she gave it to me, and then like I'm like, Jesus. Like it came out of nowhere. One day I was just sick, and I'm like, that came out of nowhere. Yeah, but I hope you're doing all right, Angel. Yeah, health before anything, bro. Like I'm straight. You know why I was, because everybody. Okay, so Kinkle and Burger was like, don't stream, take some time, whoop, whoop, whoop. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm actually doing nothing at this point. Like my clients know that I'm sick, and they're like trying to give me time off and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, I'm like doing nothing now. And all I'm finna do if I'm doing nothing, if I'm not sleeping, I'm probably finna just play a video game. So I might as well at this point. Cause it ain't nothing I could do except wait.
别想逃开哦！
来我家做客吧，
Take hot baths? Oh yeah, I'm finna be on it then.
无能。
全都看见了。
Hey, is it me or are we kind of cooking this domain?
这里，
留意脚下，起风了。
Enjoy.
知识与你分享，
Yeah, you get super bored, like just doing a whole bunch of nothing. Just all right. Well, what's on the menu today? Like, man, I'm just sitting here, just okay. Well, I guess I'll go through YouTube. I guess that's why I've been posting all them YouTube videos and links and whatnot. Like I was on YouTube and then all this random stuff came up. I was like, man, I'm gonna put some of this in venting. I can't avoid none of it. You know. A friend of mine got COVID but didn't know. Found out when it triggered her. Oh, that's not good. If you got asthma, that's dangerous. What's on the checklist today? Do nothing. All right, I already did that part. What are we doing today? You see this wall right here? We're gonna stare at this for a little while. And I'm gonna count to a really high number. I'm surprised I haven't made any beats. I haven't been up for making beats. Like, if it takes any level of energy, I've been trying to avoid it. I know it sounds really lazy, but I'm really trying to, like, not do anything that requires any level of energy right now. And Genshin definitely does not require any energy.
来我家做客吧，
Help you sweat it out? Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, them hot showers be doing the trick. But you said skip a shower, do a
别
bath?
跑快吧，起风了。
自己
Huh?
智慧之殿堂，
Where they at? Oh. What?
无能。
Where's she at? Oh.
说
Oh, Lord. Hold on.
别
We
想
finna
逃开
venti
哦
the rest of this one. Okay, I'll throw one in there.
手
Jesus. I was going a little two-hand with little Miss Daisy. We're gonna pop you and we're gonna get an NRE 30. Cool. Awesome. Still never had it. That's a good thing. Oh. Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want it. If it's, especially if you ain't got a vaccine, yeah, you do not want COVID. If you ain't got no vaccine, you do not want COVID. I'm telling you right now. I don't care what right wing, whatever political, the government lying to you, energy, whatever anybody telling you, I do not care what they say. If you don't have a vaccine, you do not want COVID. I'm telling you right now. I promise you. And it's not no overnight thing. Because I was sick way longer than I should have been. Because I don't be getting sick. Like, I get sick and it goes away in like a day, if that. when I was sick for 2 days, I'm like, yeah, no, something else is going on. And then a third day hit, and I'm like, okay. And then the fourth day, and I'm like, okay. That's when I called my bro and was like, bro, I think I got COVID. Because I don't, like, I might get an inkling of a sickness, and then it goes away because they just don't live in my body like that. Yeah, yeah. I didn't get the booster though. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, bro. I immediately got that vaccine. I don't know why politics have to be involved in health, but I guess they was like vaccine. I'm like, I see this turning it. It was funny too because the day that I swear, the day COVID became a thing, right? Hold on. The day COVID was, everybody was like, okay, COVID is a thing. Wait, what? This is Official Talents?
人的一生写于纸上也不过几行。
You should get a
都是些
pyro
无聊的
character.
故事啊。
I don't know about boosters and whatnot, but you want that vaccine. Regardless of what it is, just take it. All I'm saying, I don't care what y'all do. Take it serious, though, is what I'm saying. I don't care what your political views are or how you feel about whatever it is. Whatever it is, take it serious. If you ain't gonna get a vaccine, go outside fully clothed and go outside laminated. Like, whatever you do.
最近八成
I ain't getting no vaccine. I ain't getting no booster. All right, laminate yourself. Just take it serious, though.
就对
You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, take it serious because if you get it and you happen to be one of them people that it ain't gonna jive with well, you gonna have problems. You could die.
该出发了。
I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking.
不要急，
Like y'all know me by now. Like I don't complain.
风而行。
I don't be complaining like that.
落叶
But I'm telling you right now, I low key felt like I was finna die. I just didn't want to tell nobody because I didn't want everybody tripping.
我来保护大家。
小心着火，不时之火，御风而行。夜明，
But I had the vaccine,
朔风起义，
so I don't know. But whatever it is, like I said, I'm only gonna say it one more time. Whatever, I don't care what you do, but whatever you do, just take it serious,
往返自然，
and that's it.
风入离形，朔风起义。
收起来吧，我来保护大家。
嘿，呵，操！
Huh, come this way.
夜明，
Ooh, I know y'all like the hands on these sticks. I know y'all like the dash plank. Woo! I know y'all like the dash reposition. You feel me? Take it serious. COVID wrecks you. My whole family got it, including me, and it hurt my grandmother. Yeah. No, it'll not. I'm telling you, bro. Put you on your back, man. People out here think it's just a joke. Like, I'm Superman. I'm good. All right, man. All right. You go outside. Just imagine what it's like missing a lung and only having 50% of your other lung. That's that you playing with that. You know what I mean? You a fully healthy person and somebody inject a whole needle worth of crack cocaine in your body. How you think you finna react to that? You know what I'm saying? Go down yourself a whole bottle of cold flu medicine. A whole bottle right now. See if your kidneys don't start giving you problems. I'm just saying. You feel me? I'm just saying. You out here Superman, like, all right, man.
朔风起义，
Superman, Superwoman, super something. Like, just be cool.
御风而行，嘿，操！这里，灵能，
该走空气了，又没躲开。
Uh-oh.
朔风起义，可叹落叶飘零，御风而行，往返自然。
Say what? Say what now? When I had it, I was stuck in the bed and couldn't do anything. Hold on.
好痛！
Okay, okay.
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
朔风解印，
Hold on.
风入鱼形，往返自然。
There we go. Now say what now? Mom got COVID and died. But feels weird because she didn't get positive when she got tested 3 times. Hey. When I had it, I was stuck in bed and couldn't do anything. Way too out of it to even stand for a few minutes. It wrecked me and I'm hecka healthy. Did you had a whatchamacallit? Did you have the did you get the vaccine? She just got positive when she died.
飘
Wow.
风雨中，
I can't get over it.
思故乡，
My aunt haunts me in my dream. Your aunt should be enough to tell you get a
是我
vaccine.
与故乡唯一的联系了。
And you had the vaccine? You must have had that New York strand. That New York strand out here killing people. Like, for real. I don't know what is going down in New York. But whatever is going on in whatever is in New York is murking folks. There's something else in the Bay that's like RSV or RVS or it's respiratory something. It's in kids. So I'm like, bro, they out here trying to kill people. Like, see, but that's the thing. Ain't nobody taking, like, see, because y'all remember back in the day, like, they had chicken pox and the swine flu and all that other stuff, right? People used to take that kind of stuff serious. Now, I don't know if it's the internet, but for some reason, it's like people ain't taking the, like, outbreak serious no more. You feel me? And it's like, you got, like, I don't know what part of, hey, man, this is an outbreak. You should probably take it serious. People aren't getting. Like, you need to, like, take it serious, though. Like, if there's a, you remember flu shots? Like, you need a flu shot? It's basically a flu shot. Like, go get your flu shots. You know what I'm saying? Go get your flu shot. Get your pox vaccination. Get your COVID vaccine. Well, I ain't getting no COVID vaccine because it has eggs in it. But do you know what's in a flu shot? Or a pox shot? You know how nobody has the pox? You know what I mean? Have you seen a pox outbreak? You know how, like, no one you know has the pox? It's because of that vaccine. You know what I'm saying? You know how, like, everyone has COVID? It's because there's people out here like, I'm not getting a vaccine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't a political thing. It's a disease. And the disease don't care what policy you believe in.
这把刀
I'm not trying to talk anybody into getting a vaccine. All I'm saying is take it serious, though. You know what I'm saying? So if you get sick and you can't breathe, don't blame it on the left wing or the right wing or the politics or the president. Blame it on the fact that you didn't take it serious. That's all I'm saying. You feel me? Regardless of whether you get the vaccine or not, it don't matter. You didn't take it serious, and that's why you ain't breathing right now. You know what I'm saying? So take it serious. That's all I'm saying. You feel me? However you do it. If you got to do it with essential oils, do it with essential oils. But take it serious, though. Like for real, though. Take it for real serious, though.
自然会产生
Society just said they lost somebody close to them. You want to know why? Because somebody over here didn't take it serious, and they auntie had to pay the price for that. Because homie over there didn't take it serious because I ain't wearing no mask or whatever. You feel me? I ain't finna wear no mask and I ain't blah 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 blah. And now homie auntie is, you know, you feel me? So just that's what I'm talking about.
我居然沦
You
落
feel me? It ain't no game out here. We ain't playing Genshin Impact with the vaccine. This ain't Genshin Impact. You feel me? This is a whole different. This ain't no ha 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 ha. This ain't one of them ha ha things. You know what I'm saying? This fish was fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, you just get a circlet. Yeah, you just get a Thunder and Fury crit rate circlet,
飘摇风雨
and you could be 6 off.
我思故乡，
Like, you saw my official in the abyss just now. Like, I didn't even use fish. Like, official was literally there just to give the Shogun energy. That's the only reason she was only there to shoot the thing down and give the Shogun energy. Like I gotta take everything off my official and leave that. I'm dead serious. She does 2K right now. Yeah, yeah. She ain't got to do a whole bunch of damage. It depends on who you run her with. Like official is there to do damage. I'm gonna recommend you talk to Kinkle. Like at that point, you might be looking at Kinkle's official. Like, but you're gonna need like a weapon and this, that, and the third. You're gonna need a lot on your official. Like, right? But for the utility and the functionality official, you don't need that much. Oh, he got it hidden. Yeah, for the utility and functionality official, you don't need a lot. You just need a cool little ratio and a stringless. And that's it. Yeah, I think most of these are showcases, reviews. I think the only one that actually needs resin is Gabrielle. I think everything else is a showcase. Please consult a medical professional prior to utilizing natural and antibiotics and essential oils. There was a very controversial case that took place in Canada. Oh, yeah, let me speak on that real quick. So, when it comes to the medical professionals, you need to listen to medical professionals, not somebody who's not a medical professional and not somebody who's on TV. You need to go talk to the person at the place and let them tell you what's up. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to know why you can believe them? I'm going to tell you why you could believe a doctor. Because I'm an adult, M is an adult, Kinkle is an adult, Scoop is an adult, and there are these things called bills, right? How do you pay bills? You pay bills by going to work, they hand you a paycheck, and then that paycheck pays for a whole bunch of stuff that you would literally die without having. So if you don't get a paycheck, you die as an adult. That's actually how it works in the adult world. You lose your house, you become homeless, you get a sickness, or you die from hypothermia, or your life is at risk when you don't get a paycheck. When you go to the doctor and you ask them for information, they can actually lose their job by telling you wrong information. So with that being said, what is the likelihood that they're going to voluntarily tell you the wrong information? Voluntarily. They're not going to tell you voluntarily, hey, you don't have to wear a mask. Hey, COVID is a made up thing. They're not going to tell you that because they can get fired. And if they get fired, they are going to, they're putting their own life at risk. I don't know anybody who willingly wants to be homeless or willingly wants to lose their car and their family and not be able to pay for their schools, you know, their kids' schooling and all that jazz. No one wants to do that. So you can probably take it to the bank what your doctor is saying. So go to the doctor and ask the person at the doctor place ask them for the information. Ask them what they would recommend as far as what they would recommend for you in regards to COVID. Not the person on the news, because they're probably getting paid and they're not going to be held accountable in the same way that the doctor you're literally talking to who's on the clock is talking to you about. Because when they're on the clock, they're representing the hospital, and the hospital will fire them if they cost the hospital money. And they will cost the hospital money by disservicing you as a customer, because that's going to translate to bad press, and they're going to lose millions of dollars. And I ain't losing millions of dollars because this dude wanted to say something that was on Fox News last night. You got me all type of twisted, cuz. Nope. You better help this person, because ain't nobody got time for that. You feel me? So talk to your doctors. I'm with him on that. Oh, you're fine. Can I show Zhao? Well, let me check out Burger real quick. Sorry, I got on my tirades. Yeah, you probably could have showed Zhao while I was talking about all that stuff. Let me check out Burger real quick. And then, yeah, we'll have you show off Zhao. Nah, it's cool. All right, Burger, what are we looking at? Yeah, all I'm saying is COVID is a thing. Right. I don't know what kind of politics anybody's into, but don't be out here making everybody else pay because you watch Fox News all the time. Like, don't do that. There's already enough people who paid for your surreptitiousness. I don't even know if that's the right word, but there's already enough people who died and paid for your not caring because Fox News said it was made up. Like, all right, we can get past that. I'm not talking about you, Shinha, unless you're one of those people who just don't believe in COVID or something. But don't be making other people pay for it because you want to be irresponsible with COVID. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, but yeah, don't make other people pay for your ignorance is what I'm saying. Just because you smoke crack don't mean everybody else got to catch secondhand. Yeah, then tell the people who gave you COVID to stop smoking crack because ain't nobody trying to smell the secondhand crack, bro. Ain't nobody out here trying to live life on Skid Row. They can live life on Skid Row, but don't pull me there because you feel like it. I'm telling it to the whole stream, and there are kids in the stream. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying right now, because it is important. I don't care what party you're a part of. You know what I mean? Like, whatever party you're a part of, just take it serious. Wear a mask, wash your hands, all the jazz. Like, just take it serious. That's all I'm saying. Like, I lucked out. We got somebody in the chat, they auntie died from it. What you gonna tell them? Talk to them. Give them an explanation. You know what I mean? Yeah, you take it easy, Scoop. Like, you ain't gotta answer to me. You gotta answer to that person who lost it. You gotta answer to them. They, not you, Shinha. I'm just saying, if somebody in here taking it as a joke, you gotta answer to the person who lost that family member. They're in the Discord. Talk to them. You gotta answer to them. You are part of the reason why they lost that family member. What you gonna say to them? You ain't gotta talk to me. You gotta talk to them. Yeah, that's how that is. I hope I made my point. Boom. You know what I mean? Burger, what we doing? It got dark. I'm just saying. Hey, there's always a new one. That thing be shape shifting more than Mystique and X-Men. That thing, I'm gonna start calling it COVID Shang Tsung. Your soul is mine. Like, all right, man. All right, so Burger. I don't even think Burger's here. All right, so let's check out this because we're gonna move. Yeah. So what's going on with this? Where's he at? Let's check this out real quick, and then I'll go to the next one. I'm assuming we're going here. Sorry, I've been watching a whole lot of Mortal Kombat videos while I was just sitting there. Oh, I do this one. He doesn't move too much. He doesn't die instantly. He doesn't one-shot you typically. Like, he's pretty straightforward. And I'll bring a healer. I'll bring 2 healers. Matter of fact. So I could, like, rotate off. Or... Yeah. I'll do this. Oh. I'll do that. Yeah, I'm just a backup shield. Oh, Barbara. I miss Barbara. Nice. Yeah, I got C2. That's why I got Zhongli. I'm just waiting for her to get that burst. Might want to get behind him. Yeah, you gotta get behind him. Like that. Oh, or not. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't hit your burst yet. Maybe I should have got Jean.
不用，天理长驱。固若金汤。
There you go. God dang. Hey.
这里，拒收并蓄。
我会保护大家。哎，这。
Now that was with a 20%. That was 20% defense reduction. So let me do this. Let me get Jean so I can give you your burst back, because I want to see what it is without it in a down state. But I know you weren't like going hard because he wasn't. Because you didn't want to use the whole burst. And Barber doesn't generate a lot of particles. But then after this, I will move on to the next one. Yeah, because the thing is, your plunge attacks are stronger when that thing is in a down state. Went from 10k to that. Hey, I told you, level that weapon. I mean, I'm assuming he's probably going to be. Like, he should be past 20, right? But I need to give you a burst. Okay, my Jean is a little strong. There goes. 24. I'm going to give you another shield. Just keep going. Was that the Black Cliff, right? Okay. What? Really? That's what I think. Okay. There we go. Yay! How's my day? It was cool. I don't know if they have a shred going, but nice. Okay, yeah. So now, So hold on. I don't know why I went way up here. So now with that, yeah, you good. Yeah. Outside of that, you just bolster. Yeah, you just bolster the rest of it. So level that to 90. You got your two-piece. That one's really good. Yeah, you just re-roll that. Hopefully you can get a Vermilion on that. If you get a Vermilion on this, then you would need, what is that, 19 plus 11? You would need 30 between this and this, as far as crit damage. And then you would need, whatever, was that, 8 plus 6? 8 plus 6. You would need 14 crit rate and 30 crit damage across these two to justify moving these two to Vermilion, and then you'd be straight. Or you could just keep running these two. It's totally up to you. You know, or crit rate. It's up to you. Yeah, so you're straight. You said you were in Florida?
聚收并蓄。
But yeah, I mean, you're basically done with your job. Bro, if I had an attack time piece, my gene would be at like 30k on skill. And if I crown it, I should be at 40k. I want to get 40k on that thing. How did it go with the client? It went cool. I made a lot of money. Not that matters, but I definitely did. Up to 10k physical. I'm assuming you're talking about with a physical goblet. Oh, I'm just grabbing these. All right, so let me go on ahead and pull the next one because Burger is not here. Oh, Burger is here. Oh, you said Toma. Yeah, you weren't here. All right, so what's going on? Where the heck is Burger? Xiang Ling instead of Toma. This is for Hu Tao, right? Yeah, you should get. I think you need that piece because you're running Homa. Yeah, you're gonna have one of those. Okay, that's fine. Your crit damage is gonna have to compensate that little crit rate decrease, but I think you'll be fine. And then you said Ayato?
走吧，前往下一个目标。
You said Ayato, right? Ayato? I feel like at this point, you might as well just get 100 crit rate, bro. Shoot, that's really good. Yeah, it's just your goblet. I'm trying to think, is there anywhere... Yeah, if you get crit rate on your... You might as well. I mean, might as well. That's the only reason I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. You might as well, bro. You're right there. I mean, at this point, I have a Rubico in Warframe that has that same crit. It's called crit chance in there. Oh, throw them away. Yeah, toss them. Or save them. Why did you keep rolling them after level 8? Because if you kept rolling them, that's low key on you, bro. Like you already know. Like if it ain't hit crit by like level 8, it's only got like 3 crit. It's only got 3 opportunities for crit, and for if you want something like this, like you needed to hit crit like almost every time, pretty much every time. So if you're looking for this, it needs to hit crit on the first 2 tries, on the first 2 hits. 4 out of the 5 times it needs to hit crit. Otherwise, you're not getting that. Bro, it's Crimson. It's a Crimson domain. We talk about Crimson every single stream. It's Crimson. Here's what I would do. I'll try and get crit rate. I'll try and get 10 with a crit damage roll on that. Right? And then I would just try to move I would try and get like a 10 or 11 crit rate with 14 crit damage on that guy. That's what I would do. That way you're at 100% with a little increase on crit damage. But then you can finally stop trying to shoot for crit rate because you don't Because I guarantee you don't need that high crit rate. You're getting crit on this Ayato at this point, me being like real with you, brother to brother, on some brother to brother energy, you're using crit rate as a crutch now. You're compensating that crit rate. You know you don't need that much. You know for a fact you don't need that much. Like, you just want that much at this point. And some super random theorycraft like blurb told you to have a lot. No, I'm talking about this Ayato. You know you don't need as much. This is you're flexing to yourself. It's not even a flex. It's like you're scared to have less crit rate at this point. So what I would do is stop worrying about crit rate on this Ayato. Like, that's way too much. And then I would just fit, like, you could basically, like, real talk, you can get a Hydro Goblet with nothing but Hydro on it, with nothing but crit damage on it, and you'll be fine. Yeah, Burger's ignoring me because he doesn't want to hear me talk about his crit rate. It looks good, but you know you don't need that much. But if you want that much, you might as language, bro. But if you want that much, you might as well go for the extra 4.6. And if you're gonna go for the extra 4.6, it's gonna come by way of the feather. And that's it. Yeah, we all got pieces like that though, Gabrielle. Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about like a hit everything but crit. 52k. No, 52k is good. I got 54 if it makes you feel any better. The more HP, the better. It depends on the Zhongli you're running, though. What's up, Bim? I didn't even say what's up. There's like an 80 HP Zhongli floating around somewhere. I mean, it's with buffs and all the things, yeah, but somebody did. I think it was OK Code. I think OK Code has the most HP on a base Zhongli. He's got like 70 base HP or something. It's something, I don't know. He's OK Code though. He's I don't know. That part. Well, Healer Zhongli is not based on his HP. But it is his shield strength is based on his HP. And the more shield strength he has, the more opportunities he has to heal. So I guess you can say it's a healers only. But yeah, long story short, yeah, Ayato looks amazing, but my opinion, you don't need that much crit rate. I think you're overcompensating on the crit rate for the sake of maybe, I don't know if it's conversation or what, but your crit rate's too high in my opinion. And I think you can move that either into attack, HP, or crit damage. But if it's because you just are afraid to not crit, at that point, you might as well just shoot for the 100% crit rate. Because you're 4.6 away. So if it's because I don't want to crit, then replace the feather and get the crit rate, right? And then just switch out the goblet because you have an opportunity for crit damage on the goblet. Obviously, you need the crit rate still, but you can balance the crit damage on the goblet by getting it to roll once there, and then you could lose a roll on the feather, but gain like a roll or two on the on the feather. Yeah, fast forward to stream. Or he's 2 minutes behind. Okay, so he's gonna hear the whole last 2 minutes. So long story short, that's Ayato. Yeah, he's like way behind. Okay. But yeah, so anyway, so that's 32 divs, 2 is what? What? 32 divided by 2? If you grew up in my era, you know that off the top of your head, bro. Yep, 16. That's because video games. It goes 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1028. That was back in the day when computers weren't in the gigahertz yet. So everything was in everything just doubled itself. Yeah, it's 16. 16-bit systems went to 32-bit systems, went to 64-bit systems, went to 128, went to 256, went to 512, so on and so forth. Okay. That's good. You need to, yeah, please stay the smartest person in your class. Stay humble, but be the smartest person in your class. Those are literally your best pieces? Yeah, so you would just farm, I would make a decision before I move on to the next one. I would make a decision. Either go for 100% crit rate or go for more crit damage. But I would stop at 100% crit rate.
有没有认真工作呢？
Yeah, you just need to farm more pieces. We could take Miko and Burger out. So Shinha is next. Yeah, you gotta remember, Miko, we were playing catch up though. Like we had to spin from like AR 48, I think, to AR 55, like repairing like a lot of the account. You know what I mean? So now you are effectively an AR 52 account right now. But being with DWP, by the time you get to 56, halfway through 56 to like 57, your account should even out. You should be back on track, no problem. A 921 flower. Next best option. No, I would do, for a flower? No, don't touch the flower. I wouldn't touch the flower. I would just focus on the feather on your Ayato. Yeah, so, yeah, no, I'm dead serious, though. It would still be half, because you're almost done. You're almost done. About half of 56, you should be done with Zhao. If you dedicate half of 56 to just Zhao, you should be done with Zhao.
行动起来吧，我们不该在这里滞留。
Yelan account review on Yelan and farming any domain. Okay. You know the title of the stream is because of you, Shinha? You need official built though? No, you don't need official built. Or actually, you can still build. Officials are going to be really easy though. Official will be like a 16th of AR-56. Yes, this stream is because of you. Because I saw you had 3 requests total asking what is the recommended build, and I'm like, wait a minute. Do people really not know how to build? Right? Building is really easy. There's only 3 spots you build off of. There's this, this, and this, and then there's a weapon. So there's only 4 stats that you pick from, and then there's there's 2 passives. Technically 3. There's 3 you pick from 4 main stats, and then you pick from 3 passives. The passives is the weapon passive, the 2-piece passive, and the 4-piece passive. Your 4-piece passive can technically be another 2-piece passive. And then you have 4 stats, 1, 2, 3, and the weapon stat. So if you can't take 3 passives and 4 stats and figure out a build for a character, I need to do a stream on this. So the whole stream for 6 hours straight, almost 7 hours, was talking about how to build. It's not your fault, but I thought it was important that people know how to build. So going into Yelan, you do know how to build. Why are you asking for a recommended build for Shinha then? I mean for Yelan then. It's not wrong that you did it. It's just what's concerning to me. I was like, oh man, I just, because this is 3 characters in a row. I'm like, wait a minute. Shinha knows how to build. Do you really need a recommended build for these characters? We talk about them every stream. So let's look at this Yelan. So let's see, where's your account? Keep in mind, I'm sick, so if I sound a certain way, don't take it whatever way it sounds. I don't care what it sounds like, really. The whole point is I just want to make sure you guys know how to build. I know you guys know how to build, but I need to start getting that confidence instilled in you guys because the creativity, I'm pretty sure, is there. I'll tell you a story. There's a guy, Snowy, right? He's bubblegum pancakes, whatever his name is now, right? He used to come to me asking me for builds all the time. Believe it or not, he knew how to build. The same way you guys know how to build. He just didn't trust himself, right? And I'm like, dude, you know how to build, right? So then I would simply ask him, how do you do this? How do you do that? What would you do here? What would you do there? He made the whole build. You know, one of the first things we did during this stream, Faith for Disney. Literally built the same, who was it? Built the same Rosaria that I have, with the exception that they did an energy recharge weapon instead. We ended on the same build, just with an energy recharge weapon, because they appreciated the energy recharge and was happy with how much crit rate she was providing with that weapon. Shout out to Faith for Disney, right? So, no, Shinha. I didn't cuss. I said Shinha. All right. So anyway, so Yelan, right? So you got this weapon. You know why you have it. We have 2-piece tenacity, 2-piece emblem of severed fate. You know why you have those. We don't have a constellation. That's fine. We're 2-4-4. You know why you're not working on her 2 or her normals, right? And we have a 51-126, meaning that there are pieces that you know you are going to want to re-roll. I'm going to take a guess, but I'm going to let you tell me what the pieces are, because I already know that. I know the 2 pieces. So what are the 2 pieces you want to re-roll? There's technically 3 in here now. I think about it. So what are the 3 pieces you want to re-roll? I want to make sure that you know. You have a question? What's your question? The goblet. Okay, that's 1. So the goblet is 1. The goblet, the feather, and the circlet. So if it's the goblet, the feather, and the circlet, why is that? So why do you need to replace this one? Hey, you said you know how to build. Should I level my Rancor? You can if you want. There's nothing wrong with it. I would only level a Rancor if you're working on a physical damage character. That's my personal opinion. But there's nothing wrong with leveling a Rancor. Just don't make the mistake I did and refine it. I refined it out of pride because I'm an idiot. So don't do that. Unless you're playing a physical damage character. If you're playing a physical damage character, you can refine it. Outside of that, don't refine it. You have 2 K and Gene. Yeah, you could definitely level it. Yeah, you can give it to Bennett, you can give it to Gene, you can give it to Kaya. It's a good weapon, but just yeah, there's nothing wrong with leveling the Rancor. Yes, you can level 90 the Rancor. It is a weapon you can. It's like the flute. It's not the greatest, but darn it's great at what it does though. It's one of the best at doing what it does in its class. So you're not wrong for leveling that weapon at all. It's one of them. It's like a Favonius weapon. Like you should probably have one leveled on your account anyway, basically. Anyway, so why this feather though? Why do we need to re-roll the feather? And what are we re-rolling the feather for? I'm trying to build confidence in your ability to see where the flaws lie. You're fine. There's something missing on this feather that your Shinha needs. So let's come back to the stat sheet, right? What's missing on this stat sheet? What's the first thing that pops out at you? There's two things technically, but what's the first thing? Oh, it's three. So there's three things on this stat sheet that this Yalan is missing. What are those three things? One of them is not a big deal, but there are two glaring things on this list that are two huge things that are missing. What are those two things? That's one. Hydro damage bonus. Okay. What's the next one? Unless you don't see it as a problem. Maybe you don't see it as a problem. Anyone want to take a guess? Hydro damage bonus, that ER is very low, and crit damage? Crit damage? You're not slow. No, you're not slow. No. Keep in mind, Shinhas typically have, the ones with 200 or whatever crit damage, they typically have her weapon or a Thunder and Pulse or something. Right? Let me copy your UID because I don't want you to think that you're missing something or whatever. Right? Let's pull a typical Yalan or whatever. Right? So this guy has her weapon, which gives 88 crit damage. He has 236. What's 236 minus 88? Right? So he's at like 140, 150 or whatever, right? Keep in mind, this is a Yalan main. So a Yalan main has 150 crit damage. If you take this weapon away, he has a 150 crit damage. Don't get me wrong, he has a HP circlet, but it has 20 crit damage on it. I feel like that didn't do justice. Let's take Burgers. He has a crit damage circlet, right? Crit rate, whatever. All right, so he's got 80 crit damage, and he's rocking this weapon. His crit damage is at 130. You have 126 crit damage. Is yours that bad? All right, so what's the problem? Okay, so I'll just tell you. So the problem is, one, you don't have hydro damage. Two, for some reason, you're cool with this being 51. And at the same time, your crit damage is low. Yeah, but your Yolan is like the Shogun or something. Your Yolan is like my Shogun, that's why. But yeah, so anyway, so the fact that this number's low and that number's low is why it's a problem. You're running into the Hu Tao issue. The Hu Tao issue is when, this is the Hu Tao issue. Let's say her, right? This is the equivalent to 70 crit rate because of this weapon. The Hu Tao issue is this. That's the Hu Tao issue. You have the Hu Tao issue right now. But you have the Hu Tao issue without the crit damage. right? So if you're going to have no crit rate, you need a lot of crit damage to compensate for when you're not critting. The amount of damage you do on crit has to offset the times you're not critting. Is the issue. Right? So 51% is cool if you have like 180 crit damage. And even still, that's kind of like at an end game, on an end game Yelan. On the end of the road, I'm finished with the build. There's nothing else to do. I'm done with this Yelan. I don't have her weapon. This is about as high as it's gonna get. 51 is cool when you have like 180. When this number right here says like 130, 140, 150, that's when you can run a 50% crit rate. So the issue is you're running a 50% with no Hydro Goblet. Energy recharge is only a problem if you are having an energy recharge problem. I'm just assuming that you're having an energy recharge problem because she does have energy recharge problems and you're running an HP piece here. Now you said this piece needs to get replaced, and what I'm trying to figure out is, do you know why? The reason why this needs to be replaced, that energy recharge ain't doing nothing for you. Because you are so far from the energy recharge she needs to have 100% uptime that it doesn't really matter. This number can be dramatically lower. If anything, you don't need that number if you have C1. So when you see people run Yelan without this being energy recharge, like they're running HP here, typically it's because they have C1, or it's because they're competing for who has the highest damage number on skill. Performing Yelans run energy recharge. Competing Yelans run HP. The Yelans who need her to just do a big, they don't even care about killing the enemy. Just, I want to do a big number. They run HP. People who want to kill stuff faster run energy recharge. Unless you have C1. Or a sacrificial bow, or a Favonius bow, or some type of energy recharge on the character. Right? So being that you do not have an energy recharge bow, you do not have an energy recharge timepiece, that energy recharge stat is not doing anything for this artifact right now. You already have an HP piece here. That's probably not going to go away. You have a sack bow? Perfect. That is probably not going to go away. I wouldn't get rid of this piece. That is too much crit damage to just be leaving on the table. But you are lacking 10 to 15, almost 20% crit rate. You're lacking a lot of crit rate. So if anything on this piece is going to change, the HP, the EM, because that's not a lot of EM, all three of those stats can disappear. In place, you should have crit rate, replacing one of those stats. Preferably Elemental Mastery. I would actually prefer to replace Energy Recharge, because that means at least it hit crit rate twice. So when you re-roll this piece, you need to re-roll it because your Yelan needs crit rate. That's why that piece has to get re-rolled. This one right here. Now goblets, on the other hand, this is an HP goblet, and that's great. But if you are going to run HP, you need a reason to run HP over energy recharge outside of 20% HP. Because 20% crit damage should beat out 20% HP. Meaning that what I'm trying to say is if you have hydro damage with like 7 crit damage, that should beat out whatever the set bonus is giving you, plus HP. Never get your turn on Wednesdays? It'd be turned on Wednesdays. All right, take it easy, Em. What was Em's question, by the way? Hold on. Oh, he's talking about his channel. It was the weapon? What was the question? Yeah, I answered the Rancor question. I thought he had another question. Okay. All right, Em, you take it easy, man. All right, but you get it, right? So the hydro is going to multiply on top of, because this is coming off your base stats. This is giving you damage off the white number. We want to give you damage based on the green number plus the white number. Like we want a multiplier off of that big number, because right now that's giving you damage. So here's what's happening. It's giving you a percentage of the damage based on 9,000. Right? So when you look at her talents, the talent is saying she's going to do X amount of damage based on a percent of HP. The way you want to break that down is however much this is giving you, this piece translated into damage is literally giving you however much HP this gives your Yelan, and you apply that percentage to that number. So if this piece gives you 4,000 HP, but her skill only does 20% of HP, is giving you 20% of 4,000, and that's the damage that this piece is giving you. Whereas a hydro piece is going to give you damage based on whatever this maximum number is. It's going to take 17% of that, and then it's going to do 46% of that. That's what hydro does. It's giving you a bigger percent. It's giving you a percentage of a much bigger number, and then crit damage on top of it, right? So I think hydro by itself should beat this out by like miles, like by a lot, like a lot. And then right here, you already got crit rate. Why would you need to replace this one? Better go make me another coffee. I feel like I'm in class. I'm just trying to get you confident in your decision making. Because here's why, Shinha. Because I think you know what you need to do. You just need somebody to confirm it for you, right? Because of that low crit damage? Is that why? Hold on. But because of that low crit damage, I'm going to take it as a statement rather than a question. Yes, it's because of the low crit damage. The crit damage is super low. That HP stat is not enough to justify having that. The EM doesn't really matter because she's not the one doing reactions. Nothing in her kit except for her normals scales with attack. So you effectively have 2 dead stats and 1 stat that's basically giving you nothing. You're getting 20%, let's say 50% of whatever 508 is in I guess damage. So you hit somebody for 10,000. That HP stat is giving you an extra 250 before defense. So really it's giving you like an extra 100 damage. Wow. Right? The crit damage, on the other hand, is giving you an extra 5% on the 10,000. So whatever 5% of 10,000 is, that's what that's doing. You hit for 10,000, it's giving you just that stat. It's giving you an extra 500. That 500 is beating out that HP stat. Because the HP on crit is like 200 and some change. This 5% crit damage roll is beating out your HP stat. Right? So if anything, we just want to get that crit damage up a little. Just give it something. But that's the stat that needs to scale if we're going to scale anything. Now, if you had HP percent, we could work with that. But we already kind of talked about how crit damage is stronger even still. Because crit damage multiplies the same way as that Hydro Goblet. That Hydro Goblet is multiplying on 28,000 or a portion of that. HP is multiplying on a portion of 9,000. So crit damage and hydro damage, you can say for all intents and purposes, is 3, in her case, is 3 times stronger. If you don't have hydro, obviously you run HP. Right? So now let's come back to this guy. Okay? If you have hydro here, your hydro here is already stronger than this 28% crit damage before crit damage is even factored in. Hydro, well, okay, let me take that back. Let me take that back a lot. Basically, hydro damage is like whatever 46 is, 46%. What's 46 times 3? Because crit damage is basically the same as hydro. So if you take 46 times, I'm just going to do 46 times 3. So a hydro goblet is 138% HP. Right? By putting hydro here and getting a subpar crit damage roll on HP, I'm talking beat out by quite a large margin, by the way. You beat out both of those by quite a large margin. So I guess what I'm trying to tell you is fish for an HP piece with crit damage on it. On the tenacity set, fish for an on-set tenacity piece. And then put hydro here. And realistically speaking, you don't need 28%. You would only need like, Jesus Christ, you would only need a third of what the hydro goblet is. So 46 divided by 3, you'd only need 14 crit damage. Across both of these pieces. This and this, you only need 14 crit damage across both of these to beat out this 28 crit damage. Does it have 7 crit damage? If you got 7 crit damage here, and you got 7 crit damage on a hydro goblet, it beats out whatever's going on right here. It takes 3 HP pieces to make up 1 goblet. In Yalan's case. It takes 3 HP stats to make up one hydro goblet. I'm just speaking very loosely. Let me look at her actual stat. What's her actual multiplier? Watch it be like way higher. 22? Okay, so skill is oh yeah, nah. Oh yeah, nah. Are you using her on skill or burst? If you're using her for skill, you need a sack bow. If you're using her on burst, it don't really matter. It matters, but it not really. Yeah, get that school done. That's what's up. You doing both? In the event, you have to pick one. Which one are you picking? Her burst or her skill? So mainly burst. Yeah, if you're doing mainly burst, yeah, go. I mean, either way you cut the cloth, like it's still gonna be. You're still gonna do a hydro goblet. I'm just trying to figure out what would be more advantageous to you, energy recharge or HP. If you run a sack bow and it's got refinements on it, I can't really say if you should run energy recharge or not. I would recommend energy recharge, but HP should be good. But if you insist on running HP, right, because HP is going to help a lot because of her skill. Like, it's going to hit hard. The HP stat hits hard on skill, not on burst, though. I can already tell. Like, you need to be at like 50% HP for it to matter. I don't know what your multiplier is, but that's got to be up there to run HP instead of a goblet. Like, it has to be up there. And even still, like, long story short, 2K per hit, I'm going to make it easy on you. The only time you run an HP goblet is for whatever reason, if that green number is bigger than that white number, then you run an HP goblet. But if at any point in time, which will probably always be the case, if that green number is bigger than that white number, you run an HP goblet. I mean, you run a hydro goblet. You want to multiply on the bigger of the two. If you switch to hydro, just trust me. You switch to hydro, and those two numbers together is bigger than whatever that white number is, you need to run a hydro goblet. Run a 4-piece emblem. Yalan's burst hits harder. We don't gotta hide that. She's stronger than Xingqiu. But it's a trade between utility and damage. So Xingqiu gives you damage plus utility. She takes pretty much all the utility away and gives you all damage. Her her hydro application is slightly lower. No damage reduction, no healing, no stagger reduction, no hydro shred. You know, it's just little things. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. What? What? Of course I'm a farm. We here to help. I sound serious because I'm sick and it's because I'm sick and I'm passionate about building and I'm passionate about getting people to understand what they're looking at. You know what I mean? I'm passionate about teaching people how to fish. You know what I mean? Like I don't mind giving somebody something, but if I care about you as a person, I don't want to just give you money. I want to teach you how I got the money. You know what I mean? Because I can give you the money all day, but now you're dependent on me. Now you need me. Like, I don't want you to need me. I want you to be as reliable as me. I want you to be as helpful to yourself as I feel that I am to you. You know what I mean? I want you to be as valuable to you as I am to you. That's how much I care about you that's why I'm doing a stream. You feel me? Also, if a hydro is in co-op, that HP goes up 30K. Okay. But that hydro is not sheet hydro. It's not sheet HP. It still goes into the green number. I'm pretty sure. Right? So before you start, let's verify that. If it goes into the green number, you're running a hydro goblet. So now we got her. Hold on. No. We ain't just finna run from that. Okay, I guess we're running from it. Didn't even tell me. Yeah, so if that went up and the white number went up, okay, fair enough. But if the green number went up, nah. That dude is finna break permafreeze like nobody business. We should be good. Give me one sec, because I was messing up my builds all day. You don't know? That's okay. We'll look when we get inside the domain. That's fine. Just please don't break permafreeze. Meaning don't play Heizo if you can. Don't play Kazuha. Don't play Heizo. Don't play a Pyro character. Bring Rosaria. Bring Zhong Li and pop his pillar away or something. Just that works too. That works. That, yeah, that's fine. I think your line is strong enough. Like your line is strong enough. Realistically, it's if you had 60 crit rate and 120 crit damage and a Hydro Goblet, your line is strong enough. Like it's because I need to get you to your baseline. Once you're at the baseline, then we take your baseline. We start with a good foundation, and then we build on your foundation. That's the whole idea. But we need to get you meeting the. We need to get you at your foundation. That's it. Right. So once we have you at your foundation, right? 60, 120, hydro, whatever the ER that you feel like you need, then we take it from there, right? My personal recommendation, if you're running a sack bow, you should not need energy recharge. If you're not running a sack bow, I guarantee you're going to need energy recharge. Ooh, y'all would hate me if I was y'all homie. Y'all would hate me, bro. I would bug y'all into success. You'd be like, bro, if he don't get on my ear about work and my hopes and my dreams, like I'm so sick of talking about all this. I just want to watch South Park and pick my nose all day. I'll be like, nope, get up. You was talking about all this. You was talking all this hoorah about your goals and your dreams. You gonna do something about it? Y'all would be so sick of me. Be like, bro, dude, don't shut up. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. I'll just hit my burst. Whoops. I should probably stay on Barber for now. I guess I could do this. Hold on. I never looked at that. Oops. It's like a little ninja star. 3-star ninja star. Okay, let me stop. Mm.
起舞吧，神秘流，双逆。失礼了。
Pop. I wish I could heal just by like hitting my skill. Uh-oh. I got my nose doing weird things again. Oh God. It's like dry and that. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. You tell him, Barbara. You tell him, Barbara. Oh, wow. Hey, just keep collecting. Just keep them coming. I'm assuming something good happened. my God, it's another birthday, bro. I don't know, bro. These birthdays, they're getting out of hand with these birthdays.
大的雨，不仅看不见星光，连水毡
Make
牌
it
都
more?
模糊
Okay.
了。
Say what now? Cuz. Wait, what? Am I tripping, y'all? So wait a minute. So there's a Okay. So do you want this and this chest right here? And then Ace said he needs emblem too. Well, there's this right here that's like super easy to get. And then there's a chest chilling right here. So I don't know if you need it like these two. Yeah. So with this one, it's super duper easy.
该出发了。
And then I'm gonna give Ace your UID if that's okay. So you just come here and you climb up here. Right? You hit this. This is gonna take you over to that side. And then you take that one where Kazuha's head is. You just take that and that gets you that. And that's it. So you go from here to there, and then from there up there. And that's it. Yeah, so this takes you over there. Yep, way over there. To that purple thing. That, yep, right. Over there. Nope, all, across the way. Okay. So this takes you over here. Like this. And then you take this up there. Yeah, that's okay. I get weird when it comes to these oculi. I'm like, hold on now. Like y'all really should be collecting these now. Yep. And then you just go. You hit it, so then you go get it. It's gonna go away. Alrighty then. Yep. There you go. That's it. You're probably looking like, oh, I never even knew. Like, yep, that's that one. And then there's like two more, which we won't worry about those right now. The UID is 644-708-650. Hold on, let me text the homie. Because the homie, hold on. Hold on, dude. Oh, there it goes.
我可以为你吹奏一曲。
点数不错，今天就去。
Yeah. Mm 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 mm. Mm 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 mm. About to make coffee, even though I really shouldn't. Like I really shouldn't.
刀剑报业，
名顾怀怕.
民工怀抱。
Yep. Make tea? That part. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a tea. Huh. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna take all the DPS. There we go. Mm, 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 mm.
我们雪纷飞，鹰吹雪。
Yeah. 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 Wait, big homie still ain't dead? I was gonna say. There we go. I'm like, big homie should be dead. But that little design is so clean. Aw. I want to start getting more acquainted with her. I'm gonna come up with a combo, like an official combo with her.
休养生息，神秘流，双逆。深海的加护。
God dang.
我们走吧。我们走吧。
All right, cool. Bruh, that little... Hold on, what is that? Hold on. Oh, that's clean. Oh, it turns blue. Hold on. That's clean. It's the little things. It's the little things. All right. Oh my God. Well, because I can't keep taking medicine because that's going to start hurting my kidneys if I keep doing that. So I need to slow down with all that. But I'm getting that weird, like, scratchy throat thing.
别担心啊，起舞吧，鹰吹雪。也很疼。沧海之渊，怎么会？雪纷飞。
Man, this little character is like way too strong. I don't know, man. Like she Ayaka low key is kind of like too strong. Not too strong, but she's kind of like too strong. Like it makes so much sense why she's not a melt character. Can you imagine if you could actually legitimately melt? Like with Ayaka, like legit melt. Like every tick on her burst can melt, or she had like a mechanic that gave her a cooldown to where you can hit her skill every 2 seconds type of melt. ER sands with crit rate on it. Hey, it could be something. If you run a stack bow, HP is fine.
双逆，翻涌吧，
Hold on.
失礼了。
Bruh. Ayaka, bruh. If there was a such thing as a melt Ayaka, like there is a melt Ganyu, bruh. Like, could you imagine melting per charge attack? Like, her charge attack hits 3 times on purpose. Like, they're not gonna let you melt. Like, they're not letting you melt with Ayaka. Like, she is way too strong. Like, what kind of tomfoolery we gotta go through just to get her to melt is not even worth it. First you get Nahida, and then you gotta get Kazuha, and then you such and such and such. And it's like, bro, like, what we go through just to get her, like, dude, she would be insane melting with. Hixos just found your channel subbed. Thank you, I appreciate it. What's up, Tori Wolf? Yeah, this is one of them kind of like low-key off streams. Like, typically, I just do a care stream today, but there was something that I kind of felt like was important otherwise, so I did a different stream today. This is definitely a one-off stream. Oops. Like, this is not a typical stream. So you wish you can clear out an area that fast? I mean, if you're not there, you'll get there. Especially if I'll put it this way: if you spent money on your account, it does not take long to get there. A lot of times it's just a matter of organizing your artifacts and rolling your artifacts a certain way and so on and so on. Unless you got artifacts and just don't know where to put them or whatever. But like yeah, if you spent money on, we get a huge variety of accounts. Let me put it that way, that come by the stream, and it literally doesn't matter what's the status of your account. You could be a whale, you could be a dolphin, you could be a piranha, I guess is what you call them, a leviathan. You could be free to play, you could be low spender. It does not care. It does not matter. The common denominator is artifact efficiency, I guess is the way I'll put it. You know what I mean? And it's just min-maxing your artifacts to your account, right? So, you know, which is funny because we've had people who do that already, and they like don't feel like they're doing it, and it just takes like other people to say, yeah, you're fine. A lot of times people are, you'd be surprised. There are people who are like, man, you're just fine. I look at their account and they be like, bro, you are just fine. Have I met an actual whale? There's an actual whale in Dover Precision. Or that at least is associated at this point. Whoops. Well, I guess I can't pull his account now. Free to play is a whale. He goes by definitely free to play. Remember, he kind of told his story. Him and Scoop were trying to explain it. He calls himself definitely free to play because people treat him different because he's a whale. So they don't take him serious. This is like one of the few streams on the internet that takes his account serious when we get feedback. That's why. No, Scoop's not a whale. Scoop whaled on a character. Scoop's not a whale. A whale C6R5's everything. That's a whale. Scoop is like he's a big spender. He whaled on but it's one character he whaled on. A whale does that to their every character. That's free to play. Free to play has C6R5 everything. Every character, Yalan, Ayaka, Kokomi, it doesn't matter. Everything on his account is C6R5. Right? So you guys know a whale. You guys probably don't know that you know a whale, but you guys know a whale. There's a whale. He comes by our streams, and he's a great guy. You know, but he gets judged by the community, so he insists on. It's the guy who insists on calling himself free to play. You wonder who he's working for? I mean, I'm not sure. I wanted to ask him, but you know, it's fine. You know, but I say more hats off to him. You know what I mean? I figure if you winning in life to the point where you can afford that, like, hey, hey, you winning. you beat the game, in my opinion. If you could wail like that, you winning. You know what I mean? The game is mocking you. Welcome to artifact farming. This is exactly why we all say, wait till your AR-45. Because you're AR-45 right now. And you know what? I remember having this conversation with you a couple of times. And you insisted. You was like, I'm farming the domains. I'm like, all right. You're going to regret all this energy you got right now when you hit AR-45. And you're going to wish your characters was leveled. And you're going to wish your weapons was leveled. Because guess what? All your resin is finna go to artifacts. And you ain't going to have no resin that you going to even want to put into anything else. And you are smelling what the rock is cooking now. His homie was not playing. God dang, how many... I'm like, bro, how many cryo applications do I gotta apply? You know, every time I dash, it's a new cryo application. At least I say, at least you saved your friend. Hey, that part. You thought I was lying. You probably thought I was lying. I was like, nope, I'm like, trust me. Look, I'm not some guy who just telling you something. I know the internet be capping and lying and trying to troll, and I am not that guy. If I tell you something, I'm actually trying to help you. You feel me? I'm actually looking out for you. I swear on everything. I won't be joking with people's time like that. You know what I mean? You want a crowd damage bonus with double crit? Nope, but you hold that. You better hold that. You better keep that. You feel me? Shoot, you better keep, you working on your line? Shoot, you might want one of them. What am I looking for? Oh, that's why I gotta pop a buff. Yeah, you better keep that goblet. If it makes you feel any better, my first double crit goblet on my account was a pyro goblet, and I never ran. It was after I had just dropped, what's her name? I just stopped using Xiangling, and I was farming for Ayaka. I switched out Xiangling for Ayaka. Because I was like, I'm gonna just go cryo, because I want to play Ayaka. And I stopped using pyro. The second double crit goblet I got was the Animo. And I literally stopped working on Sucrose for like a minute. I think I might have had Gene, but I was not working on Gene. Like I didn't have, my account was like anti-Animo and anti-Pyro. I didn't have D-Luke. I skipped Hu Tao. You know what I mean? Bennett wasn't leveled. Like my account, I didn't have Pyro or Animo, nothing. Skipped Kazuha. Well, Kazuha wasn't out at the time I got it, but I didn't, you know what I mean? Zhao, I didn't care about Zhao. I skipped Zhao. But I had a Pyro and an Animal Goblet. It was my first dual crit artifacts. It wasn't until I was like AR 56, 57 is when I got my first great artifact. And that dropped for the Shogun. That was my first wow artifact. It was the Shogun's Goblet. Which it's great, but it's not great. But it was that. That's when I was like, oh yeah, we in there. The very next one was Ningguang. And when I got Ningguang's, I was like, oh, my account's finished. After that, I didn't care what I got. But I'm relating to what you're saying, because you ain't working on cryo. I don't even know if you got cryo being worked on your account. Chances are you don't. And if you don't, that's probably going to be a ridiculous goblet. Because that's how it worked out for me. This game be trolling like that sometimes. It'll take whatever you don't use and it'll give you that. Or whatever you're not farming. I'll put it that way. Like, I'm not farming defense. Like, if I was in a Husk domain, if we were in a Husk domain, you wouldn't even see defense on a timepiece. You'd see it all day on a circlet and a goblet. You would never see it on a timepiece. The minute you go to a different domain, you would get double crit defense pieces all day. This game is crazy. This game is a bop sometimes. You got the whole set? Okay, for sure. Now get comfortable with rerolls. You want to get comfortable with the art of rerolling. There's a little bit of an art to it. Don't just reroll because you can. Like, be smart when you're rerolling. Right? Sometimes you might have to just level up a piece because you got a good piece that you're trying to I got this I'm trying to reroll, but I can't lose crit rate. You know what I mean? So when I get another one, I gotta level it until the crit rate matches. Right? So when you're rerolling, like, just be cool. Don't just do all in dumps. You know what I mean? And if you got spares, keep your spares. Like, keep them things aside. If you got some extra emblems, like some hand-me-downs, set them aside for Xiangling, Xing Cho. You know what I mean? The Raiden Shogun may be in the future. Like, just set them aside. You know what I mean? Even if they got one crit stat, you'll have a whole character built with a ratio missing crit stats. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, as long as you hit your minimums. Like, look, 6110. I just did today with this same Xiangling. I did the Abyss 3060. And had a character missing on one side. On this stream. Right? 7-7. 5-12. It got 84 EM. We can say that, right? 5-12. 15, whatever. Didn't even have energy recharge. Feels super terrible. What is that? 11? 14? Got some whoop-de-whoop. Got this weapon on the emblem set. C6. But we not crowned or none of that. We just in there, you know, smell like barbecue. You know what I mean? Something tastes good, got some barbecue sauce on it. Boop. You know what I mean? I don't need basil and all that extra. Just set them aside. She could use them. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I'll 36 it again if y'all want me to. And what we did, who was that? It was I think it was. Hold on, let me go in the garage. I think it was Fatima. I forgot what the first part of their name was. It's funny because I got a family member named Fatima, so I don't want my family thinking I'm talking about them. But yeah, who was it? It was somebody named Fatima. And I was like, bro, you really don't even need anybody in your national team. With this bootleg national team, I'm finna 30-60 Abyss, and I'm finna knock out this side. So I did the first side. It was official Shogun. We did the whole thing. And then the second side, it was literally just a national without a fourth character. And that was it. Check your line. I gotta wait for it to update. I miss Fatima or something. Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah. And we 30-60 Abyss. And I did it, on top of that, I did it with Healer Nahida. It's Missy Fatima. It's something like that. I did it with this Nahida. Because I didn't have a healer or something. But it was that Nahida. I know that for a fact. I didn't have no EM or nothing. I got EM, yeah, but I had this weapon on my Nahida when I did it. Fatima is a beautiful name, yeah. Every time I hear Fatima, I expect dreadlocks. I don't know if I should, but I just do. I shouldn't, but it's like, you got dreadlocks, huh? Yeah, no worries, Ace. Mm-hmm. They got dreadlocks? They don't have to have dreadlocks. I don't know. I hear that name and I just see dreadlocks. I'm like, you got dreadlocks, huh? All right, so it's either I don't know. I have this person in my head. Like, you look like
这
this,
就
huh?
是你
Like you
性格
got
平
beads
日里
on
的
your
视频
wrists.
吗？
You do the African head wrap.
感觉又多了解了你一些。
Curly, yeah, you got the African head wrap. You wear sandals. You listen to Erica Badu. You know what I'm saying? Let me look at you. All right, so let me look at your line. I don't know if Gabrielle is still here, but we got to help out Gabrielle. They've been waiting patiently. Just like a test. What's the results? Okay, that one. Okay, that's going to beat it out. And you got crit. Uh-oh.
道歉
See?
导演，
I'm leaving.
民工怀抱。
I'm leaving. You out here you breaking Einstein's law of relativity. You breaking Einstein's law of relativity. You tripping. You tripping. Where's Gabrielle? Where's Isumaru? Is Isumaru even on right now? Out here disrespecting your crit rate. Oh! Got you check? You got the set bonus, but holy Jesus. Yeah, that's way too much crit rate. Okay. No, this is good. Yeah, you just missing a little bit on the Ganyu. Oh, you got the Amos. Hold on. Mm. That's your problem, unfortunately. That's a good piece, though. Oh my God! I just noticed the EM on that thing. You gonna have you got a problem that you're working with. I'm not gonna even come close to asking you about that one. Yeah, I'm not even gonna start to ask you about their goblet. Oh man, yeah, it's got to be the timepiece. Here's why. I'm expecting you to get. First off, your EM is really high. Okay. Let's be realistic. Is this for the abyss or is this for everything? Because I'm not finna nitpick it if it's for the abyss. If it's for the abyss, you only need 62 crit rate. You're at 64 right now. Card or not, like you're going to get the card at some point. You're getting the card before floor 12. So at that point, crit damage. But if it was up to me, I would still be trying to replace. I would replace that piece personally for the comfort. I would replace it for comfort. Like there is a difference between 60 and 70 crit rate. Just in general, I don't use Ganyu for the abyss that much. If you are gonna, oh man, see, because you got like 10 crit rate on these. You know what's killing you is that 103 right here. It's making it really hard to work with. Like I don't know if I could ask you to do anything with this circlet. Typically, I try to push people to get the crit rate on a circlet. Because the circlet, it's only one stat you're shooting for, and that's crit rate. Or crit damage, other than, one or the other. But you got 103 mastery on this, on a melt Ganyu. So I'm like, yeah, you got to get that crit rate from somewhere else. You got it on your goblet, which is goblet. What is that whistling sound, bro? It's like a whistling sound or something. All right, anyway. Yeah, so the goblet is fine. It's probably gonna have to be this timepiece. I don't know. I'm personally uncomfortable with this not being 50%. If it was like 48, 49, something like that, I wouldn't be tripping too hard. But I know your crit damage is going to go up anyway because you still got a lot of room on that for crit damage. And you still got a ton of room on that one for crit damage. Not a ton, but you still got room on that one for crit damage. Right? But with this being 3% crit rate, you don't have a lot of options with these two. You can't muscle these two any higher because you're kind of trapped because of this one. You're kind of locked in because of this. And this. These two pieces got you kind of locked in to these two pieces, right? So you're kind of backed into a corner right now, right? So I think you're fine for where you're at, right? But if you're going to start anywhere, I hate to say it, but you're probably going to start by lowering the crit damage a little bit right there and moving the crit damage up on. You got to rebalance everything. That's the only thing. Never went up in crit rate. I know they trolling you. I don't know if I want you to get rid of that EM though. I will say this. If you're only melting, then yeah, that's a great piece. But if at any point in time about 50% of your shots are not melting, or 50% of your damage is not melting, that 103 ain't doing as much as you think it is. The 103 is only doing something in the event you melt. Like, I don't think I talked about Melt Ganyu enough. Melt Ganyu only works on melt. You know how they say freeze Ganyu only works on freeze? Melt Ganyu only works on melt. Melt Ganyu is borderline trash outside of melt. She's not trash, but she's as trash as freeze Ganyu outside of freeze. Because all your damage is coming from melt. All that, wow, that's a lot of damage, is coming from melt. And your burst is borderline completely ignored. So you're banking on hitting 100k on charge shot off of a melt. And that's a conditional situation, which is why I don't run Ganyu. Like, the Ganyu I was building doesn't run on this. I run mine on Blizzard because it works on melt. And Blizzard, and burst, and Morgana. Like, it works in every situation. I just don't have a 100k charge shot. But I can get like 100k off a burst and still melt. Just my melts are like 80k or like 75k or something. Or at least that's what I'm anticipating. Like, I might just pull. I've really been thinking about pulling Ganyu. I have to pull the Amos bow if I get her though, even though I have a Thunder and Pulse. But I've been thinking about pulling Ganyu just to compare the two, because I hear people talk about it, and I hear melt is really good, but it's like, how often are you actually melting? Like, is she useful? Is she actually that useful outside of melt? Because your damage is getting cut in half minus the EM. So how strong is her charge shot really? Like, you gotta be charge shotting for like 40k. And I wouldn't be surprised. Let me see. Hold on. Give me one sec. I'll tell you right now. I could tell you right now how much she hits for on freeze. Where's Ganyu? Hold on. Where's your Ganyu? What's your talent level? Are you crowned? What's your percentage on your bloom? Oh, you're not on right now. Are you level 4? Hold on, I'll look it up real quick. I'll tell you right now. If it's like 400%, you should be able to hit 40k on charge shot. At least 30. You should be able to. I'm sorry. You should be able to hit 30k. Oh, 30k. Yeah, so if you're hitting, so that's my thing. So, and that's with the Amos, right? So if you're hitting, the reason why I'm kind of predicting that is because Ayaka's skill is at 431. I hit like 30k on a charge attack with a mist splitter. with 269 crit damage, but that's only with a 15% bonus. That's the only damage I get, right? So if you take whatever this crit damage is, minus 35%, because she gets 35% from charge shot. So whatever this is, minus 35%, right? And then minus maybe a little crit damage, right? With a little bit extra attack, you should be around 30, 35-ish, somewhere around there in a charge shot with the 4-piece Wanderer set, right? Whereas if you have the same thing with a Thunder and Pulse, right, you should be kind of somewhere in the pocket of the same number because your crit damage is going to be way higher. I mean, that's basically it. It's just your crit damage. You're basically going to have Ayaka. I just don't know what the percentage number is on her shot. Right now, she's hitting for 17K. Same attack as yours. That's fine. But what's the percentage number? So if you go to Ganyu, right, and then you look at her normals, there's a charge attack and then there's charge attack with Bloom. What is she on Crown? That's what I'm kind of. Okay, I was supposed to look it up. Let me just look it up. Because if she's like 400% on Crown, then she should be up there with Ayaka's skill. And if she's up there with Ayaka's skill, hold on, Ganyu. Hold on. Okay, here's Ganyu. So on charge shot, on Frostflake Bloom, on Crown is 391. Yeah, so she should be. So she's up there, kind of, sort of with Ayaka, low key. So Ayaka on Crown on skill hitting like 30K is 431, right? So if I move this to like let's say a 5-star attack weapon, let's say the Amos, for all intents and purposes. If you gave Ayaka Amos numbers, I would imagine Ayaka's skill would hit for the same as, we're close to the same, we're roughly close to the same as Ganyu's charge shot. If that's the case, right, then the only determining factor between the two is the fact that you get the EM and maybe a little bit of a damage increase on charge shot. But then your burst is out the window. So now, at that point, are you running on the Kazuha Bennett team? Are you running on a Xiangling team? Like, are you running melt and melt only? Or do you want your Ganyu to work everywhere? Is kind of the question. Like, is melt significantly stronger? I think we talked about this before, and I think the conclusion was that she is a lot stronger. But I just need to be reminded, if you take Ganyu by herself, just by herself, right? No melt, no freeze. And you just Ganyu. No freeze, so she's missing shots, missing frost flakes, whatever. And you just use the two. Are they the same, or is the charge shot Ganyu stronger? Well, she's going to be stronger in melt because of the EM. So one is stronger in groups, one is stronger in single target. So that's the difference. Now, can't you technically do melt Ganyu with Venti? Because you could just swirl with Venti and then melt off of his burst, right? You just don't hit Ganyu's burst when you do it. Right? And you can melt AoE off of, like, that way, right? Okay, hold on. No. I said, that's why I said don't use her don't use her burst thing. So like,
Ah, 真期待啊！
让你久等了。
I'm not gonna use Diona because she doesn't have an AoE. But let's say you got something like this, right? And then you do, like, I don't know,
输
that,
提
I
高
guess.
另外收费。
I'm just gonna create a venti pyro swirl. And then, I guess, melt off Kea or something.
拒收并蓄，
一起来玩吧，起风了。
Right? You could do like this, right? Well, you know what I'm talking about. You could do that, right? And then just shoot like that and melt. Can't you do that? And then that'll be your AoE melt Ganyu. Just don't hit her burst. Yeah, I mean, the quadratic scaling, yes, but her shot is an AoE too. Like when you shoot her little bow, her shot is an AoE also, though. Like that little bloom thing, that hits everything. So if Venti hits his burst, bam. Like it's all right there, then, you know. Her shot is slower over time. Hold on, who's this? And you're not on right now, okay. Her burst at outscale, her charge shot. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what's the damage difference between... Okay, so here's my question. So if you melt with a freeze... Because you have a freeze Ganyu, right? Yours is freeze Ganyu, Kinkle? God dang it. Yours is freeze though, right? Okay. Your freeze Ganyu, is her damage that much more like trash compared to
烦请赐教。
what is this, anti-cryo? Is it that much worse than a melt Ganyu's charge shot? Yours is free. I'm just trying to figure out like how much worse is. I'm trying to figure out what's the best, because I know melt Ganyu is stronger, but what's the more practical Ganyu if you're building an all-around Ganyu? And I know we say freeze, but I want to understand why, right? So the thing is, when we're like, okay, why? Well, because the game is mostly AoE. Okay, that's great, but to somebody who's like, but this is stronger. All right, dude, since you want to talk damage, here's the damage reason, right? So if, for all intents and purposes, if a freeze Ganyu can melt for 75k, and the melt Ganyu can melt for 100k, but the freeze Ganyu burst damage over time does 400k, and the melt Ganyu burst damage does 200k, there's your reason. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to figure out. My freeze Ganyu is raw 29 on charge, where Morgana is 80. My freeze Ganyu raw is 29k on charge. Are you doing character reviews? I can. But I'm doing character reviews for those who, like, if it's build related, hence the title of the stream. Like, if we're learning something about builds, it's just a change of pace. Just because we like, builds were something I wanted to talk about today, like how to build. That way, because I just want to make sure that people know what they're looking for when they're building. Right? Because I feel like the community, at least this community, like, we know now, right? But do we really know? And it's more, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, it's more of a spot check with everybody to make sure everybody is comfortable making the decisions they're making on said character. For example, you know, we had some Yai Miko questions, and it was like Gilded Dreams, Aggravate, so on and so forth. One person came in and said, how do you build Yai Miko? I said, instead of me giving you a build, why don't we talk about why we're building her the way we're building her? Let's do that. Does that make sense? See, so, okay, so 35 to, okay. Yeah, so if she melts for 100 and 150, right? How much is a freeze melting for? How much is a freeze gun you melting for? No, I'm not talking about a 30 crit rate. I'm talking about this kind of Ganyu. Like build, like take this, take your Ayaka, give her a Thunder and Pulse, and go melt with her. I want to see what happens. Like give her this. I wish I had Ganyu. If I had Ganyu, I would just take this whole set, give her this Thunder and Pulse thing, give her this, and then I would go melt, and then I would solve the problem. That is the question I have, though. Stop asking questions, Burger. You're asking questions that aren't relevant to what I'm trying to find an answer for something. What I'm asking the question for a universal Ganyu. So we're talking about crit rate being a problem. Okay. Well then let's give her a crit damage weapon. And give her a higher crit rate. So that way we can melt and freeze. And the damage is ridiculous. So we're gonna give her a Thunder Impulse. So she has this outrageous crit damage number. So then that stops all that conversation. And then now we have a stupid strong burst, right? And then we're gonna give her a competent crit rate in the event because we're feeling froggish today and we wanna melt for some reason. So we're gonna melt with a freeze Ganyu. And I wanna see what the damage difference is between that set versus this set. Because having two completely, totally different sets, I'm not sold on that humongous of a difference between the two. Because why don't we just give her a Thunder and Pulse or Amos, whatever, and just make her a Melt Ganyu with a Blizzard set? Why don't we do that? And see what happens. I'm just trying to figure out if it's even reasonable. Like if it's realistic. That way we can have one set, kind of like Yai Miko, where we have one set to cover them all. We don't need Gilded Dreams and 4-piece Shimenawa and 4-piece Thunder and Fury, and we don't need all that. If we could just run freeze with melt stats, I feel like that should be enough. $49, $215 Blizzard, 0 EM. Nah, give her some EM or something. Find a random piece with some EM or whatever. It applies to Aloy. It's just Aloy doesn't have help in the crit rate department. That's the only downside to this with Aloy. So it all applies, but you have to consider 20% more crit rate on Aloy. EM Blizz pieces? No, you don't need an EM Blizzard piece. You just need a piece with EM on it. It doesn't have to have 80 EM and all that extra jazz. No, we're just giving her, like, you don't need I'm not asking for, 80 EM on a piece. You know what I mean? Just the set, but with, oh, yeah, okay, then forget about EM subs. That's fine. You know where you can get EM subs from? I'm pretty sure the people melting probably have C2 Kazuha. And if they don't, Sucrose exists. Everybody got a Sucrose. Everybody got Nahida. Burning, blah, blah, blah. I found this new comp. I'm sure that conversation's come up. I got this new comp with Nahida burn, and I'm melting off a burn now. Guess what? You now have 200 and something odd EM on your Ganyu, so I don't want to hear nothing about missing the EM on Ganyu. This is for future reference. I'm building a case for anybody who wants to argue over Melt Ganyu. I'm building a case for anybody who... I'm building a case for freeze Ganyus. That's what I'm doing right now. I've gotten into arguments over this Melt Ganyu, freeze Ganyu situation, and I'm solving it right now. That's why it matters to me. Right? So if we can come up with if we can meet in the middle on Ganyu builds, we're done. You see what I'm saying? No, I know it's a thing. That's why I'm saying if I can meet Ganyu's halfway, we're done. Freeze team, you got your freeze Ganyu, 50% crit rate. Bada bing, who's that? Leon? You got your freeze Ganyu with your melt stats. And if you need the EM that bad, you're probably doing showcase things or one phase things anyway. Meaning that Sucrose is probably finna be there. Not this guy. Because the only time you run him for situations like that, realistically you run him because it's easier. But if you're fighting a boss, you're probably running Sucrose. Sucrose is going to automatically give her 200 minimum in elemental mastery. Minimum. Test complete. Is the Melt Ganyu build that much stronger on Melt? If it is, the Melt Ganyu, then run Melt Ganyu. I just need to put it to rest in my head. No, it doesn't have to be high crit. No, the whole idea is I'm trying to keep it realistic. Like realistic and functional for Ganyus, right? So, because here's the thing. Ganyu set, like let's keep it 1000%, bro. Ain't nobody going out and farming a Wanderer's Troop set. You can't farm Wanderer's Troop like that. Right? You just have to kind of be lucky to get a Wanderer's Troop. I have a Ganyu set. I got this, and I got that if I need it, and I got crit damage right here if it's one of these. I got two of them, this and this. If I need it, like I have a Ganyu set. I got cryo goblets, I just ain't using them. They're not the greatest, but I got them, right? I got a Thunder Impulse, I don't need an Amos, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out, right, like how, like if somebody wants to run freeze, is it that big a difference? Did you do buffs and all of this, or did you just do a vaporize? Like, did you just do a melt? Like, was it just like pyro and then melt, or did you do like Kazuha with Sucrose, with EM and all the things, and then melt? You did buffs? Did you do buffs on the other? Okay, so okay. Did you do what you normally do with your melt Ganyu? Xiangling, Bennett, instructors. You did instructor Zhongli? Jesus Christ. And that was on a freeze set, right? And you did that with Bennett? Switch out Zhongli for Sucrose. And then pop Sucrose, just swirl Pyro. And then I hate to bother you, but after you swirl Pyro, switch back to the melt, the troop set, and then try that. Oh yeah, do you have C2 Kazuha? Yeah, yeah. Don't use Kazuha. Use somebody who use Sucrose, cause she can give EM. Yeah, just use C if you got C6 Sucrose, use C6 Sucrose.
就对自己的世界如此不满吗？
Oh, you're doing burn? And you need a cryo. Why you need a cryo unit? Wait, what? Wait. No. You're just swirling pyro to share the EM. I know you got what's the name, but you get 80 more off of Sucrose. Just because Sucrose swirled a thing, she's gonna give 20 something percent to. Yeah, cryo resonance doesn't work on melt though. They have to be affected by cryo in order to benefit from it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You don't get the bump. They have to be affected by cryo. So the cryo character increases crit rate against enemies that are frozen or affected by cryo. They're going to be affected by pyro is the problem. Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, you only need 50 ER or 50. You only need 50 crit rate. And yours is a freeze. Yeah, so all that's gonna happen is with this, I'm just gonna do that, and then you're gonna get a bunch of EM, like a lot of EM, like a lot, like more than you should. Yeah, you're fine. You'll have a 65% crit rate on charge shot. You gotta. Oh, you don't need a burst.
确认安全距离。
57. Go.
6308手。
Oh. Yeah, it's weak. Yeah, I can already tell it's weaker. Let's do this. Yeah, nah, you want the I can already tell. Yeah, you want the Wanderers. Yeah, you want Wanderers. Yeah, Wanderers is way stronger on charge shot. Way stronger. So, but where your Ganyu is, yeah, 56. No, it's way stronger on Wanderers. Where yours is, I can tell. So where yours is benefiting is here. Oops. I know you're Kokomi man, so I won't disrespect your Kokomi, but Thundering no, it's fine. Thundering or not, like I already could tell the difference. Like Amos is stronger, but it's not like 20, 30K. It's not 20, 30K stronger. Yeah, like more like 10K stronger. Like, you know what I mean? This is where you're Ganyu. This is where your Ganyu's at. Oh, you're on you're a burst Ganyu. Yeah, no, not yeah. Charge shot is not gonna do nothing. You're a burst Ganyu. You could pop your burst and walk away. That's what your Ganyu can do. You go pop and then walk away. and then maybe shoot like twice. You know, that's like you could shoot twice and walk away. I just wanted to see it, I guess. Like, do you have, like, matter of fact, do you have a troop set? You can keep the weapon, but if you got a troop set, that's okay. I always thought that was weaker than Blizzard. Glad I know I was wrong. Well, no, burst Ganyu is different. So that's kind of what I was trying to show. So hold on, Leon. Hold on. Before you do that, let's answer this for Chan, real quick. So yeah, just leave it where it's at, just for a second. So Chan, this is a freeze Ganyu, right? And with freeze Ganyu, yeah, the heater don't even really matter in this situation. I hope he's not running melt. Bring Mona? No, I'm not trying to do all kind of old. No. This is a Ganyu showcase. I'm not trying to buff Ganyu and all that. Like, I'm trying to show the base line right now. If I bring Mona, it's like not everybody has Mona, but everybody got Hydro. You know what I mean? Because if we're gonna bring Mona, then at that point we might as well bring like Mona, and we might as well bring Bennett, and then like it's like, come on now. Like pop Bennett, pop Mona, but like nah. Like here's just Ganyu. Like here's Ganyu, and this is Ganyu on freeze. Yeah, Nahida, sure, but you know. Yeah. I hope you guys don't be testing with buffs all the time either. Like buffs should be the last thing you test with. I hope you guys don't start your test with buffs. That's gonna skew the bejesus out of y'all results. Alright, you ready? Did you pop your you don't have a you got a burst. Oh, you didn't do your burst. Wait. You know Bert oh wait, hold on. Yeah, freeze Ganyu is burst Ganyu. Nah, Burger, that's how you end up with Nah, that's not to stack buffs. You stack buffs, you build your foundation first. Oh no, you could you're gonna pop you pop ult. Freeze Ganyu is a different playstyle. But I'm just showing off just the Ganyu though. And then whatever buffs that person has available to them. No, we're not. You don't got to worry about Ayaka. Don't. I know you're bringing her for cryo. Just don't, please don't use Ayaka. She will sneeze and everything will disappear. That's going to ruin everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you, Shinha, Kazuha, all that extra, like, okay. All that, that's why I'm like trying to, okay, because you can pop whatever buff you want after you understand Ganyu at base. Bam, right? Right, so then you take that, and then you buff that. That's a freeze Ganyu. And the whole idea is you want to try and kill him you want him dying as before Venti's burst as possible. the sooner they die before his burst, the more viable your Ganyu is. Does that make sense? Right, so if we did, like, for example, if we did Georesonance, just for the sake of doing it, she should kill them about 25 to 30% quicker. If we introduce Bennett, they definitely will die super quick. I still have a queue. I forgot about that. I went back into talking about builds. But yeah, if you start introducing Mona, it's a whole different situation. Yeah, I mean, I'll take VV off. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case. 1, 2. There we go. All right, cool. You got a burst? Okay, he got a burst. All right, now we're not finna act like all these buffs you talking about is equivalent to Mona now. We ain't finna do that now. Y'all talking about Mona, Shinha, and Kazuha. Like we ain't finna do that now. That's like, man, I know you got a stapler. You said don't bring weapons. Fool, you bringing bazookas, bro. If you don't stop, you out here talking about bazookas. VV, I get the VV. Y'all want to see it with Mona? 42K was about 115%, so regular 90 due to the, yeah. Yeah, that's why I say I get VV. Yeah, right? So if you're 20, well, no. I'm just, okay, let me clarify what the heck we're talking about right now. So all I'm doing is trying to show what Ganyu does in freeze. That's why we're doing the burst. Like, let's get away from the charge shot for a sec. So what Ganyu does on, who is this? Okay. What Ganyu does on burst is all we were exploring, right? Not on burst, but on freeze. Whatever she's doing on freeze, that's what we were exploring, right? Melt Ganyu is when you got to have pyro applied, and then you got to shoot, and then that's where all your damage is coming from, right? So whichever one is, I'm just trying to think, okay, when it comes to Ganyu, right, what is the application now? Kinko said it way in the beginning, right? But I don't have Ganyu on this account, and I'm not going back to that other account, right? With Ganyu, is it viable to run a freeze Ganyu with melt stats? Is there some way we can bridge the gap between the, Jesus Christ. Is there some way we can bridge the gap between the two to get, you know, to get a happy medium between the two? So that way, I don't have folks out here farming a million things when they're not even requiring a melt Ganyu. You know what I mean? Also, I don't know what teams they have. I don't know how comfortable they are. But also, what if they want to switch it up and not run her on melt? Or what if they run freeze and they want to move to melt? Right? I'm supposed to send them, because we've had that in stream before. I got to send them out now to go farm a bunch of, whatchamacallit pieces. You know what I mean? To my point, Kinkle. If they don't already have a Wanderer set, you're scraped at that point. There's nothing you could do. You just have to wait until you get a set. You know what I'm saying? And it's cookies from there. Not everybody has troop. We've been through this in the stream. And then when it comes to replacing troop pieces, is it fair? Is it actually fair for me to ask them of that? Which I would say, I think it's okay fair, but I don't know. I don't know how reasonable I'm being with the entirety of the community saying you need to replace this Wanderer's troop piece. Because I'm AR-60. Okay? It took me to AR-60 to get a I'm being real with y'all. It took me to AR-60 to get a second one of these. It took me to AR-60, AR-58, 59 to get that piece. I was AR-57, 58, somewhere around there when I got that piece. And that piece. Like it took, like I was getting these pieces. Like I had them. And I had them, don't get me wrong, and these are upgraded over time too. Like I had a worse one than that, and then I upgraded it. And then I wasn't using troops, so I got rid of some. I had worse flowers, I got rid of them. Like I think this is like, you know what I mean? You get rid of your 514s, your 512s. You get rid of those over time. So I was getting rid of them. You know, I had troop pieces with worse crit damage. Got rid of it. But it took that long. So am I being reasonable with the community asking for that? And if there's an alternative option, what's that option? To at least hold them off until they get that crack set. Because eventually you're going to get the crack set. But until then, what are some options? Right? And if I know all the options, right? If a freeze set is a viable option and you can still kill bosses with it and do all the content, right? Because where are the bosses at right now? Spiral Abyss. Where are the artifacts? AoE situations. So if we're doing AoE situations, right? I mean, am I being reasonable or am I not being reasonable? Because I don't know if you need to go I don't know if you got to bring Ajdaha DPS to go do the emblem domain with a Ganyu. That's all I'm saying. Is that am I being fair though? Do you guys what do you guys think? Am I thinking about it too much? Should I just bite it and say, okay, Wanderers are stronger, ignore freeze, only do freeze on AoE, because now I have to ask, are you only fighting bosses or are you only fighting, you know what I mean? Do bosses matter? I have to like ask. I have a question actually. It's about Ayato. What's your question? Right, like Ayaka. While you're asking your question, there's a one trick build with Ayaka. It's just 50% crit rate, 4-piece blizzard, covers all your Ayaka needs. Does the Ganyu have that option? Is my question. That is the answer that I'm actually doing all this. That's where all these questions are coming from, Kinkle. Right? If you have the option of running Blizzard, that's why I said Blizzard. If you have the option of running Blizzard, right? Got the Echo set. You need high crit rate, right? Yes. If you're running Echoes, you need burger crit rate. Like 85 crit rate. You need a lot of crit. If you're running Echoes. Like you need like 80, 85. You need somewhere up there. Right? So that's why I'm asking though for Ganyu. Is there a one-stop shop Ganyu setup? Because if somebody, let's say Ganyu gets a rerun, bam. We got a person in our stream. They're excited. They got Ganyu. I want to get her going. What are we going to tell them? They're AR-47. What are we going to say? We're going to say kill bosses until you get a Wanderer's troop set? Or are we going to say, hey man, just farm Blizzard? You see what I'm saying? They probably should kill bosses. But now they gotta wait literally until the bosses. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if we can get Wanderers to perform account wide as good as the Melt set does. Maybe Blizzard might be a good let's get you started set for Ganyu. And if it is, at least that's a set that can get them started on the right path while they're killing bosses and getting the Melt Ganyu. I'm not finna send nobody to the strongbox. I don't even recommend a strongbox until you have whole teams built. Once you got teams built, then you go strongbox. Don't strongbox to build your team. You got the same artifacts you not getting in the domain, you throwing away XP that you could be ranking up them artifacts you need to be ranking to play the same RNG game that you playing in the domain. You know how you not getting artifacts in there? You not getting artifacts at that strongbox. You might as well just rank them up. I'm going through that right now, cuz. There's also strong. I know you said also. I said that for the stream. I don't want anybody in here AR-45 thinking they finna be strong boxing. Like, nope. You just let's come on now. But for harder depth, would it be in 70s? For harder depth, you 70. For everything else, it's about 75 crit rate. You still need crit rate, to my understanding on them. Like 75, you should be okay with your Ayato. But for Echoes specifically, you need like 85 and up. Let's just say there isn't a strongbox yet. Yeah, you're gonna be pretty low. You're gonna be pretty. It's just because Ayato himself needs a lot of crit rate. This is what I'm told, and part of it has to do with a ping issue. There's something about ping. Because ping, he needs high crit rate, and then Echoes doubles down on that, making you require it even more or something like that. I would have no noblesse pieces. I don't know, bruh. I think you would still have the pieces if you just farmed them. But something tells me you would still have the pieces. It's the same RNG. It's the same RNG pool. The strongbox didn't give it to you. You just didn't want to wait for the resin, which is fine. But the strongbox didn't give it to you. The fact that it dropped that piece is what gave it to you. Whether it came from the domain or the strongbox, you were going to get that piece at that time regardless. You know what I got out of strongbox? I got this out of a strongbox. You know what I got out of a domain? I got this out of a domain. You know what I got out of the Spiral Abyss? I got this out the Spiral Abyss. That's the strongbox is going to give you the same thing the domains give you. It's just that, do you feel like spending resin in the domains, and are you willing to give up artifacts to overstep resin? That's the question. That's all it is. It's not like it's magically giving you better pieces, which I know that's not what you're saying. The way it's coming out sounds like you're saying that, which I know you're not saying, but I don't want anybody else to misinterpret what you're saying as that. I don't know if that makes sense. Like he's saying I could just do the strong box, and no, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is he did the strong box and he got good pieces as a result of doing the strong box. That's what he's saying. But that's because he skipped over getting resin. He skipped over using resin. It's the fact that he could use his resin here and he used those artifacts to get pieces. That's what he's saying. Yeah, he got builds done faster. Yeah, you were skipping resin to get these specific characters done quicker. I don't know, man. I'll say this. if you're saying strong boxes, I'm gonna have to say on Miko's old account with Kea, have her use a strong box and see what happens. Cause she farmed Blizzard for 5 months. If her results don't change, it's not the strong box. If her results change, it's a strong box. If I farmed in a blessed domain, my Yoimi and Xiangling would not be nowhere near since I wouldn't be farming Emblem. I got builds done faster through strong box is what I'm saying. Okay, hold on. Let me read all these messages. I mean, my alt account would not be nowhere as it's at if I didn't strong box from AR45 on. I would have no noblesse pieces and my Ayaka would be piss poor. No, because you could just use resin for those. But then I farmed noblesse domain, my Yoimiya. But then if I farmed noblesse domain, my Yoimiya and Xiangling would not be where they are since I wouldn't be farming Emblem. I got builds done faster through strong box is what I'm saying. Okay. So where did you get the artifacts to Strongbox? You got them from here in the emblem domain. You took the trash ones, you made noblesse. Your luck got you the noblesse pieces that you got, not the Strongbox. That's the point I'm making. And if you got trash pieces and just needed to put together a noblesse, that's why the build got done faster. Not the noblesse, not the Strongbox itself got it done faster. Yeah, it just offered the opportunity to get it done. But it in itself didn't get it done. It still had the RNG roll that happened. You know what I mean? I'm just... Okay, if you guys say it's the strong box, it's the strong box. What I'm saying is, if somebody in here uses a strong box and they get nothing like I get, I don't want them coming back to me talking about, I used the strong box, nothing's happening. I'll be like, all right, talk to your man Kinkle. That's all I'm saying. Right? What I'm saying is it's still a RNG pull just the way you're saying. So you got the builds done faster, but probably because you didn't need stats on those RNG, on those noblesse pieces. Like no one needs noblesse stats, and if you got them, that's good. That was RNG. But most people don't need RNG on their noblesse pieces because the noblesse set is just a stat stick for the rest of the team. As we all know. No one really cares about noblesse. You know what I mean? So no, you don't have to farm noblesse. No one needs noblesse. I could have strong boxed the crimson pieces I got today. Because I just needed a 4-star feather. And I'm using a 4-star feather for example purposes. Right? I'm just saying, look, all I'm saying is the way you guys are saying here. I don't know if you guys understand what it sounds like you're saying. What it sounds like you're saying is that the strong box is giving you guys good pieces to finish builds. That's what it sounds like you're saying. When that is not how the strong box works. The strong box doesn't give you good pieces. But it's the way you guys are saying it is making it sound like the strong box gives you good pieces. I'm just trying to make sure that the chat understands this. That it's not the strong box. It's RNG giving you good pieces. They're just using the strong box to overstep resin and RNG between picking which set it's landing on. So I want a Blizzard piece. And I want an RNG chance at getting a Blizzard piece regardless of what the piece is. I'm going to give up 2 artifacts at a chance. Give up 2. You throw in 3, so you're exchanging 1 and you're throwing away 2 to get a piece. And there's a chance that it could happen to be 1, the piece you need, 2, the substats you need. That is, let alone with the main stat. That's what I know you're not saying that. I'm not saying it gives good pieces. I'm saying you get to farm more once you get the build. I know, Kinkle. I'm saying what it sounds like you're saying. Listen to it. Listen to how you're saying it. I used a strong box and I got all these sets done. What does that sound like? You should strong box it. What does that sound like I'm saying? hey man, if you got to finish this and you just need the EM piece, you should strongbox it. What does that sound like I'm saying, bro? It's only a big deal to me because I've worked in customer service and I know how people can take things. So if I'm saying, hey man, you got troop, you just need a troop piece, run the strongbox. What does that sound like I'm saying? It sounds like I'm saying, hey man, use the strongbox, you will get the piece you need. That's what it sounds like I'm saying. That is not the case all the time. That's why I'm harping on it super hard, bro. I know that you know, that Burger knows, that Hifumi knows, that I know, that Leon knows, I know that we know. But they don't know. If they knew, their artifacts wouldn't look the way it does. We know. You are literally a theorycraft. Everybody, all of us know. But not everybody eats, sleeps, and breathes this game the way that we do. So taking a chance in that strongbox, that's how it sounds when you say that. That's the only reason I harp on it like that, bro. But it's not the same as saying you need an emblem piece, go farm emblem. Like I treat the strongbox as a second farm. Okay, let them know you're throwing away artifact XP to level your artifacts to skip, to basically introduce a second farm. But just let them know it's a second farm and not that they're going to get the piece that they want, because that's what it keeps sounding like. And that's what I keep trying, that's why I keep redirecting it. Like you keep, like all you guys say strongbox and I keep redirecting it, and that's why. Because when you say it, it sounds like you're saying they're just going to get what they want, and it's not that way. You can't just strongbox a troop set. It does not work like that, and you know that. You can't strongbox anything. You could say all these wins, but keep in mind, how many pieces did you have to strongbox for the Crimson set? 300 something artifacts? That's a lot of artifacts that first you had to go and farm. So if you got the capacity to throw away 300 artifacts, chances are you have God knows how many characters already built who don't need any of them artifacts. So you can sacrifice 300 artifacts because you don't need anything off of 300 artifacts. One of them things got crit on them and you threw it away. Some of these people need them artifacts. They actually need those artifacts. That's why I'm like, okay, hold on, let's slow it down. First, they got to go get the 300 artifacts. Then they got to throw away 300 artifacts and hope to get. Either way, they got to go get 300 artifacts, and then they got to throw away 300 artifacts. How do you get 300 artifacts? You got to go farm 300 artifacts. They're not even farming the 300 artifacts. I can't have them strongboxing if they're not farming the 300 artifacts, bro. They don't even have 300 artifacts, Burger. Stop. Who in here is sitting around with 300 artifacts who need artifacts? Gabrielle, do you got 300 artifacts you could throw away right now? Right? If you got 5 artifacts right now, you could throw away 3 of them for a chance to get a Wondrous Troop piece. Strongbox at 3 and watch you come away with a defense piece. Don't talk to me. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make it super duper clear to I'm just trying to make it super duper clear because it sounds like it's a great idea, and it is. But it is if you understand what you're getting into, though. And the way it keeps sounding is as though it's this thing that's magically going to give you what you want. And that's why I'm like, That's why I'm like, you know, relax. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same RNG. You're wasting their resources, is what I'm saying. You're taking money out their pockets that they don't have to wait. They don't have money to waste. They don't have 300 artifacts to throw away. They don't have artifact XP to give up. They don't have full teapots. What did you say earlier today? You go get XP out the teapot. They don't have max rank teapots. Half of them don't even know what you get at level 8. They don't even know what happens at level 8 in a teapot, right? We're asking people who aren't mathematicians to solve the Higgs boson equation. That's not fair to them. You know what I mean? So I can't say dump this resource that I know that you need. You need artifact XP. I know you do, right? When we farm artifacts, they struggle leveling up the artifact because they don't have artifacts to level the artifacts up. They don't have a max rank teapot. Then I'm supposed to take that artifact XP that they're supposed to use to level the artifact and throw it into the same RNG pool they're getting out the domain. You might as well just farm the artifact. At least you get artifact XP out your money. That's all I'm saying. No, it only matters because we're talking about people's time. People spend time farming artifacts, and then they take that time and they throw it away just for it to possibly come out in the wind, or it could go into the abyss. It's a gamble. So you take all your money, go to the casino, and you throw it at a machine. Now either it can give you something back, or it can give you nothing. And a lot of times it'll give you nothing. So you got to throw $300 at it. But I can't be telling people who don't got $300 to throw money at this thing. Except in this case, it's not $300. It's like 300 segments of 10 minutes. Let's be a little more reasonable. It's like 300 minutes, right? So I can't have, but it's spread across a bunch of days. So I can't have you take your 300 minutes that's spread across I don't know how many days and expect you to take that time you just invested and just throw it somewhere because it sounds like it's going to win for you. It sounds like it's going to work out. You know what I mean? Now, once you're in a position where you can make that investment and you can lose, you have the capacity to lose that, then go for it. But if you're not in a position where you could lose like that, don't do it. That's all I'm saying. That's why, and then all of this, all of this circles all the way back to Ganyu. All of this circles back to Ganyu. So when we walk into a Ganyu situation, like this, which is not bad. All of this started with Ganyu, right? When we circle back right here, right? And we're looking at this piece, and this piece, right? Which are all good pieces. But the conversation was like, okay, we might be looking at rebalancing the whole set, right? We got to move some crit damage to this one. We got to move some crit damage to this one. We got to move some crit rate to this one. We got to do something about the EM on this one. We might have to look at rebalancing if we're looking at a min-max. That might require an entirely new 4-piece set. Is that even fair to ask Asumaru when they have a whole life that they're living realistically? You feel me? They have a whole real life outside the game. I don't think that's fair. As a person, as a human being, I'm not going to ask somebody to go sweaty on Genshin Impact over 6 crit rate when they could just farm a Blizzard set and call it a day. You feel me? Farm a Blizzard set, you should get competent performance out of that. Hence all the research, right? And you could just go farm it instead of having to strong box it. And you still got the option of strong box it when you get to the point where you can strong box. The only reason strong, and this, and I'm not calling you out, Kinkle. The only reason strongboxing came up, like the only reason I'm speaking on the way I'm speaking on it, is because it keeps coming up the way it keeps coming up. Where just strongbox it. It doesn't fix your account.
想接着听下去的话，
Strongboxing is not necessarily the answer unless you have the option to. And we're talking to people who don't have options. They don't got that option like that. If they lose in a strongbox, they have to wait another 300 artifacts before they can strongbox again. That's not fair. You feel me? But I just kind of wanted to put that to rest and make sure that they understand. I'm not saying don't strongbox Gabrielle. I'm just saying, like, don't take it as though it's going to solve your problem is what I'm saying. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. It's an option, but it's not going to solve your problem because the way it sounds. Does it? Am I making? Okay, I'll stop. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I love y'all know I love y'all to death. But y'all know that part, it's like, man, you do know what you know what that sounds like though, right? To the common person. You didn't do nothing wrong. I just don't know if y'all know what it sounds like. When I read it, that's what I'm reading. You feel me? And I hope nobody else is reading it like that. You feel me? Like, I know y'all got the good intentions. I know the intentions are there. You feel me? But I don't think they know. And I care about them. I care about y'all, but I care about them too. You know what I mean? I care about all y'all. I really do. I really do. Y'all, you know, y'all right here. You feel me?
工作还没有做完，真的可以提前休息吗？
We got all of us good? We good. Everybody cool? We good? Everybody, we good, right? We good? We straight? High fives? All the things, right? Anything at all? We'll make sure everybody's good. I know I haven't even looked at this queue in a minute. Is everybody straight? We good? Okay, you straight? You straight? Okay. Yeah. So, but say that part. Say the if they don't mind part. Right? You gotta put that piece in there. Cause it don't work out like that for everybody. Did I tell you the story about the homie? Okay, so who was it? It was somebody in the Discord actually this happened to. They went in and in 1 week, they had a completed Ayaka. 1 week, right? Blizzard. Bam. 1 week. Like 200 something crit damage, 50 crit rate. Done. Now, when they said, oh, it's not that bad, I just farmed the Blizzard domain and I got my set, that's kind of low-key how that sounds. Does that make sense? You gotta include this little blurb when you start recommending that. I'm telling you because I'm trying to look out for you, bro. When you tell people that, you might want to just include that little disclosure. It might not work out for you the same. You just include that little part, and you should be straight. But trust me, even when you get in your business too, you gotta include that part, bro. Because what happens when it don't work out? Well, you told me the strongbox was gone. You feel me? Well, you said I could just, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want that coming back biting y'all. It ain't finna bite me because I ain't letting it get past me. I don't want it to come bite y'all though. And then they come to me, well, why aren't your artifacts leveled up? Well, such and such said, stop right there. Did he tell you it might not work out for you the same? Yeah. Well, that's your fault then. You took a chance. You knew what you was getting into, right? Yep. Okay. So you didn't get all your Wanderer's True pieces like he did. It didn't work out for you like he did it? Nope. Okay. It could, but it didn't. Right? Hifumi has been farming that one domain since this game came out. And just what, yesterday or today, just today, he got the goblet. On set. I don't think there's one person that I have met who farmed Crimson more than that guy. Oh, you fell in love with her? Her design and her playstyle? She cool. She cool. She not for everybody though. That's why I didn't push her. That's why I don't push her on nobody. I don't push Yai Miko on anybody because I know her flaws though. I like her. She's really cool, but I understand why people don't like her. And I'm not, you know, I ain't a shield for nobody. You farmed it for 7 months? He farmed it for 7 months before you even started coming to this stream, bro. Like, nah. He started farming 7 months before you came to the stream. Like, Hifumi has been in there since the game came out, bro. Like, I'm telling you. Like, that dude, yo, it worked for some. My point is this. It works for some people it don't, right? Take Burger. Burger's a perfect example. It just works out for Burger on other people's accounts. On his account, it can be hit and miss, right? We all know Viv's account, right? It just works out on Viv's account. Some people it just works out for. Some people it doesn't, right? We gotta consider that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's right. So but that's on your account though. You know what I mean? It's you. I think it's your account, Vinny's account, right? But every other account is like different. Like every account is like different, but it's different for each. Everybody has their own experience, so it's kind of like as long as you could keep it as generalized across the board, considering the lucky draws and the terrible draws, right? It could go terribly south, or it could go exceptionally well. It could go fantastic, but you don't know. You really don't. For all we know, the strongbox could work out. It could, right? But what if it doesn't though? Do they have the means to lose on the strong boxes? That's as long as that's being considered, you're good. I really like. I know your intention, so I ain't tripping on you. I'm more tripping on people who might be misinterpreting what you're saying. And if they misinterpret what you're saying, now it's like, oh man, hey bro, hey, just adjust how you're saying it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. You're not even saying it wrong. Just include that little piece there. Just say, hey man, it might not work out for you. It worked for me, but just to let you know, it might not. You know, it's different for everybody. Cause it don't. Yeah. You know. That's RNG. Yeah, like Shiminawa and Blizz is working better on my alt than my main. Crimson don't work for me. Blizzard don't work for me. Thunder and Fury started working and stopped. The Emblem domain is amazing for me. Emblem gave me, I don't know how many pieces. Like most of my goblets is Emblem. Just Emblem loves me. I don't know why. So I'm with you though. Matter of fact, here's a good one. Do you know that the whole set on my Albedo that I had on Albedo is split between him and Noel? That whole set was farmed in 3 days. 23 crit damage on pieces. Like that set was farmed in 3 days. And then I went back there and it took forever to get everything else. That's the mindset for the strong box. You gotta say that part though. You gotta say that part. Because giving up a whole level on an artifact is kind of hard sometimes. Sometimes, in some cases, 2 or 3 levels. It's like the difference between ending your artifact session at level 17 or ending with a whole artifact leveled and like one at level 8. Like that's the difference from my experience. You can walk away with like you're finishing your builds. So it depends. It depends, and that's why I'm telling people like. That's why is the queue long? we really out here got a queue. Yeah, because this is not a typical stream. Yeah, this is not one of them streams. Why? Do people need help? Like, y'all need help? Because we talking about builds and strong boxes and stuff. If people need help, who's next? Who need help? Because I'm not out here trying to ignore people in the queue, but this is not that stream. I just opened it for like a second. Yeah, let's just take the next one out. Yeah, I might close that thing again. Right, but if you down where all your artifacts are leveled and you got no artifacts to work on, strongbox. Yeah, we help Gabrielle. You know what I mean? If all your artifacts is done, strongbox. You ain't got nothing to level up. $6 months more? What you talking about? That's why it's harder debt still sucks? What are you talking about? I don't think I've touched Sayato since you started farming Gilded in 3.0. What are your favorite Yai teams? Her burst animation is amazing. You strongboxing Crimson? I don't blame you. Yeah, M took off a while ago. Off to bed? Yeah, make sure you get some good rest, man. You gotta get... What? You should have been home, bro. Oh, is Miko here? Okay. 1 to 2 weeks of artifact farming, then all character farm for reset. Yeah, Scoop is a Yai Miko main, like main McMain. That's what I do every patch. Ooh, sorry. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. You don't stop farming for Hu Tao. You just switch to Emblem because I gave up after I could not get a 5-star HP piece. Yeah, I'm kind of going through that with Ayaka right now. Like, I'm still trying to I just need a slightly better, just a slightly better timepiece, bro. If I can just get I'm with you on that one. I've been strongboxing and I'm not getting nothing out the strong. Like, I recently stopped strongboxing again. I'm not strongboxing anymore because I'm getting pieces that's like good for this and good for that and harder depth replacements, and it's like, you know what? I could have used these for XP instead of strongboxing and getting nothing. So I'm just gonna not strongbox because I'm running it. I'm having the same RNG issue. So I'll take the XP for now. You know what I mean? And then when I don't need the XP anymore, then I'll strongbox. You know what I mean? Stayed in Emblem for 5. Bruh, Emblem covers like all of Genshin. So anyway, so Yai Miko teams. Yai Miko and any Electro. Yai Miko and any Hydro. Yai Miko and Pyro, I'm not sure about that. Yai Miko and Animo works really good. And when I'm saying these elements, I'm saying it that way because all the characters in that element like works with Yai Miko. So when I'm saying Electro, I'm talking about, yes, you can use her with Kaching. Yes, you can use her with Lisa. When I'm saying Hydro, yes, you can use her with Mona. Yes, you can use her with Kokomi. You know what I mean? When I'm saying Pyro, technically you could use her with him. Technically you could use her with Xiangling. Like, you know what I mean? She's not the greatest with Pyro, but she's okay with Pyro. Animo, she works with every Animo character phenomenally. Dendro, she works with every single Dendro character phenomenally. I can't really say if any particular Dendro character is better than the other. I think without saying it, obviously Nahida is going to be like a great option, but so is Tainari. I think that's pretty much a given, being that he's like as it stands right now, he's like the strongest main DPS Dendro, whereas the strongest main / sub DPS is Nahida, right? So Nahida would probably be the best one for her as far as Dendro. She works with Cryo, but I mean it's not really though. But you can use her for like superconduct scenarios. I don't know if I'd use her with Eula because she'll have Electro applied, and typically you want Cryo applied when using Eula for the Cryo resonance. If you're going for like crit fish and all that kind of jazz. Outside of that, you know, and the reason why I framed it that way is because Yai Miko functions off field, right? So her role is technically off field. You can play her on field, like I play her typically on field, either on field or a hybrid on field off field with a sacrificial Kazuha, But you could play her on field, off field, but because her main role is off field, she functions better with a main DPS being on field. So if you have somebody like Tartaglia, she's really good. If you're running Ayato, she technically is really good with Ayato. Pre-burst or post-burst. If you run her with somebody like the Raiden Shogun, she's amazing with the Raiden Shogun. Xing Cho, kind of doubling up on the sub DPS with Xing Cho is really good. Even just running with Xing Cho, she's really powerful. But she can run with basically like anybody, particularly because she's a catalyst user. So you can swirl with Venti and they'll be in the air and she can still hit them. She can hit a lot of things that most other catalyst users, believe it or not, can't even hit because of that bolt of lightning will hit somebody like on top of that thing. So she can run with basically anybody. I don't know if that answers your question. It's up to you to, figure out who you like and what kind of resonance you want and, do you want electro, do you want electro charged or overload or, cause she can play with anybody. You know what I mean? Like actually anybody. Like I don't know if she has a best team. Miko just means Shrine Maiden. Yeah, Miko's just. I thought Yai is her name. Miko is Shrine Maiden. Yeah. Yai and Kokomi, that part. For reference here, you know how I be showing off those Ayaka pieces from the strongbox? That was 4 months of Blizzard strongbox for 3 solid pieces and 2. See? Kiko, stop it. Stop. Boy, if you don't stop it. Talking about took you 3 months to get 3 pieces out the strongbox? Boy, I'm about to go ham on you. Boy, if you don't stop. You said, hold on, I'm going to read that again. For reference, you know how I be showing off those Ayaka pieces from the strongbox? That was 4 months of Blizz strongbox for 3 solid pieces and 2 more decent ones. Boy, if you'd have just farmed. All right. Fair enough. I'm probably the only non-Yai fan here. No, not everybody's a fan of Yai Miko. I totally understand that. You know what I mean? And she's not for everybody. Like, I know why, it's like, it is like a second farm. No, you're right. The only reason I'm not, I hope you don't take it as, I hope you don't take it as I'm giving you a hard time. I'm not giving you a hard time. I'm only giving the subject matter a hard time because I have to make sure people understand how stringent the RNG can be. You know what I mean? If you're going to do this, you have to treat it as a passive, it'd be nice if it happened kind of farm. That's how you got to look at it. You know what I mean? You have to treat it like it'd be nice if it happened. That's how you treat the strongbox. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That's what you got to do. You know what I mean? Because she teases too much? Oh, Lord. But while getting those pieces CS, I was still making my Yui and Xiangling stronger. That's my point. Yes, but you didn't say that, Kinkle. You kind of like slipped it in there, but that wasn't the point. That wasn't the context I pulled out of what you said. What you said is just strongbox it. I did it and it worked for me. That's the meat and potatoes of what you said. And when you say it like that, it sounds like, maybe I should do a strongbox farm. And it's like, no, I know what Kinkle's kind of saying. He's saying, if you have the means, strongbox. And by if you have the means you actually don't really need the strongbox. It's just kind of there, and you use it when you just have excess. And you need to just, here's another thing to throw stuff in. This is trash. Yes, but you're getting rid of this when you do that. So can you afford to get rid of this to throw it into that? If you can afford to get rid of this by way of throwing it into that, then take this and throw it into that. That's fine. But be mindful you're losing all of this right here, which is you're losing a lot of artifact XP, which is what you do get. So if you have built artifacts and you're good and you don't have artifacts you got to level and you have an abundance of artifacts and you're just like, you know what? I'm just like, cool. I'm just going to throw some stuff in here and maybe I'll get something. Fantastic. You know what you're losing? You're okay if you don't get anything. Bada bing, bada boom. We got a high five, cuz? Can we hug and shake on it? You can get a whole set in a day if you say it like that. If you say it like that, bruh, what? Do exactly what Kinko said. I'm telling you. Say it like that, 100%, bro. Is 2-piece Electro worth strong boxing over a cracked 2-piece attack? Say what? Let's hug. Bam. Right there. You feel me? Right there. I know you feel it. I know you feel it. You know what's up, bro. You know what I mean? Time for a cigar. Shut up, back. All right, so hold up. 3.0 ain't been 4 months. Has it? Blizzard hit the Strongbox 3.0. It probably has been. It's almost like 2.0 per patch, or 2.0. It's like, wait, has it? I don't know. Anyway, is 2-piece Electro worth strongboxing over my cracked 2-piece attack pieces for Yai? It depends. Are you running a 2-piece Electro? Are you running 2-piece Electro, 2-piece attack right now? Or are you running 2-piece attack right now? It totally depends. For a presidential debate. Come on, M City. Nah. What? We ain't politics over here, cuz. Hey, no. It's clear. It's just, hey, M, if you run a business, you know exactly what I'm talking about. People hear what they want to hear. You know what I'm talking about? They'll hear, and oh, he said, that is not what he said. That is not, let's be very clear. Let's make sure we are very clear. You know what I mean? We'll make sure everything's cool. I mean, in a loving way, I already expressed that I view the previous chat. No, I know. You know what I mean? We got love for you too, M. M out here, look, M the person you want to, M is so, I don't know, man. I'm going to have to do a podcast about M City one day. Like, M is so positive, it's weird in a weird way. You know what I mean? No, I'm not explaining everything from the beginning again. Shut up, real bad. But yes, you can run 2-piece attack and no, if you're going to I don't know if I'd strong box it. We just got done covering strong boxing. I would only strong box in the event there is nothing for you to level. If you have all the things you need leveled if there's nothing you are actively working on at all, strong box your heart away. To do as you wish. Why we should or shouldn't. No, I know that you understand, Kinkle. I was not questioning you at all, bro. The nature of the whole conversation was, because here's the thing, bro. I'm doing these streams. I know you're joking. Okay, fine. You know what? You joking? You know how I am about this, bro. I'm waiting for somebody to come in with like no artifacts in their inventory, and they come up to me and be like, "How'd you get these artifacts?" I was strongboxing. I'll be like, "Look now, what? Say what now? You was doing what now? You AR-45. What are you strongboxing? You don't have anything to strongbox." Like what? All right, so let me see. You're gonna join him back for a cigar? Don't smoke, kids. Swag. I will be joining him too. That's what I am going to do, cuz. Let me see. Let's start from the top. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. No no no. See, so back in the day there was this thing called a strongbox, right? It was a young little lad. He had a friend. I think his name was Rodney Nitane Granger or something like that. It was something like that. Yeah, people called him Rodney. You know, he had family, but his family used to call him R.M. Jesus, right? Then, I don't know why they called him that, right? What would happen is you would take these, I don't know what he had a thing for he had a thing for rings. It was really weird. Hold on one sec, y'all. So I don't know. Rodney had a thing for rings. He had a bunch of 49er helmets on his wall. I don't know, football, something like that. I don't know. Something he had issues, right? One day he was talking all this smack, and we messed around and just start throwing you know how you go to the 49er game and they give you the souvenir cups? We start throwing cups at him, bruh. Why he turned these cups into a gold cup and threw it right back? I almost chokeslammed Rodney. All right, let me stop. AR-45 on a free-to-play, but I also spent in a day. Yeah, see, Kinkle. See, hey, look, man. Okay, do this for me. Convert that resin into how many artifacts you ended with, and then instead of saying resin, say, oh, but I farmed this many artifacts that day. Say, let's try it that way. German suplex. Yeah, we German suplex Rodney. I German suplex Rodney. You know what I mean? He was trying to play some record on a 45, and I'm like, boy, if you don't stop, boy, if you don't pull out that 33-inch. All right, one sec. Talking about vitamin C is funny enough because Rodney was playing vitamin C. I swear Rodney was singing this. Hey you! You're losing your vitamin C. Hey you! Then we took that gold cup, put it on his head, and threw him down the stairs. Call it a day. All right, let me shut up. All right. We have love to see that choke slam. Boy, I'm gonna tell you right now. All right, let me get back in this. Because I was finna start telling one of them stupid stories and it don't be making no kind of sense. How's everybody doing, by the way? Amber Supremacy, I see Amber Supremacy. Is Amber Supremacy even here? Are you still here? I would feel so bad if they're still here. He ain't getting touched again. Great ratio. You know what? What? I gotta pull up Amber Supremacy and check that out. God! Dang, okay. It's with that time? Oh yeah, you got a Jade Cutter. I was thinking like, God dang. God dang. Boy, he wasn't playing. Well, shoot, okay, then. Well, Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, Lord. What is Cold Rabbi? Is that a rabbi at Cole's? Am I on this? Did I? Is that it? What is a Cole Rabbi? Is it Cole Rabbi? Am I saying it right?
最近八重堂穿越意识的小
Cole
说也太
Rabbi?
多了，
It's a cabbage? No, I don't know what that is.
就对自己的世界如此不满吗？
By the way, I have resin I need to burn. Would anyone care to join me on my adventures? With mad vitamin C? That sounds enticing. Why I'm coming to this domain, I have no idea why. Hello, Ganyu. We just had a whole episode of Dome Precision Speaks just about you. I don't know what domain I'm doing, but I have two options. So here's what I'm farming for. A lot of it is from the VV domain. So I'm actually fishing for Elemental Mastery with an Energy Recharge substat. I'm fishing for an attack stat, attack goblet. No, I'm not doing gilded. I'm fishing for a better feather, a DPS. I'm fishing for a DPS feather. I need pieces to rank up for Sayu because Sayu has EM pieces that I need to rank. And I'm fishing for the only thing I'm fishing for out of now what I'm looking for out of this one. You're sad? Why are you sad? The one I'm fishing for out of here is a flower and a feather, but it's got to be a good flower and a good feather. Trying to get up to 1,000 EM. I am sure you will get it. Yeah, I want to know why you're sad though. Why you sad?
言不变也是一种美。
Oh, that's Dragonite. Oh, what's happening, Dragonite?
哎呀，可尘世哪是如此不变之物？
So we either do VV or we do Blizzard because I need 3 pieces technically out of Blizzard. I need 3 Blizzard pieces or a couple of VV pieces. So it depends. Next time I'm poor, I have no primos, and next week the banner is gone. How? What's your... Did you wish on the last... Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. VV? Okay. Tell me how I will get Layla. What's your pity at? Well, what's your pity and where are you at in the event? Anybody want to join for this VV run? It's up to y'all. Oh, we know who you getting. You running Ganyu, right? Oh yeah, you stuck. Well, would you like some news, I guess? Okay. I could tell you something about Layla that Layla's might not necessarily... I don't think... Layla is she's a collector character. She's a character you pull because she's cool. She's a character... Layla is not a character you will just be using out here like that. I can promise you. So you're not missing anything. You need a shielder. Her shield is strong, but Noelle exists. And Noelle is a little more flexible. I hate to say it. Layla is great. Okay, let me be real. Layla is fantastic with the shield. If you need a shield, you need to just wait till Zhongli comes out and he will solve all your shield problems. I am not joking. She's like you when you're bored. Who's that? You're not bringing Yaimiko, are you? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Hold on, let's get Scoop real quick. Let's get Scoop real quick. Because his Yaimiko gonna slap this whole domain by itself. Yaimiko is ridiculous. Bro, your Yaimiko is something else, bro. You need Scara for the week, so can I borrow that fight from you? Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Wait, where's Leon? Oh, there he goes. Wait, did y'all want to do the weekly first? Let's do the week. Yeah, let's do the weekly first. Let's just knock that out real quick. Sorry if I'm not super duper helpful today. It's, you know, this isn't really like a carry stream. This isn't one of those. Just particular week, I wanted to really hone in on builds, and we did talk for like 6 hours today about builds only and how to build, and so we achieved our goal. You know, so you know, but we are still here for like questions and whatnot. But I don't recommend. Expending your pity for Layla. I'll put it that way. He might be switching characters or builds or something. Oh, never mind. He's got Kokomi. I will bring her because I can charge attack the thingies. You want another teacher stream? Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I mean maybe I could do this like once a month or something like that. You know what I mean? Or like once every 2 months or something like that, just to kind of like dig a little bit more into the like the mechanics of the game, right? But you know, to kind of keep it simplified, so when people are getting into their builds or trying to build a character, that at least there is a time that we spend on just the philosophy of building. You know what I mean? And kind of hashing out best options for both free-to-play people with lives and hardcore players. You know, hardcore players typically don't need it though. Like, hardcore players don't really need the nuance stuff. And a controller is mad fun, bro. Your dash can't. Everything is so much better on controller. The only thing that sucks is like turning your camera. Like, so Nahida is a little different on a controller, but doing jump cancels and dash canceling is a million times easier on a controller or on a keyboard. You do it on a keyboard. No 4-star character is worth your 5-star pity. That I agree with. I agree. Yeah. I can't think of one that's worth a 5. Yeah. Layla's gonna be on all the banners anyway, so I wouldn't. You know, I still don't got the. I still don't got. Well, even still, let's say you never ever, if you never ever get, what's her name? If you never get Layla, you're still not losing because Zhongli exists. Just pull Zhongli. There's a reason Zhongli is in like every single team, and Layla's only there to supplement, kinda, sorta Zhongli. Like, okay, Zhongli, kinda. Like, he's cool, but kinda, you know, like Layla, like she's cool, but like she's kinda Zhongli. You know, we could say she's Zhongli for the sake of argument type of character. She's great. I'm not trying to devalue her. I'm just saying she's not worth it if you're pulling for the Shogun. Like, I wouldn't say, hey, you should pull her because, you know. Gotta go? No worries, brother. I'm gonna just do the thing. Do I got a thing? I do. Oh, never mind. Alright, Hifumi, you take it easy. It's 7 a.m.? Oh, yeah, he's in Germany. Yeah, take it easy, brother. I don't have Zhongli. I do this fight with Zhongli every time. Where's Hydro? There's a Hydro. Ah. No! God dang it. Dang, I suck with the dodges right now. Okay. Are you gonna do the thing? Can I get a burst, please? There we go. Ah, what? Yes! You speak that Mandarin. Alright, here's one. What? Okay, here's one. And here's two. Yay! God dang. It's cookies for you. You didn't have a chance, big fella. And I think I did mine already, right? Yeah, I did mine. Off to VV we go. Oh, off to VV we go. Hi ho, cheerio. Off to VV we go. Ain't it true that Ganyu can shoot from leeway all the way to Motsat? I heard something like that. Like Ganyu can shoot from leeway. Like she could do like that. And it'll go from leeway all the way out here to Motsat. All bow characters can? Oh. Oh, you never really, Scoop? Yeah, I mean, Scare, he's cool. He's got a little mechanic thing to him. Like Zhongli is kind of cheap. Like Zhongli is super cheap on that fight. Zhongli actually shreds that shield pretty quick because his attack speed is so high. So you walk in there with Zhongli and just start busting autos, like that shield start disappearing. All right, VV, here we come. Oh, condensing? Okay. Yeah, just skip it. I'll re-invite you. Wait, hold on. Oh. I don't know if he's still condensing. Okay, I'll wait. I shall wait and eat Pringles in the meantime. Irie. No, you go. What kind? Pizza. Gotta get the pizza. Fire. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be quarantined for a minute, so I got snacks on the way and yeah. Might have to what? Might have to resend. Oh no. It's well I'll just do this. Uh-oh. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. We need more best in slot weapons that matches the look of the character. Like this elegy don't really match Venti. And I don't know if it's just me, but this weapon don't really look like it belonged to Yaimiko. Oh. Like it do thematically, I guess, but the color scheme, like not, I don't know. I really want Elemental Mastery with energy recharge, like a lot. But I need it on a VV piece. Either that or EM Circlet. Oh yeah, we finna get it. Yeah, Yoimiya and a Thunder and Pulse. That don't even make sense. Exactly. Ayaka and a Mist Splitter. It's like those, like what? Like who came up with like, all right, man. I feel like, you know what might be happening? There might be some random Electro 5-star bow character coming out. And there might be also some random 5-star Electro sword character coming out. Like patches down the line and they just released Yoimiya too early. Like Yoimiya and Ayaka probably had a totally different weapon. Like we're gonna give Ayaka a miss, but I'm pretty sure like some weapon gonna come out in the cryo. What is it in SNES When we get the SNES patch, it's gonna be some cryo sword that's gonna be like, oh, buffs cryo, blah blah blah, does all it works with Dendro. It's gonna be some wacky setup. Wait, am I tripping? Oh, y'all didn't know I was gonna start that quick, huh? As long as I get a burst. Oh, I got my burst back immediately. I'll take that. He pow quai ba. Yeah. Oh, it was a slow load? Oh, okay. How about this? I'll jump right before I start, and then you guys could just start hitting your bursts and all that. It should, like, everything should work out. Okay. Funny enough, I am still waiting for a, I need a flower with more EM on it. Like, specifically for Kazuha. Like, I don't really care about the crit stats for Kazuha. I just want EM on Kazuha at this point. Okay. So I'm gonna jump and then burst, okay? I'm just waiting for y'all to position. Y'all ready? Alright, here we go. Boop. And that's it. God dang. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I don't need them, Cass. But it's cool though, Cass. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, I probably stopped the show. I'll burn through the rest of the queue and then stop it after this. Because I still got to take my blood pressure. Because I guess blood pressure's a thing. It's got an EM piece with... Haha. Are you ready?
脚下。
He really just busted to Michael Jackson.
真红信息，命令，骤击。
Whoa. I'll take that. They sure is giving me a lot of flowers. Come on. There we go. Alright, so I think this is the last one. Alright. Here we go.
别想逃开哦！
Yoo-hoo! In your face. In your face.
在这儿哟。
In your face. In your face, face. Face it, face, face, face. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. And okay. And okay. Man. All right, last one. Oh, man. This hurts my heart.
我会跟上的。
All right, I'm assuming you guys are ready. And here we go.
起风了，一起来玩吧。真红信息在这儿哟。
I know my bows ain't helping, but I'm trying. I know my bows ain't doing nothing. All right. Oh, God. All right. All right, last two condensed, and then I'm out.
来仔小手
Not out, but,
看看
well, I'm out of resin. Last two condensed, and I'm out of resin. I know I probably should have did. Oh, thank you, M City.
我还想多玩。
Sure, I almost want to run Kazuha, but Venti is so dang, like, efficient in there. He is super efficient. You know where it's crazy efficient? Like, Kazuha in here is crazy efficient. What's in here? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, if we did that, I can only imagine how that other domain is. Because we got a yacht. You know what? I want to do this one just for fun. I want to see how fast us four can do this domain. Just because I'm curious, and then we'll go back and burn those last two condensed. I just have to see this. Because we got the Hu Tao main, we got a Yai Miko main, we got a Kokomi main, and then I'm gonna run Kazuha. But I'm gonna run like a meme. No, not me. No, I ain't gonna meme it. I will run this Kazuha, but I will be running a EM bot Kazuha. Like I'm gonna bot out this Kazuha. No, actually, no, I won't. No, I'll keep it how it is. Invite again? Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'll run my standard.
别有自己的方向。
Uh-oh. And yep. I gotta see this. This is gonna be insane. Bring Kokomi. She only applies Hydro like once. Like there's gonna be too much going on for you. You're gonna be nowhere near over applying Hydro. You're fine. You're fine. Bring Kokomi. You're fine. It's fine. You're gonna be there to vaporize and all type of other stuff. Because I know Kokomi's your main. I think it's fine. Oh, I wasn't even looking. I was taking care of that bot. I apologize. So the trick is so Scoop, set your totems out, and then I'll start the run. So I would say set them out like oh he probably can't hear, but Scoop is gonna be like yeah. All right, you ready? There we go. That's what I needed. Wait for that pyro. Hydro. Yep, that's fine. God, Jesus Christ. Give me a double swirl. Bro, God dang. What? He like had health and then didn't have health, bro. What? Oh my God, he was there and then he was not there. Like, okay. He had like a quarter health left, bro, unless I'm tripping. Bro had like he had a quarter of his health pool left. I just came down with a plunge and I'm like, dude, Kazuha is not that strong. Jesus Christ. That was like too much. Virgin is fun in a blip. I'm about to try that one day. Ooh. Ooh, he got Ayato. Okay, now hold on now. Ooh, we got two. Hold on. You know, I'm going to be paying attention to the Prince now. Hold on. We got Michael Jackson in the building. Y'all see this, man? Hey, Prince and Michael, hold on. Prince and Michael Jackson. Look at this. Hold on. Prince and Michael Jackson. Hee. Oh, man, it's about to go down. Which one is Prince and which one is Michael Jackson? All right, here we go. Hey, I'm just saying, M, right? All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Oh, God. Can I get my second? God, I couldn't even get my second skill off. Okay. Okay, that works. That definitely works. Holy Jesus. I had to take a pause for a sec. Oh, possibly. Oh, God. Oh, the potential. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna sit on this for like 3 days. I ain't touching that. I'm gonna sit on it. I'm gonna sit on that one for like a minute. I'm gonna roll that on the next stream. I don't want to touch that. I want to get like another one or something. I don't know. All right. Moonwalks. Moonwalks. All right, here we go. No. Jesus Christ. Bro, what? That dude's Ayato is super strong. Am I? Oh, nice. Am I tripping or? What did I swirl? Did I swirl cryo or hydro? Nah, I've seen his Ayato. I swirled hydro? Oh, that's gotta be why. Bro. You hugged it to apply the hydro. Yeah, cause I'm like, bro, like he look, y'all. Okay, y'all bear with me. Okay, we coming from this
未雨绸缪，
to
强者微
this.
不乐。
Like that, I don't know what's going on with that situation. That situation was different. Yeah, that Ayato. Yeah, you right, Kinko. That slap. Yeah, no, that slap right there. That definitely slap. All right, I ain't gonna wait. I'm gonna go on ahead and just throw it in the trash because I already know it's going. This hope. Hey, give me crit damage. Oh, you hurt my heart. My heart. Oh, my heart. Oh,
每个
oh,
生灵的意志都值得尊重，
oh,
就像
my
海
heart.
中的鱿
Oh,
鱼，
I
没有
farmed
自
you
己的
for I don't
呼
know
吸
how
趴
long,
在
and you
草
just
地
broke my
上，
heart. Oh,
能听见大地的心跳。
right in the feels. I'm actually farming for EM, like an EM goblet on whatchamacallit on Maiden too. Or a EM circlet on Maiden, my bad. So I'll take that too. Deercraft will sleep on it? Yeah, I don't know where the strength of it is coming from. But that is dumb. It's dumb strong. That was dumb. Is it? It's got to be because they're.
真的可以
It's
继
got to
续
be
休
that
息吗？
permafreeze element. Nah, it's got to be the permafreeze.
放
Cause
心吧，
then
旅行者。
every single frostflake
仪式的
thing
时
that she
间还
has
在等着我
crits.
们呢。
Like every single one crits. It's got to be. It's got to be something. Hold on. So why are these here? Oh, cause yeah, cause I did that one run. Double quadrat. Oh, that's got to be why. Yeah, cause I'm like, bro, that's. Yeah, that was dip. Why am I leveling that? What? Hold on. What else did I get? Oh, I
安
got
逸
all
的
this.
氛围，
Didn't I? I got something else though, right? I got these goblet. I got a couple goblets, didn't I? Oh, I got these. I don't think anybody could use these necessarily right now, but it'd be nice if somebody could. Oh, that one's gone.
好想坐在大树上。
Yeah, I don't
手
even
里有
entertain.
厚
If it
厚的
ain't
葡
double,
萄
I don't
酒
even entertain it. I ain't even finna. I don't even. I ain't even playing. I know this might break somebody's feelings, but yeah, if it ain't double, I don't even play with it no more. Like early game, yeah, you gotta take what you can get. But now,
工作
like,
还没
nah,
有
I ain't
做
even.
完，
Nah, it's good.
真的可以提前休息
I
吗？
mess around and get attached to it, and then it's like, yeah, nah, I'm not putting myself in that because I've been in that situation before, and we're not doing that again. That's random that landed on a maiden piece. All right, so anyway, we need EM for Kaz. I would like the stuff plus EM, but if I get a whole bunch of EM, that would be amazing. So let's start with a respectable number. That's 23. Let's start here and see what happens. Yay! Please hit EM.
想接着听下去的话，送我一个苹果吧。
Okay. If y'all knew how much I was farming
趴在草地上，
for an attack time
听
piece
见大地的
with crit
心
rate and
跳
crit damage, you would understand why that hurt so much just now. I needed that to hit on this, and it didn't. But the minute I went to something that didn't need it, that's when it gave it to me. So,
动身吧，旅行者。
Oh my God, that hurt.
还在等着我们呢。
That hurt my heart. Oops. All right, please hit EM. I am done. I am done with that piece. I'm done. I think I am okay. I think I might be done with the V. I think I might be done with the VV domain. I think I might be done with that domain at this point. I'm thinking we might be done with that domain. Yeah.
想接着听下去的话，送我一个苹果吧。
Yeah. I think I.
工作还没有做完，真的可以提前休息吗？
I mean, Jesus Christ! If you're gonna do that, give it at least be crit rate.
"趴在草地上，能听见大地的心跳。
Huh. Okay. I was finna be like, now hold on now. Like, are we playing around now? Like, I know we ain't trolling like that much now. There we go. Okay. I was like, now hold on now. Now you finna give me something. Like you ain't finna do that. Like we ain't doing that now.
还没有做完，
Like you gonna have to chill with the mega. I'll take the 68. The 68, that's cool. I'll take that. We can go ahead and lock that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that and keep that. The way things is going, we might not know. I just want to hit 16. Actually, hold on. Whatever. All right. Fair enough. Kazuha, guess what? I know we're going to give you a new piece, though.
安逸的
Yay!
喜欢。
780, I'll take it. Yay! With the sack sword. Yay! Cool. I'm happy. All right. Holy Jesus. That was a different kind of... That's like every day, though. You know, you just work with what you got, and that's it. Let's get rid of the rest of these names in the queue because I want to make sure it's clear before I take off. I know I wasn't in the queue like that. I understand. This was not that kind of stream,
能听见大地的心
and I'm
跳。
glad that we got a lot of. Oh, thank God. Okay, let me go ahead and close this thing. We will reopen it during the next stream. Holy Jesus! All right. Well, I think that covers it for this stream for the most part. Anybody have any questions about builds or characters or anything? Any questions at all before I take off? Like literally anything before I take off.
安逸的氛围，喜欢。
Nice. Possible rerolls, that's why. Anything. Hey, for real. I'm gonna be praying for that swift recovery. Like for real, for real. It's really weird in my body, but it's I think everything will be okay. But yeah, so we're going ahead and close it out right there. Without further ado, where everybody? Is it just me and Malik? Where Leon at? Hold on. Okay, Leon doing stuff. All right. Without further ado, this is CS from DWP. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself during the stream. How do I play Genshin? Well, first you get a 3.5 GPA in school. That will unlock the Google Play Store. Once you have the Google Play Store unlocked, you build a really good relationship with your parents. That will unlock the trust needed to play a game that's going to try and get you for all the dollars and cents. Once you have that unlocked, then you proceed to download the game, and then you want to enter a not real credit card, so that way you can't buy anything. But you can unlock the ability to buy this stuff called Primo Gems. The way you unlock that is you go down to your local store. You have to be 16 or older to do this, by the way. You go down to your local store. They have this sheet of paper. It's called an application. You fill that out, right? Once you fill that out, you turn it in and you call the hiring person. They're going to give you this thing called a job. You're going to use that job to generate this stuff called money. And that is what you're going to use to buy the stuff in the game. But you're only going to use a portion of it to get the Primo Gems, right? Like a little portion, right? Once you do all that, if you can do all that and unlock all that, then you can actively play Genshin Impact. But you got to have the good grades first. If you don't have the good grades, if you're grown, then you should at least have the application job part of all that. You should have all that unlocked and then come play Genshin Impact. You should be able to play it at that point. You could do that too. If you do that, then shoot, that unlocks all of it. I'm messing with you. All right. So anyway, without further ado, this is CSDWP. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself during the stream. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Theory Crafter. Shout out to Leon. Shout out to, we got Kinkle here. Shout out to Burger. Everybody holding it down. That's how we all are able to gather this information and put it to use and give it to you guys. You know what I mean? Shout out to Scoop as well. Shout out to everybody who contributes. Theory Crafters who are not here as well. Be thankful that we have those guys. They find out a lot of this information and they publish it in the wiki, for example, right? So, shout out to everybody who contributes to this, allowing, us to enjoy the game from different perspectives, whether it be casual or hardcore. You know what I mean? And hopefully if the stream helped you out, I really hope it did. And, I mean that from the heart. Hopefully that gets you more confident in your builds and gets you to the point where you're a little more equipped to walk into a character, day of launch and at least have some kind of idea on how to approach what you're looking at, and kind of take it from there, and kind of get creative, fill out what you feel is going to work best for you, right? If you feel like it did that for you, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. Yeah, Ayato did his thing, Scoop. Boom. And I'm going to holler at y'all on the next one, okay? What's the day? Wednesday? Okay. I am praying. Actually, no. It is guaranteed that I'm going to be streaming this Saturday. So I will be talking to you guys then. Hopefully I still feel okay, but I'll be seeing you guys Saturday, okay? All right. Much love to y'all. Cheers. Shout out. High fives. All the big things. And I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Woo!